Leah, Mr. Panulo, welcome back. Tell me, how loud is the music? Is it loud in the video? Can you guys hear me perfectly, or is it like a little annoying? Because I can control the sound. And we're gonna have the incubator, some of the incubator cast in here too. They'll be answering some questions. If anybody has any questions, uh, that you've been sitting on and you're just, watching so much content here and there, but none of it is addressing those particular worries or fears or questions, this is the perfect time and place to put those questions. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna hear it in the background. Let me see if it's the same thing for me. Okay, I'm gonna hear it in the background. Let me see if it's the same thing for me. Yeah, I'm gonna hear it in the background. Let me see if it's the same thing for me. Yeah, I'm gonna hear it in the background. Let me see What's up in the clutch? If JRP pilot NC, you're gonna kill the YouTubers who's live with that name. But what's up, brother? How are you doing? Okay, thanks, Leah. So it's basically low. Let me make it a little louder. Tell me, how is it now? Is it better? In the clutch, you've entered the Q&A realm. This is where you ask you questions. Hopefully we have the answers. Me and the incubator. Better. Does it need more? I'm trying to go for perfect. I don't want better. I'm trying to make it perfect for you, Leah, and everyone else. Louder? Is it perfect right here or a little lower? All right, thank you, Leah. Appreciate it. All right. We'll have some of the incubator people in soon. Pokes. All right, very, very, very good question. Failure to deliver, is it 2022 versus 2021? I'm gonna wait just a bit to make sure that I answer this question, because I want to give the incubator also the chance to answer some of these questions as well. We're gonna have a lot of people's input on this, and I think ultimately that's gonna work out for the benefit of the overall community. So that's what I'm looking forward to. All right. Of course. Yeah. All right. Let's see. I'm receiving some messages. All right. How many Lord of the Rings fans do we have in here? I know I got 8 people in here. Not that I like to say this, guys, but please hit the like buttons so we can get more people's in here, because again, the model of why I'm setting it up this way, because I want to hear what those, like, what are the fears, or what are the thoughts, the contradictions, the questions that you might have. Because I know how it is when I come up with some content, or any of my fellow creators come up with content, and they put it out, great, it could be the best DD ever, but you might have a different question or something else, and you want to ask it, but you can't ask it since you're just watching the content. So I want to give you my content, but on top of that, I want to make some space to hear the questions. I want to hear where everybody's minds is. I want to hear where all people's fears or some of the fears are. And hopefully we can bridge the gap. Me and the incubator, the Discord incubator, that our Discord can come up with to try to help bridge that gap amongst the community. Because ultimately it's about that bridge that we all can cross together. And that's what my intention is. I want to hear all that. All right, welcome back to everybody who just joined in as well. Pokes, 2022 versus 2021, FTDs, my thoughts. I am going to tell you that if we have seen the delivery of 2021, then we would have obviously, if they delivered those, then we would be completely done with, and the squeeze would have taken place long time ago, in my opinion. So I don't think that there is, it's more here than that last year than this year. That's why we're not going to pop this year. Again, I feel like this is one of their gimmicks. I think that it's all adding up and it's just been piling on and on and on. I didn't see any failure to delivers being delivered except maybe here and there, but nothing that can obviously even affect the price, right? A lot of people, we know that because a lot of people are holding a lot of synthetics. They don't know it. To them, it doesn't matter anyways if it's synthetic or not. To you, it doesn't matter. You paid for something. And to the best of your knowledge, it's a real share. So therefore, when it's time to sell, they can't send you back, if you're processing a sell order, they can't send you back a message saying, oh, this comes to our attention that this is part of the synthetic shares. So therefore, we can't finalize this trade. That will end up with so many lawsuits. You will make more money on that than the money you would make in the squeeze itself, probably. So just scratch that out of the head. So when it's time to sell and you process that order, it's gonna sell. And I feel like that's where the FTDs will mostly be covered, because that's how they can cover the crime. When you sell, they take that share back, they do whatever with it, dissect it, cut it apart, shred it, burn it, whatever they do, bury it. But eventually we're giving them back. To me, I don't have a problem with giving them back their crime tools, which is those synthetics. It's just at what price I'm willing to give it back to them. And to each person, their own numbers, whatever brackets. You're the king of dictating, or the queen of dictating what price are you willing to sell back the crime evidence for. I know it kind of sounds cynical, crime evidence, but this is the case that we're in. So what you're holding, all of us, we're all sitting on their tool of the crime, which is the synthetics. The only way that could be solved is when you go sell, they take it back, real or not, they'll process it. They're not going to tell people, oh, you're part of the synthetic crew, we're not going to give you money, right? So that's my take on it. Whether it's 2021 or 2022, all those matters will have to be settled and dealt with when the time comes to it. Okay. KJW, how are you? Let's see. What else? We have, when this thing does pop, I think the price is mostly going to be whatever enough people hold to. No one really knows. So why do people say it can't reach X price? Am I missing something? No, you're actually, very good question, Neil. And again, when the other incubator members come in, I'll also relay that question back to them. I'll remember it and let them have their take on it. But my personal take on it is, I've always been saying, Neil, that no one can price this. You can't price what you have right now. That's why I was always against the idea of bracketology. Everybody that asked me before, what's your price expectations on this? There is none. The sentiment of the holders, how much are you willing what price are you willing to sell this? And if everybody, here's where the difficult part comes in. We can't all have the same price target, unfortunately, because we're not all sitting next to each other to see, oh, okay, we're all going to sell at whatever XYZ number. If that was the case, then that would be a little different. Now, as far as what it can go to, I can tell you what I'm holding, and I can tell you what I can take care of, but I don't know what other people's situations are and what they're dealing with. I don't know what the government also itself how much will it print and all that stuff. Obviously, we are in a position where we're in a reactionary, and by default, we have to react to what happens to us. So if they choose to do something to us like that's cynical or ludicrous, we won't know it before. We're only going to know it later. Like when they took the buy button away. Nobody anticipated that. Anybody that said I anticipated that is a straight up liar. But they did it. And you saw also what they did with Redbox on the options with some brokers. So what they do to us, that's only going to come to the moment of, and we can react to it. If it's unlawful, obviously there will be ways to deal with it after that what happens, because we react to that. But I don't think it's going to be the case. I think they want to completely finish this thing because the whole stock market has been hostage for over 2 years because of this madness, not just in the memes, but across the whole sector. And they need to get this thing over with so that they can fully, obviously, one, crash, two, so that we can start rebuilding from that point on out. Hopefully we build good. Hopefully that answers from my end. Let's see. And yeah, you're not missing something, Neil. You just have to, on the day of, just keep your eye on the volume. Keep your eye on. And here's where the crazy thing is. There's no way the squeeze of this magnitude with all these processes that they would have to. One, we are going to have obviously halts. Two, there's a very, very high chance we're going to get suspensions. In fact, they already placed them in. They factored them in. As we leading up in this process, like 3 months ago, that's when they had this, the NASDAQ could come out at any given time with the NYSE and say, hey, we want to do a stop investment or stop orders on this stock they can suspend the stock 1 day, 2 day, hours, or up to a month. Legally, they can do that up to a month because it's for the betterment of the common investor. Now, will they do that? I highly, highly doubt it, because if they do something like this, that's only going to give more attention to non-investors out there. And once that suspension is over, the floodgates are going to pour in. And I honestly think they just want to finish with this drama. So they're not going to make it in this case. They might have some suspensions here and there, and that's only because they have to transfer liquidity between point A to a broker, point B to C, which is you, to your account. And when you're talking about so many millions and billions being transferred in such a small time frame, you're gonna have those moments where they're gonna need more liquidity. They put a suspension. They say they're not gonna say for liquidity, but they're gonna put suspension. Money gets transferred, whether a day, max 2. I personally think, again, this is not financial advice, but that's my take on it. Maybe up to 2. Next thing you know, it carries on and the process continues. But my point is, this play and majority of these plays have been so overly sold to the point where to get done with all these coverings, and 1, covering, and 2, selling and buying back all these synthetic crap, which turned into FTDs in people's accounts that you're holding fake, but they didn't put them toward the stock. So it's weird. You bought it, they got it, they didn't put it against the stock in the market, in the company's cap. So therefore, it doesn't affect the target price or the ticker price. That's why we're in the zone, the price zone that we're in. And then from there, when you begin to sell and the price obviously is going up, they're buying that back. Oh, okay, that's one of those. We just covered one of those FTDs. I personally think this is what it's going to come down to. That's the way they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to induce a lot of money and then, okay, we're buying back all those FTDs. Okay, well, how can they buy them back? Because you're still holding also in your account those synthetics. They need those back. So the only way I hypothetically can think of, or logically can think of, is when you process a sell order, they'll buy it back. They won't tell you, oh yes, this is one of our FTDs, or one of our synthetics. Cover it. Crime is done. When everybody's done with all this, and obviously the shorts have covered their shorts, will be done. How long will that take? I don't think it will be anything close to, or anything even less than 3 to 4 days at least, at the minimum. This might take weeks. It could. So hopefully that answers that, my friend. All right, let's see. What else do we have? I'm going to also remember those questions so I can bring them out to the incubator and see if they, want to put their thought on it as well. Good evening, AB. What a relief to hear you, Mr. Veronica Chase. I'm glad, because it's a relief to see you in here and also hear from you. So hopefully you're having a great weekend and a 4th to come yet with your loved ones. Future Whale, what's up, guys? How are you all doing today? We're doing great. We miss you, Future Whale. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Thanks, Neil. I'm glad that you appreciate my take on it. Again, the beauty of this is for us to all rub our 2 brain cells together, because they call us apes, and obviously sarcastically speaking here, and then see what makes more sense. It's like filling a puzzle. And I want the whole community to be on this tone, instead of lashing out and CEO this, SEC that, Fed this. Of course, that's happening anyways, but it works better with a one movement, one community, one hand. When we have people fighting each other within the community about stuff, they have their eyes on that. And that's my thing. I want to bridge the gap of misconception amongst the rest of the community. I want us to make a strong community, one fist, one hand, one movement, because it's also just like the fundamentals for the stock. It's important. This is also important because we can't go into this process being completely exposed. I know I wanted to do this forever. I didn't know the best way to go about it or approach it, but I feel like this is a very good start right here. I want to encourage more people, to bring more people in, because the best way to bridge that gap is to hear everyone out, hear everybody's contradictions, hear everybody's questions, see where the sentiment is. And when we answer all those, now we're bringing everybody up to speed. And when we do that, we're a much scarier entity to go up against, because not only are they over leveraged on us and they know they lost to us, but now with everybody on the same page, or at least majority of the community being on the same page, holy moly, they can no longer target paper hands, because there will be none. They won't be able to target certain people because we're all on the same page. And I know it's a big dream to think of, but hey, guess what? This is the land of dreams. So I with all your guys' help, and obviously with your support, guys, I feel like that dream could come true. And that to me is everything. If we can get everybody on that same page in this manner, having everybody, like when you approach a live stream or a creator, have it with your questions. Don't just submit to the things that are being pushed on you. Expect more out of your creator. And I will, by this transaction, like by doing this, I'm also expecting more out of you guys. We're not here for all that, hey, what are you going to eat tomorrow? And what is this? Of course, it's good to have, make friendships and relationships with each other, but we're here to make life-changing wealth. And the best way to do it is by making sure that everybody's there's no weakest links in our whole community. I want to strengthen everybody. I own my own businesses. I know what it means to start something from the nothing, from the bottom, and to get it to become something all off on your own, from your own power and your own dedication and your hustle. So therefore, I want to make sure that I bring those qualities also into this movement, because no matter what movement it is, if it's all scattered all over, you're going to have a lot of infiltration. But if it's one hand, the community is as strong as weakest link. And I don't want to have any weakest links in this community at all. So maybe with your guys' help, we can all push that to become true, a reality. Let's see, where are we at? It just seems to me that saying it can't reach X price is just setting expectations. Of course, I agree with you. Yeah, that's why, again, instead of having to hear, and this is why I'm doing this again, another thing, instead of having to listen to this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy, and they all have different points, and you try to judge which one should you listen to, why not listen to all these guys, but put them all into one basket and ask them and have them, not ask them, what do you think about such and such video? You ask those questions of, what do you think of this? You know, obviously everybody's video or content, let's say I put out a video, the whole thing is going to have a particular message about that video. I expect from my viewers to go ahead and see that message, have it in a question, and go ahead and bump it up with other creators that they find, you know, that they are influenced by any means, not necessarily by making investment, of course, because no one is giving financial advice, but just to see where their mind is. And if we all can make that like a web, the information, the info will float wonderfully around all the community, and on top of that, we can expose shills and whoever is not real. So I'm starting something that is good for you and for the creators. I expect more out of you as a viewer, everyone, and I expect you also to hold me accountable and expect more out of me and obviously other creators. Because at the end of the day, nobody's a leader in this. I want the whole community to be one. That's ultimately it. That is the greatest weakness, and that is our greatest strength as well. All right, let's see. One second, guys. I want to bring in possibly one friend. Into this. By the way, this is a good show, guys. The Old Man, if you haven't seen it, it's a very solid show. I like it. So far. It's new. The guy is a beast. All right. I'm bringing in somebody into the incubator. Okay. I think I got them in. Let me see. All right. 1 second. Just another ape is, I don't want to put him on the spot, but just another ape most likely will join us. Also, I just want to give him clearance real quick. What is this? Whenever you try to do something on the spot, sometimes the world makes sure that you can't do it. I promise, guys, I'm gonna answer all those questions. I'm just trying to make sure everybody jumps in that can. Good, good. I think they're part of this now. Why can't I add you? What's this? This is beautiful music, man. I love it. Okay, good, good. All right, let me get back to this chat now and see. I got all the things in. All right, guys. All right, question number, where am I at? Right here, tackled that. Okay, future whale. No, before that, Veronica Chase. That's why I'm holding my vacation days. So when this pops off, I'm taking time off. Good plan, you and me both. Future whale. What I'm worried about are tools that have been assigned to feds by Congress, that they are not telling us what exactly they are or how they are able to use them. That's how they stop the silver squeeze. Was it, you mean future, you mean the nickel squeeze? For one. Now, number two. Okay, this goes into, again, my personal thought on this future is, this goes for me to tell you why there's no particular, in my opinion, like a set catalyst before that can bring it in, until they present the catalyst and it's time to pop regardless. And they will make it seem like, okay, this was the catalyst, but it was all they're doing because they've been postponing everything. holding everything. They never tackled the Evergrande debt. In fact, they just dodged it by what they did on the 3rd, you know? And you guys could go watch also Boss Blunts to go more in depth on as far as how they were able to avoid the margin calls that were going to be evolved because of that. Now, as far as what that, if that's what worries you, I will counter that with one thing. How many FTDs do we have? How much of the stock itself, like AMC or even GameStop, is getting rolled through the dark pool on a daily basis? These things are very important ingredients of this whole thing. This tells you how much manipulation has happened in the background. Ultimately, will they be able to let all that ride off and just ride it off and screw everybody? That means they're willing to take a bullet to the head, because all retail will no longer ever touch whether crypto realm or a stock market. So it's not in their best interest, which means it leads me to one thing. All those matters will be settled. What they want to do with their crap, they could do it. I'm not in no hurry of getting my attendees today, tomorrow, yesterday, next year. The more time they give, I have a solution for that. The more time they give me, that's the more amount of opportunity for me to go ahead and load up more and create a higher portfolio. So when judgment day comes, I can make them literally pay for every ounce or every second they made me wait in this play. If squeeze happens tomorrow, so be it. I'll be one of the happiest. I know I'll be one of the happiest, because the other happiest are you guys in the world, and all matters will be solved then. And that's just the way I'm approaching it. But as far as my conviction, that's the most important thing. Can't let them take your conviction. Let them do all this effery in the background and all this stuff. They've been doing it for almost 2 years. I'm not worried about that. My number one worry always was, am I in the right plate? I don't want to be in the wrong plate, expecting something that will never happen. And I believe with the bottom of my heart that I'm in the right place with AMC and GME. And in fact, it's just a matter of time until it happens. And that's why I load up more, because I look at it as a steal. They're giving me more time to load up more on something that will be priced more than gold and diamonds in the near, at some point in this future, whether near or far. Hopefully that answers it future well. And I will bring it back up to other members. I see King Jeffrey is in here. How are you doing, brother? Having a good time? Wow, I don't know. What is this? Why are they not making me hear you through? Hold on. Sorry, Jeffrey. 1 second. I'm hearing you from my other screen, but not in my. Hold on. Let me fix this. 1 second. Go ahead. I have a question for you, Jeffrey, that you can start with. Just want to take your take on it. There is a question that was asked by Neil Jones earlier, and it was, when this thing does pop off, I think the price is mostly going to be whatever enough people hold to. No one really knows. So why do people say it can't reach X price? Am I missing something? You can go ahead and dabble with that while I'm working on the technicals in the background. Again, your take on it. I just wanted the incubator's take. I already tackled it, but I'm interested, and everybody's interested to hear also the incubator's thought on this. And then, by the way, everybody in the chat, please, when you see the questions or you're putting questions, also look at the questions before. And if you have something that you feel like is about it, also comment it in there. Again, this is a whole group collective thing. So without any further ado, please go ahead, King Jeffrey. Okay. Sorry, did you? I'm completely taken off from here. Jeffrey. Okay. Sorry, did you? Okay, now I'm hearing myself in the screen. What the hell? Don't you just love how these technicals work out? Um, uh, all right. I don't know what happened. Am I? What is happening here? Oh, there we go. All right. I think I fixed it, guys. As you can see, I think because I was connected on my phone as well, it did that. Let's try to get King Jeffrey back on. King Jeffrey, please log back into the Discord. All right. All right. Da, 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 da. I think I will get you back right now. Can you hear me, King Jeffrey? I
Hello,
can hear you.
hello.
Yes. Can everybody hear
Can you
me
hear me
and
now?
King Jeffrey? Yes. Can everybody else hear me and Jeffrey as well?
Hello, 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 hello.
Oh, can you hear me or you don't hear me, Jeffrey?
I can hear you. Yeah, I was just
Okay.
saying hello because I don't know if anybody else can.
Yeah. I know this looks funny, but this is why it's a community movement. Yes. Okay. Just another ape can hear us now as well, both of us. So yes, I will look back to see what was your take on it, Jeffrey. Sorry,
Yeah,
but
I don't even
on
know where you guys got where you left off. I was sitting there
I
talking and talking and talking, and then I stepped into the gas station to get a drink, and I looked down and I'm like, I saw my avatar, and I'm like, wait a minute, where'd you go? That's funny. That's too funny.
no, we got it. We got it back now, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. So I'm not sure where you guys, what you guys heard or whatever. I just basically, I think I went on a little rant, but I was talking about, did you guys hear about when I was talking about YouTubers and stuff?
I didn't hear, but everybody
I don't
heard
know.
you. By the way, everybody was able to hear you, Jeffrey, except me. I was the one that I wasn't able to hear you, and I just had to fix that up.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
fixed it back up. So yeah, we're good from that point on out. Um, so let's see here. Where did I get to? Oh, okay. I also had another question from folks, and that was that like he was interested in knowing that our take on the the FTDs in between 2022 versus 2021 FTDs. What are your thoughts on it? I already gave also my thoughts on that, but
I
again,
mean, the FTDs are nowhere near the numbers that they were back in January and June of last year. So I don't know why people are there's YouTubers that are like freaking out about it. They're like, wow, there's whatever 2.6 million failure to delivers. Back in January and June of last year, there was like 50 some million, like 70 million, like in a week. And I mean, in a month time, you know what I mean, or the 2 week time period. And I mean, nothing came of that. So I think failure to deliver is basically just one of their until it gets taken care of, until somebody tells them that they can't do it anymore, it's gonna keep happening. That's my take on it. But even if it had some kind of any merit right now, I don't think 2.6 million failure to delivers would do anything.
Yes.
To the price target.
I like it. I like it. Hopefully this take, guys, can take that's another take on it as well. So my take, Jeffrey's take, everybody say obviously hello. I'm pretty sure it's a little too late for that now, but it's never too late until it's too late. So say hi and to our dear friend King Jeffrey. Well, my take on it was a mixture of many things. The thing is, all these FTDs, I don't believe that they're delivering on regardless, whether from last year to this year, because we've seen that the price of the stock haven't, been nowhere. And plus, all that stuff is still also being reported to us. We don't even know. Like some platforms are reporting something, some other platforms are reporting something else. It's creating confusion. At the end of the day, what those FTDs are, in my opinion, are also a reflection of how many shares are people holding that they think are real, but they're still not delivered. In other words, they're phantom or synthetic shares. Now, it doesn't matter, obviously, to you what you're holding, because at the end of the day, you paid for something, and when Judgment Day comes, all matters are going to be settled. When you sell it, that's how I think that they will be able to cover those FTDs, is by buying them back from the people that they have sold them to, and then that way they cover the tracks and everything that was in the pack. So like when in the future, after the MOAS, post MOAS, when people look back and try to see or find FTDs, they're naturally not going to find anything. Why? Because they will all sold back. That's my take on it.
They're gonna be. I don't know if you ever saw Common Sense Investors take on the fake shares, and he had the jar of his digestive. And so I don't know if you saw that. So basically, what he was saying is, the real shares, what'll happen is when somebody sells, they'll take those real shares and they'll put them into the jar, and then what'll happen is that will cover some of the phantom shares, like you're saying, the fake shares. So it will go away. Like the FTD will just be poof, gone. Like it won't have any paperwork or nothing. It'll just be gone. And that's how they're gonna to cover, obviously. So when people sell early, that's what they're gonna do, is they're gonna take those real shares and they're gonna match them with fake shares, and then just poof, they're gonna disappear, both of them.
Yes, and okay, so I mean, that's his take on it, and my tune is like my take is extremely similar to that, but it breaks it down, I think, in a more explanatory manner, which means at the end of the day, if whatever share they sold, whatever share that you or everybody else have purchased, whether it's in the background, whether it's a real, was part of the real float, or whether it's a synthetic, an FTD, the same shit. At the end of the day, when it's time for you to sell it, they're not going to send you back a message saying, oh, this is part of the FTDs. We didn't know that. You didn't know that. You're screwed. Of course, they're not going to do something like that. What they're going to do is they're going to process that order. But when they look at that share, they're just going to match it with whatever and it's going to be buried. So that when the post MOAS, when everybody looks back and say, let's look for some synthetics or let's look for FTDs, they're naturally not going to be there because they all got sold back and they covered them back. Which if this is true, and if you buy into this idea, that is that right there by itself is enough to let you think why this thing is a MOAS, because the amounts that they have to cover back, not only their shorts, but the fake crap that they sold, add that all into the same equation, into the price action of the ticker symbol, and you can only imagine the highs that it can go to. But they will never tell you something like this because they don't want you to get more greedy. What they're doing, and their game has been for the better part of 2 years now, is to go ahead and attack your conviction, create confusion, so that you no longer even have a conviction if you even had one to begin with. And where that happens now, they can possibly affect some people to go ahead and sell cheap. And again, we're not giving financial advice. I'm not telling people hold to the moon or whatever that moon price is. We're just trying to bridge the gap of understanding. And if you know the value of something that you're holding, then you have a better chance at selling it or evaluating it for a better price, for your own better price, whatever that price is. So that's basically what I was saying, and what the incubator is also coming up with. So hopefully that is good for everybody that is hearing. Let's see, what else do we have? We had a question from Future Whale, Jeffrey, and it was about, he worried about the tools that the feds have been given by the Congress. They're telling us that they exactly what they exactly are. What is it?
Did you say their toolbox? Jerome Powell's toolbox?
Yes. And what they're able to use them, that's how they stop the nickel squeeze or any of that stuff. So I had my take on it as well. I don't want to go ahead and keep responding them because I want to get to the other questions, but I'll be interested in knowing also, and everybody is interested in also knowing what's your take on it.
I think the Fed's toolbox and Jerome Powell's toolbox, it looks like my son's toolbox. They're Fisher Price tools. They don't do anything. They look good, but they don't do anything. I mean, obviously it's not doing anything for the for inflation, for gas prices, which inevitably is, I mean, and I don't know if you're talking about like them being able to use the halts and things like that as part of their toolbox with like the nickel squeeze, and then taking back half of the orders or whatever that were processed, or that, I don't know. See, I'm still kind of lost on that, because I heard somewhere that they only took back the orders that had not processed, and then I've also heard that they took back people's orders that had already processed and that were already in their accounts. So I don't know on that part of it. I'm not 100% for sure on that.
Right.
But like I said, at the end of the day, they've had a year and a half to prepare for this as well, and all of those policies that have gone into effect and things like that, where all these YouTubers are like, oh, this is for retail, and this, no, they've packaged it up, put a bow on it and everything, made it look like it's going to be good for retail, but I guarantee that it's going to have some effect on helping them to process this MOAS. So, you know what I mean? Like the clearing, whatever. Somehow it's going to benefit them. It won't benefit retail. It's just, I
see.
I could be wrong, but that's the way I look at it.
No, it's good. Okay, so but the point, the question here is more of, what the community is worried about, will the feds utilize this tactics or the toolbox to actually screw us off completely from this play? Do you have any worries about that, or do you buy into that theory?
Like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that it's gonna go to what it's gonna go to, but the problem is gonna be, like it's been from the beginning, is what are people gonna hold to, and how many people are gonna jump out when they see their account go from, you know, 200,000 back down to 90,000. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just crazy. You know what I mean?
Right.
So and even then, some people may not even get that high, whatever. But what I'm saying though is when you see those large, like ladder attacks and whatever, where it takes like, I mean, like who was it that said it? I think it was Lou that said it. It'll just be like and like just hit you in your chest where it takes your breath away. You're like, oh my god. You know what I'm talking about? Like, if you've
Yes.
ever, if you ever been like just like popped in the chest real fast and then like it took your breath away, you know what I'm talking about. But
Yes.
that's how it's gonna feel when you see that on the screen, you know, whether you hold to it or not. Because like I said, at the end of the day, uh, I mean, everybody's gonna do what's best for them, and it all comes down to what your what your risk tolerance is.
Well said. Well said. I like it. Yeah, I have a funny picture I might show you guys later to talk about the chest feeling and what Jeffrey was just relating to. It's all true. But we'll get to that in a sec. So I can get to more questions now. Neil Jones said, "I'm worried also about that, but I have placed my bets, and I'm more afraid of missing out than I am of losing. I know about Bitcoin. I knew about Bitcoin when it was cheap, and I didn't trust my instinct. I wouldn't make that same mistake. And by the way, Neil, kudos to you, brother. And I believe that we are on the right ship. So let's see where we land, or where we dock in this case. Lord Nemesis, how's it going, brother? I'm gonna also talk to you about Lord Nemesis. I want to tell you, I fully understand your take on that, and the reason why I reached out to you and I said I wanted to speak to you. If you want me to speak here, it's perfectly fine. I actually like it here because it's in front of everybody, just so you know it's like genuine and whatnot. My take is exactly for what you're going through and how you just went dark on the idea of many creators who are becoming more like, we're seeing more and more grifters. And trust me, I know some because I'm seeing them take some of my shit and go ahead and put it on their thing, and they don't even understand what they're re-saying. And the problem is, it's working on a lot of people. A lot of people I see that are interested in those clickbaits. That, okay, Moas tomorrow, we're gonna rock it in 2 days, whatever. Thumbnails like this. You guys know what I'm talking about. And people fall for that, and then next thing you know, you're seeing thousands of views on this stuff, and the person is doing nothing but taking content from other creators, and they're putting it in their content, and somehow they're putting a spin on it, and they put some weird thumbnail that makes no sense, and obviously it creates more confusion and amongst the community, which is obviously the main source of why people would flip over time, over a year and a half, almost 2 years. Lord, I want to tell you this. One, about this play, I don't care about the grifters. I don't care about the creators who say whatever they got to say. We're all here. If you're not here for this play, then whatever it is, your intents are not genuine, whoever you are out there. Now, from me to you, Lord, I'm going to tell you this so that hopefully this could give you a look on the inside of my mind of why I'm in this play. I'm not in this play because of any other creator. In fact, I've been here before many of these creators, most of these creators, actually. September of 2020, I've always been saying this from day one. Everybody knows it. And that's the thing. However, the reason why I'm in this, some of the reasons, and there's many. One, the amount of FTDs. to the amount of dark pool abuse that we're dealing with on a daily basis since over a year and a half ago. All these things tell me that there is something that has to be covered, and whatever I'm holding obviously has value to it. Now, at this point, I have only two things to think about. Will the government will the government stand by and let these people give me a middle finger, give everybody in the stock market the middle finger, all the apes and all the other hodlers? Because not all the apes are just in AMC or GME. There are other meme stocks, and there's many other stocks that are not meme stocks that are also being effed with. So at that point, I have two things to worry about. One thing, will the government stand by and let these people give the middle finger to everybody? The answer to that question from me personally is I don't see that being the case, because that would be equivalent to them shooting themselves in the head, not in the foot, because everybody will leave a stock market in general, not just a meme stock play. And then everybody will not even participate in no crypto market or nothing. They need retail because we are the whales. Yes, we are all many different entities. We're not just one hedge fund, but we are all together combined. The liquidity that we bring in is the whole market in general. Like 60% of it is probably, or we're 40% of this whole makeup of this pie. So if you take that chunk out, there's no economy. So I don't see them letting that happen. I see them letting so many things slide. Obviously, we've been in this madness for almost 2 years for me now. But the way I answered that is by getting more time. They're giving me more time to go ahead and load up more on my position. So for whatever that is worth, Lord Nemesis, that's just my take on AMC. If you have any other brother like things that you want to talk about on a personal point with me, obviously I've sent you the link to the Discord. You can always reach out to me. By the way, any of you guys can hop on our Discord in the incubator, and it's the AB Investments Incubator, and it's free. There's nothing to pay. You just join on there, and everybody can talk at all times. So if you ever have also a question or something to share, or even if there's a conference call that we all participate in and ask each other out, it's a great way besides just having to wait to the next live or the next video, right? So if you want to join the Discord, I can put that link in the bottom for you so that you guys could join if you would like. 1 second. Oh. One second, Jeffrey. I just 1 second, please. I gotta do something with a friend to join us in the incubator. This is gonna be cool, real cool. Sorry, I couldn't hear all the way. Sorry, brother Jeffrey. Because I switched my I'm not hearing you as much because I'm doing it on my phone, so I'm hearing you from the speaker of the phone because I'm trying to do something on the incubator itself, like to add the our friend. He's gonna be a surprise to everybody when he comes on, so I want to do this real quick. So I'm sorry if you see anything on the screen of the chat, please can you go ahead and just take that on real quick while I'm doing this, and I'll pop in and switch it back to my headphones. Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me tackle one for you real quick. Let's see. Okay, so Charlie B is asking, here's a question. Sorry, it's been discussed much earlier. If first sell is to cover investment, so riding on the house's money, then how you quickly account for tax cover? Just 2x, 3x, etc. Did you get the question? So it says, sorry, it's been discussed much earlier. If first sell is to cover investment, so riding on the house is money, then how you quickly account for tax cover? Oh, okay. I think I get what the question is. I couldn't understand it too first. I think the question is, if you are selling and you sold enough amounts of your shares, or let's say you sold enough shares just to cover your initial investment, and then you leave the rest on to ride and all that stuff, how do you account for the taxation in that process? Am I correct, Charlie? Hopefully that, because that's what I'm gathering from your question. Okay, perfect. I'm almost done with, yeah, finally I got it. All right, perfect. I think I was able to finally do this. And with that also being said, um, I want to go ahead and one second. Before I do this, let me make sure I am switched back on. Uh, ba, 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 ba. Sorry. Perfect. All right. So
Hey, what's going on?
everybody, please, welcome our
Oh,
man,
Mr.
Super
Super
Steven,
Steven. I thought that was
aka
you, bro.
just another ape.
What's up, guys? Can they hear us on the live?
Yes,
Yeah.
they could hear you on the live for sure.
Awesome.
Perfect, perfect. So thanks for taking the time out, Super Steven, to join us to try to obviously bridge the gap amongst the community to have a peaceful unification, as Mrs. Veronica in the chat have said, which I really love. And that's the ultimate message, is to try to get off as much, like get stop majority of the confusion that is happening from one creator to another, because ultimately the prize is the life-changing money for all the community. It's not just about whatever a particular hub or a particular creator. The ultimate prize is, why are we all doing this? In my opinion, for my take, I'm doing this so that like this whole YouTube thing is to make sure that we all have the best info amongst everyone, flowing from one branch to another, overall feeding the mother tree, which is the whole movement in this AMC, GME, and the meme stock saga. So ultimately, we all can make best educated decisions, on what is best for us, not necessarily, just be running in the dark, and then you hear one creator say this, and this one is lashing out on this one is yelling at Adam Aaron, this one is yelling at Gary Gensler, this one is yelling at the president or whatnot. I want to hear everybody's, questions or fears in here, and eventually try to tackle those, because it's not just about dishing out content for people to take on. I'm pretty sure they have worries, and I want to bring everybody up to speed so that way we have less gaps in between everyone, ultimately making a stronger community. And no more such thing as a paper hand or people who are weak conviction, because they know now a lot more, and whatever they're afraid of is answered. You see what I'm saying? So I hopefully this can be very fruitful. And really, thanks for taking the time out, Super, to join us.
No worries, man. And I 100% back everything AB just said. United we stand, divided we fall. It's typical strategies for these hedge funds. That's what makes these guys strong, these hedge funds, because they only got like 4 or 5 people sitting in a room, and it's easier to relay a message to a smaller amount of people, right? Versus us, we got 4 or 5 million people, so it's harder to unify us because everyone kind of goes into these sub communities, I call them. But I think with the right management, with the right common message, we can all get behind the common message, which is, we're trying to squeeze the stock. Let's keep it real, right? And if I hope
Yeah.
CS Trades is listening, yeah, like I was saying, things got a little hot in the past, but I 100% apologize, and I accept your apology, and I hope that you can come back to the community whenever you're ready. So let's close that chapter and open a fresh one.
Oh, all right. CS Trades is in the house. I didn't know this. How are you,
Yeah,
brother?
I saw that. So, kind of to piggyback on what Steven was saying is, and it kind of has something to do with people asking like, well, what kind of tactics are they going to use or whatever. Um, uh, at the end of the day, their number one tactic is going to be to divide and conquer, because, like Steven was saying, they can attack uh, smaller groups and get them out, and then they can work it that way. And if they can see that they can divide people, that's what they'll try to do, and that's what they've been trying to do with all these news articles and FUD articles being spin out. Is to try to divide the community and try to make them smaller than the 4 million. Because when we first started, like when Adam Aaron first said it was 4 million ape strong back in whatever June or whatever of last year, it may not have been that we were all fighting for the correct we were fighting the correct way. I mean, not everybody knew about the PFOF and all the things that we've uncovered over the year and a half, but we were all fighting together. Everybody was going at it together. You know what I mean? And I mean, in my opinion, we need to get back to that. Whether or not were obviously, content creators decided they had to go their own direction so that way they could keep their particular sub count or whatever, or views or whatever. But um, for the movement perspective, we all need to be united together, because that's what was scaring Wall Street, was the fact that they had 4 million people and they were all saying the same thing. And now, like, I mean, you see one creator saying one thing, another creator saying another thing, and this and that, and like Steven said, you have these smaller sub uh, communities that are trying to strategize their own way, and so it's like everybody's divided, and we need to get back united, because united we're so much stronger. My pastor always says we could do together what we could never do alone, and it's so true. You know, uh, there, there's more that can be accomplished in numbers than individually.
I agree, 100%. This is exactly the roots of this whole idea, and why I wanted to do this, and totally can re-echo every single letter. Now, I don't mean to obviously be rude here, but sometimes it happens by default or by mistake. Super Steven, could you please tell everybody that is in here, your channel as well, stuff. Please talk about your channel in here, brother, because Super Steven puts out quality intel, quality info, and I think everybody needs to be. If you're not already hipped, you need to be hipped. And I'll give the floor to Super Steven to say about obviously how you could get there, or what exactly the name of the channel.
Thank you, AB. So hello everybody. My name's Super Steven. You guys probably heard of me at this point in the community. But I recently changed my channel name to Just Another Ape, and the reason is because I just kind of like the ring of that, because at the end of the day, we are all just another ape. We some may know certain things, some may be more experienced, less experienced. It doesn't matter, because we all are, we're all combined to this movement, so regardless of where you're at in your trading journey, we can all learn from each other. And speaking on content creators, it's okay to disagree. I disagree with, I'll be honest, 90, sometimes 95% of what I hear in the community, but I still love everyone equally. I still listen to everyone equally, and it's important to accept constructive criticism, because none of us get it right, including myself. And always double check, always do your own investigation, because even the smartest people will make errors here and there. So it's okay, if some people, they have different directions with their channel. Some are more on the entertainment side, some are more on the trading, or some are just straight investors. There's different types of people. So find where you're comfortable, find where you're weakest, because then you can draw strength from that. And if you guys want to subscribe, that's my channel handle, is Just Another Ape. I just put out a video on Bed Bath and Beyond. I know it's a stock many are not talking about right now, but I think in the future it might be something worth looking at if you guys are into GME or Ryan Cohen or any of that saga, because they're going through something similar to what GameStop went through. So if that interests you, check out that video.
Yes, very, very, very juicy for sure. I think you and I spoke on a personal call a few times before, and I think Super Steven, my take on BBBY. I'm just as interested in it. In fact, obviously, I have a position in the play. The community members know this in here, but I re-echo exactly what you're talking about, and I want to encourage everybody to go and watch that video, because it is juicy and it has a lot of great breakdowns. So thank you for that, Super Steven. Let's see in here. Bonnie R. What's the title of this New Zealand video? I'd like to watch it later. It's right there. Lord of the Rings, The Shire. It's about 2 hours long, so yes. I'm getting a lot
Wouldn't
of
it be
questions
wonderful to
about
go to
that.
New Zealand, huh?
Man, it's a beautiful place, dude. Yes, it would be
Yeah.
wonderful. I mean, all this scenery, the country, the ecosystem there, everything is just wonderful. It's like heaven on earth. I would love to buy a house, you know, in a shire afterwards there.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Well, after post MOAS, everybody will be able to do that kind of stuff. So if this scenery is great, well, nobody needs to sell you on it right there. You see it. Let's see. Oh, I'm just now getting to CS Trades comments. Welcome in the house, Cam. Let's see. Corbin Dallas, how are you, brother? And I know it's not a question, but since SNDL is gonna blow people's minds. Now, I can think of here's the thing about that, Corbin. One thing you have to think about is one, their number one battle now is against B&D listed. Okay. And by the B&D listed, that doesn't mean it goes, you know, bankrupt. No, it just goes to the OTC markets. But to stay in the NASDAQ, they have to obviously maintain over $1 average on their stock. Now, the thing is, I personally have seen with my own eyes their own CEO mention before that they will do whatever it takes to fill or meet those requirements, which is up to, I think it was like in August, the due date for that. And they're ready to even do a reverse stock split if it means them having to be above the dollar, if it results in them being above $1. And when he says something like that, I can almost assure you from experience, they are going to do something like that. Now, that's not necessarily a very bad thing here, because it technically is if you have a conviction in the play, and clearly from reading of your comment, you do have that, you're not lacking any conviction, then there's many ways to approach this. For example, let's say I had 1,000 shares in Sundial, and I feel like they're going to do a reverse stock split. While the price right now is in the 30 cents in these low ranges, I probably, if the stock split is going to be 3-1 or 5-1 or whatever, 10-1, there is a way to kind of mitigate that by right now averaging down with more. Like, let's say I can triple my position. I can have 3,000 shares of Sundial so that when they eventually do their reverse stock split, my same amount that I've originally had in mind does not change. But the beautiful part here is when it is there, and let's say the play does squeeze, as again, your conviction is the most important piece of this whole equation. And it does squeeze after, you still have that many shares, XYZ amount of shares, even after they do the reverse stock split, and you still will sell it for whatever number. So the most important part of this whole thing is the conviction. Do I think they're going to go bankrupt? Hell no. I've seen the company and what kind of acquiring they're doing. They acquired an alcohol liquor distillery. They've acquired another cannabis, or they're in the process of finalizing another cannabis company. If I'm not mistaken, who was it? Was it Tilray or them that is acquiring Hexo? Does anybody know in that incubator?
Um, I personally have not been keeping up with SNDL. It
Okay.
doesn't mean that I don't like the stock or anything, but I'm more waiting for political reasons to invest in cannabis sector at all.
To be
But I
to
do
be to
like
be
Tilray.
valid.
It seems like Tilray is like the leader, or Aurora Cannabis is the other one. But I have nothing against SNDL. I mean, it's kind of got that run-up factor where at any moment it can jump to $1, $2, and I guess if you're in it for that, I mean that'd be a good thing. But I do want to say something on buying the dip because you mentioned that, and by no means I don't want this to sound bearish, but I just want you guys to understand this for your trading psychology. So buying the dip, you know, with AMC and GME, we've kind of trained ourselves as a community to always buy the dip, right? And that's a good thing when we're all together and we're all dedicated, right? But you guys got to realize some of these other meme stocks, some of these other trades, or even if they're completely out of the meme stock realm, buying the dip is not necessarily a good idea. So for my personal trading strategy, I always tell myself, find a reason. Find a reason to buy the dip. If you have no reason to buy the dip, buying the dip typically can lead to further losses. And depending on your psychology and your bankroll, you should take that into consideration. So I'll always wait for fundamental news or some kind of um, catalyst or something to make me feel like it's worth it. Because if it's not worth it, you're almost better off allocating that capital elsewhere or simply just having more cash available to trade. I know that was a
Perfect,
lot.
perfect. No. That was perfect, brother. Yes. Now, here's also the thing for all this, guys. As far as for the sundial or SNDL, Corbin, if you had your conviction in the play, and this is the beauty of having the incubator here at your disposal, guys, the viewer, is that you can also hear more than one take on things, and now we can rub those two cells together and see what makes more sense to each person, and that way we can flow the info amongst everyone. Now the thing is, with Sundial, like I said, um, I believe that Super Stevens' legal things that he's waiting for is for the legalization of marijuana. And I think the very important thing to pay attention to as well for everyone, obviously, is when obviously we're going into a great, most likely a Great Depression. We already got a recession in, but most likely we're heading to another huge Great Depression, like the 1920s style, or even higher than that, honestly. Um, you're gonna see the government wanting, obviously money is gonna be very scarce and they're gonna want as much money as they could get. What is one thing that they can legalize that they can make so much money off taxing it instead of obviously letting it go without making any profits? The federal government, that is. If they legalize marijuana, they could easily make so much money in just taxing that industry left and right, which opens the doors for all these leaders. And yes, Super Steven for sure. Tilray is the apex. It's like AMC in the movie industry. It's the same thing in the marijuana industry. They have they merged. They bought out Afaria last year, which was a big acquisition. They've also further extended their arm and reach, and now they're doing something with Hixo as well. So as far as a conglomerate in that industry, yes, the apex is Tilray for sure. But all these players like Sundial, Aurora Cannabis, there was another. There is so many of them that just can't come to the top of my head. All these have their market as well, but they're waiting for one thing. Marijuana gets legalized, in my opinion, you're gonna see good weird stuff happen in that industry. But at that point, are you in or are you not in? And again, Corbin Dallas, if you have that conviction, then all these things could be catalysts also to your investment. Uh, Let me see something here. Tally Foreman, yeah, happy drinks to you as well. Neil, everybody can join the incubator after obviously you use the Discord first. We got to know everybody, talk with everybody, get to know everybody, and then eventually become, like get to the incubator, and which is not levels or anything, but eventually, yes, people can talk, people can bring out their things, and there is a section where some certain segments where I will have where everybody that's going to be able to get into the incubator so that we can have a dialogue, and it will be sent live so that everybody else who wants to hear what the conversation is about will be on that. But in today's segment, it's basically I have certain guests, and those guests are, as you can see, the guests of honor in here, and they are bad boys and studs. As you guys could hear, like I got personally a lot to learn from these gentlemen, and I'm very very fortunate that I have them also within the incubator as well. That's why it's called the incubator. Uh, all naming rights go to my friend Pantheon. So Pantheon, appreciate the name and appreciate the design as well. You're a gem to the community. Uh, we got ready for some Moas saying, "What's up, everyone? Is it Monday yet? What do you think, Incubator?"
There's no trading Monday, right?
Yes. No trading. What do you think, Jeff? I think Jeff is listening to us right now
Glad
instead
you're
of talking.
listening. Yeah.
Yes.
Um, I think when that day comes where they legalize marijuana, you're going to see a bump across the entire sector. Now, in these kind of speculative, I call them highly speculative risk plays,
They are.
I personally do not own any marijuana stocks, full disclaimer. However, if you are interested in that sector, I would come up with some personal reasons, 3 to 5 that you can honestly say, this is why I like this company, and be prepared to hold it for 3 years because we face it, we don't know when legalization is going to happen. So you want to be in those plays before the announcement happens so you can benefit from that run up because if you're in it afterward, you're chasing at that point. So that's the thing about stocks. You got to be in before the first move, especially when you're dealing with speculative assets. And I would recommend, going for your more established names because those one will get the most amount of boost first.
Yes, especially after a big markdown. This is a very interesting point, guys. Yes, indeed. Like when the market crashes completely, and you see stocks like Tesla, Amazon, all these household names that you know for a fact the world they're not going to go nowhere in this world. Uh, when they're going to be at stupid low prices, at that point, you're going to ask yourself, what is more safe or what is the best ride here or the best wave to surf here? Is it these stocks or that stock? Or is it going to be something that is still obviously speculative, as Mr. Super Steven have mentioned, and, riding that doubt? Well, at that point, if you have conviction in these value stocks, I would like to call them, and the very sure household stock held stocks, then at that point, yes, it makes a very good point. I would rather hold, for example, I would hold a Microsoft or a Amazon at a price of whatever. Let's say hypothetically speaking, Amazon was to drop to $50 a share. I know it did a stock split or reverse stock split, so therefore it was now it's around 100 and what 118, 130, something like that. 104, 105, something like that. So if it was to continue dropping and on equivalence per share, it goes to like 40, 50, $30 in those ranges. For me, like I'm betting on the ride up at that point. So it's not just going to be something where it's going to be overnight, but I'm betting on the ride up, and that's an opportunity because that's really where opportunities are made. Is in those moments when that crash happens, you get out of MOAS, and if the market is something suitable for you, and you think that the market, this is obviously in general for everyone, is a place that you can relive in and think that okay, it's going to be a better marketplace to invest in, then you're going to have so many things at your disposal. You just pick and choose and see which ones you're willing to ride back up as the market tries to recover. Obviously, Do you
Um,
agree, Super?
so this is yeah, I do agree. But I want to add a couple things. So you know, with the bull run of 2021, we had so many new investors coming into the market. So a lot of those new investors, they haven't experienced down cycles like one we're in or going into right now. And that's really important because, in a bull market, you're getting a lot of the benefit of the doubt. It's like running with the wind at your back. You get that extra push on even the slightest news. And it can make people feel like a genius. Now, if you're day trading, you often get the benefit of the doubt with the patterns or with the TA, whatever you want to call it. But in down markets, it's like you're going against the wind. So when you're going into a speculative risk stock in a down market, you got to have an extremely long-term mindset. And the reason is because the institutions or the smart money, they're not interested in highly speculative stocks in a down market. And in a bull market, they are. So if you really like the company and you want to get it cheap, you got to have a long-term mindset. And you might get your run up, just have a plan, At the end of the day, it's have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you're more likely to make mistakes.
1000%. 1000%, brother.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else do we have here? Uh, Oh, thanks, Jeff Nickel. Thank you. Tilray is acquiring Hexo. Okay, thank you for that. Uh, let's see. Corbin Dow's the same. Buy the dip, not the hillsides.
Oh, I will say
uh,
about when say you get your legalization on marijuana stocks and
yes.
all of them are going up, right? At the same time. Smart money is going to look for the stocks that have the strongest balance sheet. So retail, we tend to, we're apes, right? We buy things off of social sentiment. We do things differently. Well, these institutions, they don't care about social sentiment. They often just look at balance sheets and that's it. That's all they look at. So what I would recommend is get used to looking at a balance sheet. Go to SNDL's website, go to their investor relations page, dig into these reports. If you're not willing to dig into these reports, in my opinion, you have no business holding the stock, straight up, because you need to know how long it takes to get this company profitable. And the reason I say that is because if the company's profitable and you get that catalyst, that's when you can really come in the money. And those are typically the stocks that smart money or the big money will come into first. They're going to push the heavy money into the stocks that have good balance sheets. So I don't know SNDL's financial situation, but like say Tilray, for example, is doing better financially, that stock is going to get more of a push in the event of a catalyst. So you have to understand the relationship between balance sheets, cash flow, gross margins, and how a catalyst can affect it. You can't just look at social sentiment and believe it's going to go up because, yeah, you might get lucky that it can happen. In a bull market, it can happen. But in a bear market, you're throwing a dart in the dark. Like you could hit the target theoretically, but do you want to risk your hard-earned capital on it? So these are just little things I'm dropping for that hopefully you guys can take something value away from it.
Yeah, those are gold mines, man. Appreciate those drops. I mean, and it makes to me it makes a lot of sense, guys. Too. This is my also me sharing also my 2 cents on that same or further back in that same view. I mean, think of it. Me as a I will take it to another example. I own two small businesses at this moment currently. One of them throughout my life, that's been my dream. And I've been open and selling businesses and starting different ones, different sectors, and all that kind of stuff. Just love the entrepreneur life. Here's the thing, when people approach to buy your business, because I've been in spots where I never purchased a business. I've always started my own and raised it from the bottom up, and then always been in a position where other people will come and try to offer me to buy my business. One of them was that hookah bar cafe that I had. It's called Paradise Cafe. It was in Cincinnati, right across the street from University of Cincinnati. Literally right across the street from the university. And I raised it from literally when it had cracks in the hardwood floor and spider webs all over the building. Nobody wanted it. It was empty for like 3 years. And I came in and, I was like, I see something potential in this, and here's what I'm going to do. And I worked on it, had it for about 5 to 6 years. Obviously, primed after a year into it, gave it my all. I was hosting some NBA teams sometimes. I have pictures with some of the Cleveland Cavaliers players, Kyrie Irving, and some of them. I know. Some of you in here, basketball minds, you're thinking about Kyrie Irving mindset and what he's going through right now with the New York Nets. But anywho, from my business perspective, whenever I started getting suitors, people who wanted to come and buy the business, they want something that is running and they see it being successful. The first and most important question they will ask, sometimes they will beat around the bush, but eventually the elephant in the room is going to be, what are your sales and what is your net profits? Now, the net profits are, to them, is secondary because each person can cut out a pie differently. But the most important thing, what are your sales? In other words, relating it to the stock, to also what Super Steven, to reiterate also what Super Steven was saying, they care about the balance sheets. If the business is not bringing in anything, how can they evaluate it at whatever price? So they can evaluate the strength of a business, or if they want to purchase that business or even throw an offer for that business based on the income that is coming in, the sales. If you have a lot of sales, I can net 20% profit out of my sales. This other person can get the same sales, but can net probably 30% profits because of, tuning in a few things here and there and changing some things here and there. And that's what's important. Ultimately, the most
Yep.
important thing, the elephant in the room, are the balance sheets. You were gonna say
And
something?
exactly. And here's another thing. If you're a CEO, you have one job, especially if it's retail. So like let's take Bed Bath and Beyond for example. Triton, the former CEO, he got fired. Why did he get fired? Because he had declining sales. At the end of the
Yep.
day, you're put in a position of power to sell, and if you can't sell, that's it. They don't care about your whatever you've done, like a share buyback. They don't care about other fundamentals. If you can't push those numbers, it's the end of it's toast, you know? And here's another thing. Institutions, they don't think like us. Retail traders, we don't think the same as them. So, you know how with AMC GME, we're focused on a MOAS, we're focused on improving fundamentals and a lot of different things. Institutions, they look at two things. They look at their goal for the end of the year and they look at the balance sheet in relation to that. And they set a goal at the beginning of the year, and if it doesn't hit that goal at the end, they cut their loss every single time. And that goal is very small. You know, with AMC, we're trying to get these 50%, 100% gains, and an institution is looking for 5% because they have millions of shares. And an AB is saying 30%. That is like insane gains in their mind. They're looking at 30% like that could take care of their customers for a year. So, you know, they're dealing with a different amount of money. It's a different mindset. And that's why they're not willing to sometimes put their money in speculative risk assets. They'll just go for the big dog. They'll go for the tlry's. They'll go for the Arroyo cannabises. Now, AMC is a little different. We are the big dog. And that's why I love this
Yes.
stock because our competition is Cinemark and it's Regal. And they don't have, I don't know if you guys know this, an international presence. So AMC dominates the box office overseas. We have the largest cut of market share possible in the movie theater industry. So where is money going to go if there's a catalyst at all in the movie theater industry? AMC. So you got to think, is it going to go to Cinemark or is it going to go to AMC? So as an investor, you got to think, you have to anticipate where is the big money going to go because before the meme stock saga and the GME short squeeze and all this stuff, retail has always piggybacked the bigger money. So it's a good habit in understanding how the market flows and where the money's going to go. It's at the end of the day, we are just following the money, but the difference is as a community, we have switched the game up. You know, we've added that what I call an X factor. We have the X
Yes.
factor right now by restricting these shares. So we're really
Yes.
lucky to have each other. You can't honestly find another stock in this market besides arguably GME that have what we have. So I think, you know, it's very important that we stick together. And as AB was saying earlier, you know, there was 4 million confirmed apes with 120 shares last year. I mean, that was last year. So I think it's only gotten better from here and we're moving in the right direction. So in conclusion, you want a company that's moving in the right direction, but you also want a company that doesn't have stiff competition. Like that competition can burn you. Um, Whenever I'm looking for a stock outside of AMC, some of the top three things I'm looking for is who am I competing against? That's critical. If you're going up against stiff competition, like I said, in the event of a catalyst for the whole entire sector, you may be diminishing your returns. So it's something to consider.
Yep. 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 I 100% agree. And funny thing is, funny on a funny note, didn't AMC buy out some Regal cinemas last year?
I'm not sure about Regal specifically, but it has reacquired theaters that it sold off prior during when they needed money in 2020. They
Yeah.
lost theaters in 2020 and they regained theaters back. But AMC's actually been cutting down. They've been slimming down their theaters, and I think that's a good
Yes.
thing because starting to switch their business model to quality over quantity. I don't know if you guys have seen the Dolby Cinema, the laser light projections that's coming in quarter 4, or the real moneymaker that we've recently got that no one's talked about is the Grove. I don't know if you guys have been in Los Angeles, but the Grove is a luxury retail shopping center, and they acquired. It was formerly known as ArcLight Theaters. They acquired that theater and now we have an AMC in the heart of Los Angeles. So if you look at our revenue on the balance sheets and you dig in, you'll notice that AMC makes their money very few ways. We make our money through Marvel primarily. That's where our bread and butter is. Marvel movies and Pixar movies typically. And from the high-end cities, like LA, New York, we have an AMC in Town Square. We have that brand recognition, and brand recognition is powerful. Brand recognition can sometimes carry you to very high share prices alone. And that's what Warren Buffett, some of these long time investors, they will invest in a company even if it has a bad balance sheet if the brand recognition is strong enough. Like take a look at Coca-Cola, pays dividends for the last 100 years. They've had their downs. I mean, there's been a lot of times where soda goes in and out of popularity, but their brand is so strong, and it's just Pepsi competing against them. So that's what you're
Did
looking
you?
for, guys, is you want to find stocks that have low competition, a dedicated retail shareholder base, and you want to know how they make their money. That's critical.
Speaking of Coca-Cola, did you see that secret vault, that Coca-Cola infamous vault that they have where they hide the Coca-Cola recipe in, apparently?
No, I did not. That's funny though.
Dude, you have to check it out on YouTube. This thing is amazing. It's like huge. It's huge. It's huge. And it has all sorts of like laser technology outside of it and everything. And apparently it's just hiding the secret recipe to Coca-Cola. Believe it or not. It's
That's
one of the
nuts.
craziest things I have ever seen in my whole life. And when I talk about a vault, Super Steven, I'm talking about a vault that's like the ones that you see in movies where they do money heists and stuff. It's like huge, and they got like all this laser technology outside. So if anything moves, it can like motion sensor everything, and so crazy. Just search it and look at it on YouTube. You will laugh your ass off because it's like what all this to hide what a CO2 formula or a Coke, a soda pop formula. There must be something incredibly bad, not good, in this
Nice.
thing in order for them to be hiding it that. Because
Yeah.
imagine if it comes out and next thing you know, like we've seen companies like this, like in the past, put Coke. What product had cocaine in it back in the days? Um,
Coca-Cola, right?
yeah.
Yeah. I
So
think
now we're
Elon Musk
like,
made a funny comment about that the other day, actually. But
dude, that's
yeah, guys,
hilarious.
that's the key. I mean, to be honest, if you just took that piece of information, which is look for stocks that have low competition, look for strong balance sheets and brand recognition, if you just did that and you cost averaged over the rest of your life, say you get your MOAS money and you want to be more conservative, that alone can cause a compounding effect that can make you wealthy. It's just the discipline, and yes, it is boring to find those kinds of stocks, but it's a necessity to life, you know. As we go further into the future, the US dollar tends to become weaker due to inflation. So your only chance, in my opinion, is compounding interest. It's like don't they call it the 10th wonder of the world or something? Compounding interest.
Yep. um, well said, super. Come on, guys. I know you guys have questions, so please, guys, go ahead and put in your questions in here. While we're in here, obviously the incubator is obviously at your disposal. AB's at your disposal, guys. We're having great conversations here, and sometimes if there are no, while there are questions coming out, I'm obviously gonna go ahead and continue, to raise out some of the questions or some of the like things that we've been hearing around, and even Super Steven and Jeffrey obviously can chime in and bring up a question, to the table that they are thinking about, because we all are one. Like what goes in your mind is perhaps not what's going on in my mind, but it's definitely very good since our money is in the same play. It's very good to both or all of us be in on the same thing. Again, the motive of all of this is to bridge the gap between all the hodlers of this movement, whether GME, AMC, or any meme stock. At the end of the day, or even crypto, at the end of the day, if you are in the stock realm or the crypto realm, whatever, you must have some sort of questions. And if you do, this is the best place and time to bring these things in. And by the way, guys, just so you guys will all know, there is no question that you could possibly ask that is either too little or too big. Please do not worry or think about what this is, like on the chat, or who's gonna look at your question and think some type of way or whatever. I personally am encouraging you. It doesn't matter what level you're at, what you know and what you don't know. The most important thing here is to again bridge that gap of knowledge about the stock or about the process, obviously to the best of our knowledge, and move together as one. That way, we have less uh, open ground or gray areas that obviously the other side can attack and expose, because they can create small little fires here and here and here. And if they're not attended, I mean, if we're always going to look within the community like California does with wildfires, wait for some piece of crap that just dumps a cigarette butt somewhere in the middle of the forest. Next thing you know, you got like hundreds of thousands of acres that are burning, and people being moved, and some houses even brought down just for that one person doing this. The best way to tackle any of these situations in life is to bridge that gap so that we can't just keep reacting to small fires within the community. If the whole community is dealt with from the get-go like this, and everybody is flowing the info and bringing in more people to, so that we all can put the info that we know together and see what the most possible outcome. I mean, what you know might be more than what I know. And if I know something you don't know, but you know something else, I just gave you some new intel, and you can also bring in your intel, and you just gave me something new. So the beautiful part about this is we are all learning together, and we're all going to come up to the same speed. So please, guys, whatever question you have, it's a question. If you're thinking about it, if you're asking it to yourself, it's a question worth asking to everyone else, because odds are somebody else is probably thinking the same question.
We just got a good one from Jeff Nickel. He wants my opinion on AMC market or limit sell.
All
I
right,
see this question a lot.
go for it.
Oh man, that's gonna. Okay, so here's the thing. It's gonna depend on you, you know. So when you're dealing, I don't know if your experience with selling or your experience with buying, but I don't know if you've ever put in a limit order or a market order. So I'm gonna assume that you've done both and you know the difference. Okay, so in the event of a short squeeze, in my opinion, this is my opinion only, I want to do the least amount of thinking possible when I go to sell my shares. Okay. So what I mean by that is I don't want to have to double think anything, or because when you have a lot of anxiety, because you're naturally going to have anxiety as the price is rising and it's going out of control, you're going to feel anxiety, whether you're buying, you're holding, you're selling, it doesn't matter. You're going to feel nervous, right? So when you're nervous, you tend to make mistakes. It's like, I don't know if you've ever been in a high pressure situation, maybe any kind of like life or death situation, or something is shocking you, right? And you don't know how to react. In that case, you want to do the simplest things, because in the event that your anxiety is through the roof, like it will be on AMC squeeze day, you're it's going to sound silly, but the first thing to go are your motor skills. You're going to be in this state of euphoria, you know, especially when you've seen money in your account possibly that you've never seen before. Okay, so now without that being said, limit order or market, everyone's going to tell you in this community, I've heard it all over the place, limit order, because they're trying to guarantee certain prices, and I respect that opinion 100%. But here's the thing. We don't know when the price will go down. We don't know whether there'll be gap ups or gaps downs. And if for anyone who's new to limit orders, gap up or gap downs can miss your limit order and you may not get filled. It's very possible, and I'm not saying that for FUD, I'm saying that because that's how trading works. You are not guaranteed a fill on a limit order. So you have to keep that in mind. If you're willing to take that risk to have that certain price, that's going to be on you. That's the risk you're willing to take. But understand that you're not guaranteed a fill on a limit order. Now, for me, when my anxiety is high, I'm a very nervous person naturally. So that worries me slightly. Now, with a market order, you have the problem where you may get filled at a lower price, right? We all know that you have the chance of getting filled at a price that you may not be comfortable with. So I'm going to give you what my personal preference is, and it's actually market order. And that's different than what you're going to hear most of the time. it's because I want to guarantee a fill, and I know a lot of people want the highest possible price. I want the highest possible price, but I don't want to have to think about that extra step, which is, did I get filled? I don't want that question in my head, and I'm willing personally to take a lower price to get filled and guarantee my attendees than to get a higher than to put in a limit sell order and not get filled. That idea is terrifying. The idea that I put in a limit order and then God forbid it gaps down and now I'm just, at the bottom and I'm like, wow, I don't know what to do. And then I'm sitting in a state of despair. So for me personally, I'm going to market order, and full disclosure, I hold a substantial amount of shares. So I personally think with a more conservative mindset. Now I know not everyone feels the way I do about that, but that's my opinion is I want to think the least amount possible, and that I want a very easy selling process. So market order is more appropriate for my mindset. Thank you for that question.
That lovely, very, very, very lovely. I also would like to add also onto that question is it, this also guys ties into the idea of walking in with a plan. If you don't walk in with a plan, obviously then it's going to be tough. The reason why so many times I personally have said that I always like to get my initial investment out, because that removes a lot of that pressure that Super Steven was just elaborating on off of my shoulders. In fact, back in June of 2021, I had plenty of options that were onto, for example, AMC. And when you start seeing those ludicrous numbers, you are gonna have a crazy, like, your thoughts are gonna be, and your feelings are gonna be bouncing off each other. The crazy thing is, the higher it goes, and this is the weirdest part, I can give you guys this just from a personal experience. When it gets to the top, like whatever the top is, so let's say, so when I seen it in, those options are evaluated, like each option personally that I've had then was, I purchased it probably for like $15 or $14. And next thing you know, right now, I'm able to sell it for $4,000 or $5,000. You guys see the markup here on those percentages? So the percentages are through the roof. They're in the thousands of percent. They're not anything like the markup. So like at that point, obviously a lot of things are going through my mind and my emotions. But when the higher it goes, the harder it becomes for you to actually press the sell button. This was weird for me. I've experienced that then. So I don't know how many more people experienced that feeling before, but if you haven't yet, keep that in the back of your head as well. You're going to be literally at some point fighting yourself to try to sell rather than to hold. It's going to be much easier to hold than to sell. And this is weird. I cannot explain it, but that's what was happening. Obviously, eventually I was able to defeat my arm into pressing that button. Of course, I've never sold any shares from September of 2020 since I was in here. And I told you guys all my plan, as in the more time they give us, that's more time for me to further strengthen my position in the stock. That way I can go ahead and be less riskful on the whole thing, because that way I could tackle out my initial investment out at some point, and then I could easily ride out and see where this could take us. Now, one thing I always also said was timing the top is going to be a loser's game in the squeeze. A lot of people, I've seen it around. I'm pretty sure Super Steven have seen this around as well, and Jeffrey have seen this around, in where people are saying sell on the way down, don't sell on the way up. And the scariest thing about this, guys, is most of these people that are giving out these ideas are people who have never been in a short squeeze, in my opinion, humbly and respectfully. But the drop after the top, like on the way down, is not like your normal, you think that it's going to go like just normal numbers. No, it's going to be a falling knife, and nothing, not even a limit order can hold it from going deeper and deeper. It will pierce through it. And you might not even get a fill, as Super Steven also was elaborating on just a little bit ago. So that's another important thing to keep in the back of your head. Not trying to give any financial advice here or any of that on it, but keep it in the back of your head. if you are timing the top, whatever, however, whatever things or dynamics you're using to do that, hopefully it works best for you. But just giving you my 2 cents on it, guys. Timing the top in a squeeze play, especially like this squeeze play, is going to be the most dangerous thing you can do, and possibly the worst thing you could do in your
The
in this whole trade. Elaborate more. You have something to say,
yeah.
Steven?
Um, you guys got to understand this. Timing the top is just as difficult as timing the bottom. It's equally impossible. So once you realize that your goal is no longer to time the bottom or to time the top, you automatically relieve yourself of the anxiety, right? Because naturally, we want to sell as the highest possible price, but that may not be the most um, realistic plan. It's not going to relieve your anxiety. The goal for me is to relieve the most amount of anxiety, so therefore I can make the trade the safest, right? Because at the end of the day, you want to survive this. So think of it like a roller coaster. The higher it goes, the higher the risk. Because it's riskier when you're at the top of the roller coaster rather than when you're at the bottom. So acknowledge that the higher you believe the share price will go, that you need to take that risk into consideration. So, a lot of people have different strategies, but you just have to have a plan for no matter what happens. Have a plan if it goes to 70, have a plan if it goes to 700, and have a plan if it goes to 7,000, because it doesn't matter. You need to have all three plans set in place mentally. So when the catalyst comes, when the day comes, you have already decided. You don't want to decide in the middle of the squeeze. If you're in the decision making process while the price is running up, you're more likely to make mistakes. And that's not what I want to see. I want to see apes survive this, because at the end of the day, there will be another stock, there will be another short squeeze, there will be some sort of thing that we rally around as a community. So at the end of the day, it's surviving the ride. You're on a roller coaster, you know what's going to happen. However, it's up to you to make sure that you're going to be there at the end of the ride. It's like I always say, it's a game of musical chairs. You know the music's going to turn on, but you also know it's going to turn off. So just make sure you have a chair.
Yes, yes. I love it. I think I seen another question for you as well, Super Steven. It was right after that. Where am I? I think it jumped on me, the comments. Oh, yes. We got Arthur Martin. He asked, what's your opinion on the government or DTCC cap and share price? Do you have any thoughts on, do you think that they will do something like that? Or what are your thoughts?
Um, I don't like the idea of capping necessarily, because I feel like that inherently puts um, an idea out there that we can only reach a certain price and that's the end of the story. And I don't like that, because you know that the truth is none of us know how high it can go. However, there is always that potential, right, of intervention, whether it's from your broker, whether it's from the SEC or DTCC, however it is, right? But it goes back to what I was saying earlier is Arthur, do you have a plan? Because I already have a plan in the event that the short squeeze is capped, right? So you have to take all that into consideration when you go to sell. If they do decide to do it, I think we both know what most likely will happen, right? So you're going to have an uproar by retail. You're going to have all kinds of stuff. But honestly, I do believe that that won't be an issue. At the end of the day, I think AMC is going to break its all-time high, and it will go to a high number. We none of us know how high of a number, but I personally believe it'll go to a number that is very high, and most apes will make the right decision. At least I hope they will, because you guys have been listening to AB, people in the community that have been giving you some good insight on this situation. So I hope that gave you some clarification.
I love it. I love it. Let's see, what else do we have in here? Broke Ape, how are you, brother? Nice to see you in here and everyone else. By the way, guys, I'm also seeing the other comments. Thank you so much for all the props and for the sweet and kind words that you guys are doing or putting in here. I see all of them, and trust me, it means the world to me. Um, as the question in here says, I've seen from Oh, Big Daddy Smurf is throwing a shout out to Super Steven, saying, please post that fake squeeze website you showed some people so people can practice when it squeezes. I guess have you posted some website that trains people on squeeze?
I have not, but there's a simulator website that
Okay.
simulates prices rising. And you can like set it to a figurative number, but it's a little bit for entertainment, of course. But psychologically, like I was saying, when you start seeing those zeros, man, especially if you've never had 100 grand before, I know it sounds like that's like a low number, of course, what we're going for, but things change, when those zeros hit the account. So like I said, just have a plan, no matter how many zeros. It's regardless of how many zeros hit the account, the plan shouldn't change. The trading strategy is not a reflection of the amount of money you receive. That's the difference. Like a lot of people say, I don't want to sell unless I get to X target. And I understand that viewpoint, but I'm looking at it from a perspective of I have a strategy and it's separate from the amount of money in the account. I'm looking at more percentages and momentum of how the stock's performing. I'm not thinking, oh, I have to have X amount of share price or this or that. If you remove the numbers from the equation and you look at percentages, I feel like it reduces the anxiety of a short squeeze. Because if you're looking at only numbers, like 10,000 a share or something like that, you're kind of just waiting for something, and
And even when
you
it gets to
honestly don't know.
10,000,
Like,
yeah, and when it gets to 10,000, they might even be like, oh, well, why don't I wait for 20? Right?
yeah, and you start to play this mental, I call that mental gymnastics, right? And what does that do? You're overthinking, and what does that do? That induces stress, right? And that makes your anxiety go up. And like I said, that makes you more likely to make mistakes. So you want to clear that air, and I call that tunnel vision. When you're dealing with big money, because we are going to run into something similar to that, you want to clear out that tunnel vision so you can see it for what it is and trade it accordingly. At the end of the day, we know AMC is going to give us a number. The market gives you a number. It's up to you to take it, you know? And I've learned in my experience to take what the market gives you rather
Yes.
than what you personally want. So that's just my personal experience.
That's good. That's good. By the way, guys, everyone who's watching, this is not a thing where let's say what people want to hear. No, this right here, the reason why those particular gentlemen are you see in here in the incubator speaking to you right now is because I know these gentlemen and their agendas, and they're going to give it to you as is. Whether you like it or not, they're going to give you what they really think. And that's what matters. And what you guys all think as well. uh, would you rather have someone here sit here and tell you what you want to hear nonstop, but if none of it ever happens and you end up suffering catastrophically, or would you rather hear someone who gives it to you as it is and whatever they think also? Because at the end of the day, we are all students of the game and in this life. So you're gonna get whatever 100%. So that we don't all necessarily need to agree with each other, as also Super Steven earlier said. But we all are in the same pot. We have our money in the same stock. So right now, my interest is your interest by default to all of you, right, guys? So it's good. I'm loving these questions. They're amazing questions, by the way. And we're getting closer and closer by each question, bridging that gap in between everybody. And I like it because what I say could be a little different than what Jeff says. And what Jeff says could be a little different than what I say or what even Super Steven says, right? And if we even have other people and that could say something different. But the beauty of this is now you have a plethora of these good things right here, and now you can definitely see, okay, this helps me with my plan. I need to incorporate this within my plan. And now you're thinking about this, and eventually it's going to help you at least, even if it's just this much, tiny bit. That's with overall with the squeeze play. That bit much is much better than nothing. I would like to hope that it's going to give out much more influence and hope, and not just hopeism. No, sorry, let me scratch that back. It's going to give you more intel to help make you direct you to make a better decision, an educated decision, because of everything that you hear around. We're bouncing ideas around, right, guys? Uh, you got, oh, thank you, Broke Ape. Well, I read the second one. But AB, could you explain Ortex data and why short interest dropping points and shares shorted dropping by millions, but no price movement? Here's the thing, Broke Ape, and many of us would probably have different opinions on this. And this is going to be a funny answer, okay? But it's 100% what I feel. Don't think that funny means I'm not going to give you the real deal of what I think. When I day trade, those Ortexes and those agencies and obviously systems that are reporting these percentages, I use those because in day trading, they play a role, a particular role. In the short squeeze play, I don't necessarily buy too much into it because at the end of the day, what are shorts? Are they self-reported or are they not? Super Steven, to your best of your knowledge, are shorts self-reported or not?
They are self-reported twice a month, which is not nearly enough. We need more transparency in the markets. I believe it's, at the 1st and the 15th, or the 15th and the 30th of each month. It's
Yep.
reported to FINRA and the NASDAQ and
Yep.
the SEC, but it's simply not enough. And sometimes they even let them go an extra day or two. And and if they're trading in the dark pool, sometimes they're not reported on time. And if they're a big player like Berkshire Hathaway, you may not know that 13F filing until months afterward. For
Yep.
example, Warren Buffett just recently loaded the boat on several stocks, and it wasn't reported until about 3 months later.
Yep.
And he doesn't short. That's just going long. So, you know, always pay attention to your 13Fs. But yes, retail, unfortunately, we are in the dark.
Yes. So, in a nutshell, Broke Ape, that all ties into the point. Is I don't put too much into this as far as for the short squeeze because they're sending these things out, gauging the sentiment of retail. Because we know that many creators and many people put that idea out there, so people now are following it kind of religiously almost. Like I said, for day trading, I do utilize it because it's better to have than not to have. Some of those things you need because again, it's day trading. You're not using the stock or buying into the stock to long hold or any of that. So I do use it for that. But as far as for the short squeeze, what's to say if they submit it? I mean, like again, the guys that we're going against are simply self-reporting their shorts. So like, why would somebody who knows that they're doing so much crime, the whole world by now knows that there's so much crime happening, whether realistically or synthetically, and yet report the accurate data to what we have. So I personally think I don't buy too much into that when it comes, Broke Ape, to this particular play, to the meme stocks or to AMC in particular or GME, because again, that right there has just said it all. And the reason why I also re-verified how our shorts, reported, even with Super Steven as well. And Jeffrey, are you back with us? I think Jeffrey loves watching himself on the other end. He's probably watching himself through that and he sees his little icon. But yeah.
I'm listening, but I'm
There we go.
doing some cleanup at this we had a concert at our church, so I'm doing some cleanup real quick. But I'm listening, so
Okay.
I'll jump on in a couple minutes.
All right, brother. Well, you're doing the best work, brother, and send a couple send the best some of the prayers for us, please, on our behalf.
Okay. No, I'm saying I'll be able to jump on in a couple seconds.
I know.
Give me a couple minutes.
Perfect.
All right.
So, Broke Ape, hopefully that answered the question to that extent as far as for Ortex. Let's see. Bonnie R is asking if the limit order then got canceled, basically, because it's not filled. You may need to wait until cancel order goes through or to sell again. What would you do? That I think ties up back to Arthur Martin's question.
Sorry, I missed that. What was the question one more time?
So I think in a nutshell, it was if the limit order didn't work, and let's say it got then cancel because it's not filled. Oh yeah, so if the limit order didn't get filled and you wanna, do you obviously say that you should go ahead and cancel it and not wait, or do you wait until it
So,
goes through?
okay, so this is where it's going to come down to your trading strategy, right? So,
Yep.
do you really want to deal with that during a short squeeze? I don't. I don't even want to think about it. Right? Like, do you want to worry about a gap down? Do you want to worry about fiddling around page after page, hoping your computer loads, hoping that Fidelity or whatever your broker is executes it, or hoping for this and that? You see where I'm going with this? So,
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to deal with it personally. However, if you are going to do limit orders, you're more likely to get filled on the way up. I'm not telling you to sell on the way up, but I'm letting you know that if you're doing limit orders, you're more likely to sell on the way up because AB said once you're on the backside of the squeeze, that's where you're more likely to get a gap down, right? And a gap down is not caused by apes, guys. Don't think that we're all going to sell at once because that's not how it works, right? You could get a gap down for a lot of different reasons. So, you know, is there a difference? So you're saying would suggest canceling and replacing or modifying. Yeah, so if you here's the one piece of advice I can give with limit orders. Do not put limit orders on round numbers because a lot of other people do, right? So you could miss certain numbers. So say the price is rising to $100. A lot of people are going to put limit sells at $100 because it sounds nice. If I ever do limit orders, I try to pick an odd number like 93 or 86. Numbers that are odd numbers that the stock typically blows through, so then you're able to get filled. So keep that in mind. If you are going to pick to do a limit order, just know that other people may be using round numbers. I hope that helped.
That helped a lot. That helped me. I hope it helps also for the question. Uh, let's see. I think I've seen some good questions in here as well. I got what's Bonnie. We've answered this one. Oh, okay. So Arthur Martin said, if a limit order is skipped, would you suggest canceling it and replacing it, or modifying the current limit order? Is there even a difference? I think yeah, that goes into the same. I think Super Steven just answered that, Martin. Uh, so hopefully that was sufficient enough. If not, please put in the comment section more things about it, if or what else you would like to guys know about it, and we can definitely tackle it from that angle. Come on, guys, get those fingers to work. Get those questions in. We love those. I love these questions. Uh,
Yeah, they're good ones tonight.
yeah, they're very good. We got Corbin
It's
Dallas.
very
AB.
important to understand the pros and the cons of limit orders, guys. I mean, like I said, you want to think the least amount possible because it's all about surviving the ride. And that's a nightmare. Just feeling
Yes.
like you lost the limit order and now you're gonna panic. I mean, I hate to say it, but you're probably gonna panic if you put in a limit order at $200 and it gaps down to 130 and gets halted, and you missed a limit order at 200. What are you gonna do? You're gonna panic. Whether I'm not saying you're gonna panic sell, but mentally you're gonna panic, right? And you're gonna hope. There we go. We don't want to be in that situation, right? We don't want to hope. We want to execute the trade. So that's the
Yes.
difference between me and a lot of other content creators. Most people will say limit order blindly. They're just going to tell you limit order, but they don't tell you the second part, which is you could be you could not get filled. Now, I will say this: if you're going to do limit order, I highly suggest educating yourself on what a trailing stop is or a trailing limit order, because those are a little safer and they can protect you against gap downs. You can set a trailing stop for about 15-20%. If you don't know what that means, I highly recommend educating yourself on what a trailing stop is.
Very, very, very good. Very good. Um, so guys, ultimately, like for that, like in an overall thing for that question in particular, uh, you getting all this info now, and now to you have to kind of put the things in perspective. Now you see, like normally, I like to make this example. If I'm ever gonna get in an altercation with another guy or anything, there's always that time frame where you're sizing things up first, both guys. You know, okay, you push me, I push you. Like, oh, okay, that was a little too strong. Okay, this guy is too strong. Or okay, nah, I can take him on. Whatever. My point is, with this stock, the idea is for you, if you have a plan, you're going in with the plan, things could also change on the day of. You have to have multiple plans, and Super Steven also actually even said that just a little bit ago. And when you walk in with that plan, now that you ask, for example, this question about the limit order, anybody who was thinking about that, if you were one that was thinking about that, now you got to think, okay, I need to think about that. I haven't thought about it from this perspective. So what do I do to protect myself from this? And that those pros and cons that were brought out to you also by Super Steven are very, very, very precise and very, very important, because now you can include them into your plan overall, induce them into your plan, and you can easily say, okay, I might have to go about it like this, or I might have to go about it like that. No one is telling you what prices or where to sell. And I know that ultimately that's the number one question for all of us. Where do we even do one? Where do we take profits at? What price? If we all knew what price it would go to, nobody would worry about a stop limit order, or nobody would even care about taking profits, because we all know where it's going to go, right? But the reason why people take profits, and the reason why people, like, for example, for me, I'll speak for myself here, I would like to always inevitably get on any long play I do, I always like to get my initial investment out. So that way I am in whatever situation, whatever the outcome is in the end, I am not coming out also losing, not just missing out, but also losing on the whole thing. So that right there takes out many things out of the way. Now, in order to know also when to take your profits and all that stuff, you guys also have to start getting into seeing these volumes that are going to be happening on that day, because the volumes that we're looking at right now have nothing to do with how it will look like when Judgment Day comes on. Like, get ready to see billion and more dollars, or over a billion in volume on AMC. And I'm not kidding you guys. Like, you're not going to see 30 million. You're not going to see 100 million even when it squeezes. You're going to see some scary volume numbers, because
You're not going to have to doubt it, guys. You're not going to be like, oh, wait, is this a squeeze or not? You're going to know.
Oh, yeah, you know.
Even if the price is not what you've been told by certain content creators, you're going to know by how fast it rises. I get that question a lot, which is, how do we know the squeeze has started? I'll give you guys a quick and easy way to understand if shorts are covering. We won't know literally how or when they're covering, but here's a good way to know. And this is what I use. If the price moves, and don't forget this, if the price moves $5 to $10 within 5 minutes, you're probably seeing shorts cover. That's a good indication that shorts are getting out, because retail typically doesn't have the amount of money it takes to push up a stock that high in that short of amount of time. That's insane.
And you're definitely going to have a halt too in that time frame too.
Yes. So if you start seeing the price jump 5, 10, 15 bucks in 5 minutes, you should be in the mindset that, okay, I don't know if this is the full thing, but you gotta get ready. And that's why I say with that plan, you gotta have plan if this happens, plan if that happens. So as long as you got it all figured out, because everyone has a different situation. I don't know everyone's personal life story. I don't know their risk tolerance. So I can only speak for myself. So let me speak on myself. I hold shares for my family. Okay. It's not just me. I'm not just YOLOing money. I have shares for my dad. I have shares for my sister. I have shares for my significant other. Am I going to trade them all the same way? No, because they all have different risk tolerances, right? So you have to keep that in mind. Have a plan for every type of situation. I will be probably more risky with my shares than I am with those other people I mentioned, right? So you have to take that all into consideration when you go to sell.
Yes, and indeed. So yeah, that's basically it, guys, in a nutshell on the whole idea of the limit orders and all that stuff. Oh, go ahead, Jeffrey. You want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add with what Steve was saying about having a plan. Like I said earlier, is yeah, we've had a year and a half to create our plan and to create our scenarios and things like that. But they've also, like I said, had a plan, and they've also been studying how retail reacts to certain movements, like that $34 run. I think was a test to get some data to see how uh, retail reacted to a run up like that and then a halt. So you got to understand that the hedge funds and stuff like that, they've got a plan also. So like Stephen was saying, a lot of people haven't seen the amount of money that will be, within minutes put into their account and within minutes possibly taken from their account. So you've got to have a plan either way. So
Yes.
yeah, that's I would
Exactly.
just leave it.
And here's the thing, guys. That's what separates you from being an amateur versus a professional. The professionals don't deviate from their plan. In hedge funds or institutions, they all show up with their suits, they sit down at a table, and they come up with their plan for the trading day, and they don't deviate. Now, retail, we're different. We have emotions. We're kind of all over the place, and you're going to feel that way. So that's why I say establish that plan now and stick with it no matter what, because in the event when like I said, the anxiety sinks in, if you have that plan in place, it'll make it much easier for you, and you'll be able to walk away from it very happy, regardless of what the share price. The share price is secondary. Following the plan is the first priority, because if you follow the plan, you're gonna be fine. Now, if you just wing it on the day of the squeeze, like I said, you're more prone to making mistakes.
100%. 100%. Don't you guys love this? You as a viewer, don't you love this? I'm reaching. If I can reach through the camera, I would. Don't you just love this? Look at this. We're literally like bringing out some like back and forth good things, and no one is watching out to say something that might sound right or not. We're open, unfiltered, baby, and straight to you and straight back to us. Bring those questions on, because at the end of the day, we are all we got in this play. We're gonna will this to the finish line, and when it comes to that point, let me just let you guys know one thing. And here's the funniest thing about this whole thing: we're all best friends until Judgment Day. And then on Judgment Day,
Definitely.
everybody's got their own plan. Everybody's got their own targets, their own prices. So right now, you are my best friend, all of you out there, all whatever, 4 million or whatever, the synthetic 20 million perhaps in the background that we don't know about. Whatever that amount is, we are all best friends. I am your brother, and you are also my sister and my brother as well. However, on that day, we by default all become each other's worst enemies, because we're all going to be selling at different points, and that's not bad. That's just the way that it works. The most important thing is what we are afterwards as well. So how could you make sure you ride out that wave? You've been waiting over a year and a half, 2 years now on this thing, depending on when you got into this play. You have very strong conviction. You know what it is. Remember many things. This thing is not something that's going to be starting and over in one day. Just so you would guys know this. Like, the amount of covering that would be happening on this is ludicrous, and it's gonna take its time. I know how you have to wait. I don't know how many halt plays and suspended plays any of you have been in the past, but you have to have a plan. In your plan, you have to have
Yeah. Let
what you're
let
gonna
me
be
say something
able.
real quick with halts,
Go
if you
ahead.
don't
Go ahead.
mind.
Go
Guys,
ahead. Go ahead.
expect halts. And when I
Yeah,
say
a
expect
lot of
halts,
them.
I mean expect 10 of them, 15 of them, expect 30 halts. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be, you need to have that mindset that they're gonna mess with it. They are. It's the market, right? We all know that there's transparency issues. We know that these guys didn't get penalized the last time. Robinhood shouldn't even be in business for what they did, yet they're still in business. So
Yep.
what's to stop them or another institution from doing PC position close only, right? So expect volatility, expect halts, and that's why I say you need to have a plan even in the smaller ranges of share price. So when I say have a plan, I mean have a plan at 14, 30, 45, 100. Like, don't just have a plan after 300. You need to have a plan at all times. That's the difference between an amateur and a professional. They're not waiting
Yes.
for an absorbent share price to make a decision. They can make a decision at any moment. So you have to flip that mindset to, no matter what happens, you're like water, where you just go with it and you just know where to go. And that, like I said, when you can get that trading psychology under wraps and you have nothing to fear, that's when you can make those big gains.
Yeah, and like Stephen was saying with the halts, even that halt to at 34 was realistically an illegal halt because they let
Also
it
on the way
run
back
up
down.
in that short amount of time without halting it. But they waited for it to halt down. So you have to take into consideration that even though it may not be legal, they may still do it.
Yes. And just so you all guys would know in here, all the viewers, halts are also like implemented within the like legalities of the trading. So like there will be halt just by default if a stock rises more than a certain percent in certain less than a amount in a short amount of time, certain halts will trigger. Also, be on the lookout for suspensions. I wouldn't be surprised, like I said again, if they do a 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. I mean, by law, they have the right to pull a stock or suspend it for up to a month. And
Yep.
that's something that I know. So even incorporate that within your plan. And obviously
Don't
they're going to give you the spiel of, hey, this is for the best interest of the retail investor.
don't
Don't worry about that. Just incorporate that within your plans. Go ahead, Super Steven. You were saying something, brother? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think here's the thing about halts. A lot of people get really worried when the stock gets halted, and it's a part of the game. It's kind of like you're playing a football game and the
Yeah.
referee calls a penalty. You just have to go with it, man. And I know people get terrified, but you never know where it's going to call. Like if you look at DWAC, what happened last year when it short squeezed to $200 or whatever, it
Yep.
halted. Correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but it halted in the 20s, I believe, 30s, and when it reopened in the 200s or something like crazy like that. So don't be afraid of halts. And to be honest, I feel like this community has smartened up and they're more prepared, like you can tell how much more educated we are in trading and everything. So I think last year a lot of people were panicking every time a halt occurred, but I am confident this next time around that people will hold through it and they won't be as nervous, and that's critical if you guys are talking about a short squeeze, because at the end of the day we have to restrict these shares. That's the only way a short squeeze works. So just keep in mind, like I said, have a plan. If it halts anywhere, it doesn't matter. As long as you are good with your strategy, you're fine. At the end of the day, you have to be good with it, because although we're all on a team, like as apes, it still is somewhat of an individual sport, right? Where we all have to make our own decisions. So come up with your own trading plan. Like AB said, we've had a year to do it, and be happy with and stick with it. That's the best advice I can give, because if as long as you stick with your plan, you can come out of this thing healthy. And that's the most important part. I don't want to see bag holders. I don't want to see you guys holding bags. I want to see green. Whether it's $1 in the green, I don't want to see red. So you got to have that mentality.
Yeah.
I hope that helped.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, it definitely helps. That was beautiful. We got a Corbin in
Questions are
Dallas.
coming in now.
Yeah, AB, you mentioned getting into import and export. I did. I need to holler at you. Okay, I'm starting a fruit stand. Okay, well, I don't think you would need to reach out to me, Corbin, for importing and exporting for that. Um, you can reach out to the local market or farmer in the area. Help out the community. It's one move at all instead of importing it from outside. We got. I know Corbin is joking with me. That's why I'm joking back with him. We got Bonnie R with another question. Finviz has been showing AMC and GME not shortable. Can you explain why? Now, for me personally, Bonnie, I haven't seen Finviz, so I don't know what they're saying according to you. But I can tell you this from my if this is true, um, it's every broker have a different situation going on. They're not all the same, right? I mean, let me reiterate this also and put it in a different way. So like what's going on with Robinhood is different than what's going on with TD Ameritrade. Even though that the manipulation is happening with the same stock, but how much is this one exposed and versus how much that one is exposed is different from one to another, right? There's always going to be that one that is going to be the most overall king of most exposure, to all this madness. But with that being said, FinViz, if they show this, they're basically saying, okay, we're not gonna lend any shares for shorting this. There could be many things that could be going on. They cannot. I mean, the writing is on the wall. For me personally speaking, at this point, back in 2021, might have been profitable because everybody is oblivious to what was happening. We were just thrown in a blender and the meat grinder, and they were just turning it on. But they didn't know that he who laughs last laughs the longest. And that's a very good saying because we are the ones who are laughing last now. And money completely dried up. Money completely is not given out. And now if I'm going to give you anything, I really have to think twice. Will I get it back? Or can I even take that luxury of giving you that money? Like they're thinking even those questions, not just of you bringing it back. And now they know that, hey, after a year and a half, almost 2 years now in this, anybody that goes to these guys and says, hey, I want to open a short position on this, specifically AMC or GME, I'm going to find it really hard for anybody lending shares to even let that happen. Like, why would I want to lend you my shares to do this? The odds are terrible for you to return my shares. So it comes down to each broker is different, has a different situation that they're going through. And, that's how it gets all completely exploited. I'm going to throw it over to the incubator to see what their thoughts on it are. Don't all jump in at once.
What I would do with FinViz is what AB said was right. Every broker has their own risk tolerance, just like every ape does, right? So they can decide to take on that liability or not. But what I would do is, feel free to contact them, put an email out there, see if they have a customer service line, and then just ask them. They probably will respond and tell you. Now, it might not be an answer you want to know, but most likely they're getting reported data from certain brokers that are no longer allowing short selling on AMC. And a lot of brokers will not allow short selling if a stock becomes extremely hard to borrow. And there's many stocks that are hard to borrow. If you pull up a generic stock screener and you do certain parameters, like say you're looking for stocks that are only 30% short interest or higher, and then you look at stocks that have higher cost of borrows, you're automatically going to get a list back in that screener of stocks that are hard to borrow. So you can look at any of those stocks and plug it into FinViz, and they most likely will say no, So you have to cross-examine it through multiple sources, and I would contact them directly because something made them feel like it was hard to borrow for that to happen.
Yep.
I think Webull, speaking of that, has an option. I don't know if you guys have a Webull account, but they show if stocks are hard to borrow. It says HTB next to it. And I don't know if you guys can check, but I believe AMC has an HTB next to it. So that means that Webull might be getting uncomfortable with lending out shares also, So they typically let you know. I mean, if you're a short seller, I don't know if there's any in the chat, but if you're a short seller, before taking the short position if the stock is hard to borrow or not. Like they don't surprise you with it. Prior to borrowing the shares that it's hard to borrow.
Yeah, I that HTB is true. Like it's like a 3-letter thing that as soon as you put on, any of you guys obviously that open up a particular stock, you can see it on top. The funny thing is, like that HT, like the hard to borrow and everything. I remember the days when I was before I transferred all my shares from Webull over to my long, brokerage. The funny part was so many people in the communities in the Webull or in the chat rooms that they have there, and we'll always be like, "Oh my God, it's on the hard to borrow list." we're gonna squeeze tomorrow, and so many bag holders were left in the dark with this. They put those three letters literally left to right. They put it on bbig almost every day. It's on AMC like every day, or GME. And the funny thing is, like, well, we've been in this for about 2 years now. This thing is still on the hard to borrow, and it's crazy. But yes, just to back your point, Super Steven, that is very true. And Webull does
Yes,
have
and
that.
let me make this clear. So a lot of people don't know this, but I'm gonna say it. Just because a stock has high short interest, and just because it has a high cost to borrow, does not mean a short squeeze will occur. You guys got to
Mhm.
realize that. And a lot of apes don't. They think that if you got those two things, that's enough, and it's not. You need buying pressure to occur, and you typically need a fundamental catalyst. Not always, but you need something to push the shorts out. And like I said, if you pull up that stock screener and you pull up high cost to borrow and high short interest, you're going to get a list of up to 100 stocks. Does that mean they're all going to squeeze? No, it doesn't. You need a little more than that. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot of that pumping on Twitter, and sometimes it's good for social sentiment, but just understand if you're taking trades, like say you trade BBIG or any of these other highly speculative risk stocks, just know that that's not enough. You have to have more reasons to buy the stock. Don't just look at it blindly and buy because it has high short interest. It's not enough.
Jeffrey, you want to add something? I feel like you want to say something. Do you? Okay.
That was it for me.
Good one, Super Steven. Uh, let's see. We have another question here from MJ Toe. Do you think AMC will simply drop back down to $10 or $20 after the top, much like a pump and dump? Now, MJ Toe, I'll take this off the top and say, um, it's natural that it's of course going to drop from whatever highs it goes to after the squeeze. So since we all know this, when it drops back down, I don't think it will drop back down to 10 or $20. I think it's going to drop back down to its fundamental value then. And whatever that fundamental value is, that's where it's going to be according to, like, the earnings, like, per share, and what the price per share, and all those fundamentals that go into effect at that point will be induced, and the market cap and all that stuff will go into the stock at that point. So now all those shorts are out of the way. Obviously we'll be finished with that cycle of the vicious cycle of them eating, preying on us with all this dark pool manipulation and everything. So when all that is out of the way and we're done with that and it drops back down, my personal opinion, I don't see $10 to $20. If I was to put some sort of like a number thing on this, and this is all hypothetical here speaking, I would say anywhere between the 60 to, I don't see it between anywhere between the 60 to 100. But again, this is not backed by anything yet because the business is still in debt, right? So, like I said, after we finish from that, I don't see 10 or $20, but I see it somewhere in those zones. Uh, and that's just where I see it at. And I'm going to give it over to the incubator to also put their thoughts on it. I'm going to step just a second away, like about 15 seconds while you say it. I'm hearing you guys. I'm going to have my headphones on, so I'm going to
Hey,
hear what you guys are saying.
so
Jeff,
so
you want to take that first?
yeah. So I differ a little bit from that because I honestly feel like as soon as these institutions do end up covering, I think they're gonna jump right back in with more short positions because they know that a lot of retail allow what I see going down again. So, honestly, there's a chance that it could go down to sorry, I got the hiccups. It could go down to low numbers again. That's my personal opinion.
Um, Retail does not control what fundamental value is. So even though we may believe AMC is a certain price, um, we won't have an effect on where it goes to. In a down market like the one we're experiencing right now, you should cut whatever you think AMC is worth by about 25% because we're in a down market. And just like if we're in a bull market, it's the opposite is true. So for me, you can't quantify that to a certain number like 10 or 15. What I think AMC is worth may be different from what the analysts think is worth. Because when you're talking about fundamental value, you're really leaning on balance sheets, cash margins, analysts, and all the stuff that bores the apes, right? So you got to think it's going to come down to what institutions believe it's worth. Morningstar, I don't know if you guys ever heard of that source, but they do a good job of calculating through fundamentals what's called fair value. And I believe currently the fair value on AMC is somewhere between $30 and $40, and that's without the apes. And if you go back to 2019 or 2018 when AMC was profitable prior to the pandemic, they were trading around that $30-$40 range. That was their all-time high at the time. So if I had to tell you a number, I would say around 30-40 bucks is our fundamental value. But remember, that's in a bull market. That's when AMC's firing on all cylinders and their balance sheets look good. If their balance sheets aren't good, like I said, cut that price down. So I hope that helped a little bit.
I did. MJW, hopefully all three different inputs have helped you a lot through this. If you got more that you would like to add on, MJW, please just put it in the chat. Jeff Nickel, how are you, sir? I've been seeing you in here, and always good to see you in here, brother. The question is, best way to know accurately if we're running out of upward momentum or fuel, in other words. What's up, incubator? I would like you guys to take this one out first because this is a question that is actually asked around. I've seen it around a lot to many people. So don't all jump in at once.
You want that one, Jeff, or me? Okay.
Go ahead, and then because I'm in the middle of a text conversation right now, so go ahead and then
So
I'll jump in before you're done.
to make this real simple for you, Jeff, this is the way I look at it. When the stock is spinning like a slot machine, when it's spinning so fast, it's making your head spin, it's not done, right? You know accurately that you probably got a lot more to go. But when the thing starts coming down and it's all of a sudden it's maybe moving a buck or two or three
Flatlining.
up and down a little bit, yeah, it's starting to flatline a little bit. I mean, a lot of people say volume and they'll tell you the technical indicators and all that stuff. And there's nothing wrong with TA. I like TA. But am I going to be doing TA during a squeeze? No, because like I said, that'll give me a headache. So where I go with it is once it starts to, I don't want to call it a bottom, but when it stops spinning so fast, when it's not jumping $5 like every couple minutes, that's when you're going to know that either the top had already been reached or most likely the top is near where you're at, right? So that's me personally. I'm going to be looking to see the momentum of how fast the numbers are spinning and go from there. I'm not going to expect more than what the market gives me.
Right, and which is amazing. Now I'm gonna re-echo very similar sentiment from Steven. Yes, I look for the flatlining effect. That's what they call it to happen. In the same time, I will be looking at volume. But again, when you're looking at volume, you have to take it with a grain of salt because one, if I, for example, if on that day or whatever day I see trading volume 2 billion in trading volume happening at that point, you're still looking kind of like in the dark. This is why I say take it with a grain of salt. If any of you in here are all any of the viewers are like volume watchers, or you have that thought cross your mind, I'm just going to let you know that again, what is the limit? You don't know how much is in the background that they have to cover to the point where when did it finish? So eventually, when you see that number spinning like crazy, like Super Steven was just saying, that is true. When it begins to slow down and flatline, obviously, I feel like at that point we're already past those halts and what possibly could trickle us into suspensions. I think also those might be already behind us. We're like when you say when the question was, we're running completely out of it, this. We've already passed all these levels in the past, and now you're in the final stage I'm assuming at this point. And now we're looking at when will it flatline through this. And another thing on indicators, just so you guys would all know, in this MOAS, in the short squeeze, majority of the indicators are going to be shot. Literally, like they're going to be shot on a technical base, because so many different things, like I said, if the data is self-report as far as short interest from these entities, what are you really using as a measuring stick? And that's the toughest part in this whole thing, which all overall wraps us all the way back around to the first, one of the first questions we had in this session tonight, which is have a plan to walk in with, because whatever your numbers are, if your plan, whether it was plan A or part of plan B or part of plan C or D, I don't know. If you made from A to Z amounts of plans, one of them has to be the case at some point, right? And whichever one it is that you have to go about and execute, eventually that's what you have to be okay with and live with, obviously, on top of that too. The last thing that we don't want to see and you don't want to see is to have been waiting for all this time, and eventually you're just timing the top, you're trying to reach for the top, and eventually when it got to the top, it was a quick blip before it was already back down, and now you're trying to fight time into how fast can you put in a quick order just at any price, I don't care. And then at that point you're going to be eating yourself around saying, oh man, I wish I would have even sold at that price, it was there for a while, I would take that over what I have right now. You don't want to be in that position. You don't like it, no one likes to be
Right.
and want to be in that position. So always have that plan so that you're not, again, playing the game of trying to time the top, because even that flat line effect, who's to know how long will that go for? Like okay, me and Super Steven are saying it like, okay, we're gonna get to that. Okay, it's losing momentum, it's not spinning as much, but how fast will it be to start taking a swoop gap down, and how big of a gap down will it take? We are not in control of
Right.
that, and if that happens, you're already, if you're seeing that, it's already too late. Like that at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, it's already too late. And let me say something else about that. And
Mhm.
this is my opinion, what I'm about to say. You know, a lot of content creators don't agree, but I'm gonna give it to you straight.
Go for it.
What the market gives you is what you should take. A lot of content creators, I'm not going to say who they are, they say, you know, hold to X number or do this at X number. That's not the way to do this, guys. Don't have hard numbers in your head. No one knew that 77 was the top in after hours. So if you had a hard number that was higher than that, what happened, right? You don't want to have those numbers preordained in your head, because then it causes that extra stress where you're hoping, you're in a situation of hope, right? It's like going to a casino. Like when you hit a jackpot, you don't complain about how much you won. You already won. You've hit the jackpot, right?
Mhm.
So you got to look at it like this. You're going to get paid. You don't know how much you're going to get paid. So you just got to kind of take it for what it is. And a lot of, like I said, the creators will disagree. They'll say hold to thousands or whatever they want to say. But at the end of the day, the market's going to give us a number and we have to roll with it. Because at the end of the day, it's all about protecting your portfolio. You know, the MOAS is going to come and go, but guess what stays with you? It's your portfolio. You are stuck with your portfolio for life. The
Yes.
MOAS. So
Yes. Yes.
keep that in mind, that that your consequences is something you're going to live with for life, just like your rewards, you're going to also reap the rewards for life, right? So keep that in mind when you make trading strategy.
Wow. Wonderful.
Keep it
Wonderful.
real straight with you guys. You know,
Exactly.
I love it.
I don't beat around the bush. I'm not going to tell you to do XYZ. You know, I look at it like, you know, you're going to grab a bag, right? And the bag's going to have money in it. And you know, if you're insecure about how many shares you have, that's up to you. If you want to buy more shares, it's up to you. If you want to sell at 20 or 40, I don't care where you sell, because as long as I know every ape is in the green, that's all I care about. I care that every ape is in the green. I don't want to see bag holders, because bag holders, you know, typically cause negative sentiment, and then who knows, you know, they may never come back to the market, and that's what we don't want. We don't want to see people leave the market. The market is the best wealth creation machine that we have. Yeah, it's corrupt. It's fucked up. It's really bad. It needs a lot of reform. But at the same time, it's the best wealth creation mechanism in the world. So you have to stay in it for the long run. And every Fortune 500 investor will tell you that. Stay with it, and you'll grow that money you have.
Yeah. And
Exactly.
honestly, eh, as soon as it reaches whatever it was, I don't feel like anybody um got sales at the very top. So uh, I mean, but if they did whatever is, as long as it gets over $77, then every eight should be in the green,
Right.
unless they're buying as it's going up. But still, like I said, 77 is the most that anybody could have bought in.
Yep. Yep.
Most
Yep.
people don't even know how to sell in after hours, so you can chalk it up that most people didn't hit the top, right? And if you do hit the
Yeah,
top, it's sheer luck. It doesn't mean anything, just like how hitting the bottom doesn't mean anything in a buy order, you know? So get it out of
right,
your head that selling at the top thing, because that's just a bad mindset to have. You're more likely to fail if that's all you care about. I don't care about hitting the
right,
top. I have my strategy, which is come out of this thing with my head on my shoulders, you know? Because this is going to be a wild
exactly.
ride. And at the end of the day, like I said, you don't want to wear those scars on your portfolio after this thing is done. I want to see most people in a healthy state so that we can all move on to the next thing or stay with AMC. Wherever the community goes, we all need to be healthy and develop healthy habits.
Exactly.
Yeah,
This is exactly why I
and
always say time in the top is always gonna be a loser's game, especially in this whole thing, unless you have a specific crystal ball or a specific thing that some sort of algos you have access to that we should also pay attention to. Please share the wealth of knowledge. Let us know. But last time we
right,
checked, we didn't have that, and I would always rather have something guaranteed within my grasp or in my bank account than nothing at all and say I wish I would have. You know, uh,
Yeah.
Jeff, did you want to add something? I
no,
didn't
I
know.
was
Like,
just gonna I know a lot of people have I've seen it in chats around the community, but it seems like a lot of people are worried about this um wash sale, and honestly,
oh,
it's gonna have nothing to do with you selling or buying in the when it squeezes, because a wash sale, it only has to do with taxes. So a lot of institutions will will sell a losing position at the end of the year
so they can write it
because
off.
they want to use it. Yeah, so they can use that as like a balance for the gains that they've had. And a wash sale just means that if you sell a position, that if you buy it back within 30 days, then it's like you're not even selling it. So you have to sell it and have kept it out of your account for 30 days before buying it back for it to be allowable to be used as like a short or a hedge against your gains. So I just wanted to get that out there because a lot of people, I don't know where they get it from, but it's like maybe there was a content creator that was trying to warn people about the wash sale or whatever, but it honestly it has nothing to do with you selling in the squeeze.
See, this is beautiful, guys. Look at this. You guys are getting extra info
I
even if you don't ask for it.
right. I'll take it
Thank
a
you,
step
Jeffrey.
further, guys.
Go for it.
You don't. I'll take it a step further on timing the top question. You do not want to be at the top. Think of it like that. You don't want to be up there. It's too scary. You're at the top of the roller coaster. That's a place I don't want to be. That's where the anxiety is at its highest. The moment where the thing turns around on you, right? So I would get it out of my head that you want to be up there. This fascination that you want to be at the top, it's a bad mentality. So like I said, make your trading strategy appropriate to your thing. And when it comes to wash sales, I highly recommend consulting a tax professional you trust, because everyone's information is different when it comes to taxes.
Yeah. Steven, I've
Yeah,
said this
yeah.
once
But I
before.
was just
Go ahead, Jeffrey. Go ahead. Go ahead,
no,
brother Jeffrey.
I was just trying to get it out there that It honestly has nothing to do with you selling during the squeeze. It will come into effect like at the end of the year when you want to do your taxes. It'll have nothing to do with you selling during the squeeze.
Yeah, you see, the funny thing with as far as the tax account or accountants, right? So I put out a good strategy this other live. I think it was the last live or something. It was funny. What I do with my businesses is I vet all the 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 CPAs that I'm gonna talk with and consult with, and when I get one, I never get the same one to do all the taxes. Here's what I mean by that. So uh, the payroll tax is one thing I will let one person do, and then the end of year tax or the monthly taxes, the sales tax, I let somebody else handle. The funny thing is, I make sure that those two do not know each other. In fact, prior, prior to that, and when they engage with each other, to me, I look at that and I see how they engage with each other, and it's like they have to hate each other. For me, if I see animosity between this guy, if he hits me up after and says, I don't know about this guy so much, then those are a perfect fit for me. Why? Because I know that each one is going to try to oust the other one out in order to gain my trust, and that's always going to work for my interests. It's bad for them too, but it's best for me because I get ultimately my best interest becomes the thing that they're fighting. So ultimately, when I see all that stuff, then I can know, okay, who can I go ahead and do this with, or do my personal taxes besides the business tax and the payroll tax, all that stuff. I can get my personal one with the one that I ultimately trust. And after all these years of dealing with all this stuff, yes, I've have that one person that I could trust with everything. I could call him up at any given time, and I built that relationship. So
And
yes, it's
yes,
hard
it,
for people to like go ahead and like start ahead or like early. I know you probably some of the viewers are in here are probably like, well, don't shouldn't I get the money first and think after? The answer is no. You don't want to go through this vetting process and all that
right.
stuff like after because you don't even know like where's your money going to be sitting? What's going to happen to it? All that stuff. You want to go ahead and get all these things out of the way so that you can limit as much confusion out of your plate. And that way you can eat a much happier and healthier meal in life. Go ahead, Super Steven. You wanted to add
Yeah, I
something?
mean, get it if you guys don't have a financial advisor for real, get one and get one soon because you need to establish that relationship. CPAs are good. I highly recommend if you're fortunate enough to get a CFA. It's a higher certification. Those guys are held to a higher standard, and they're often more liable for any kinds of like losses that can occur in your portfolio by federal penalty. So if you're lucky enough, I would look into what a CFFA is and consider that. And always consult one and hope to get one that's actually different than you. I don't want a financial advisor that thinks like me because you want those differing opinions. Like just like how me and AB might disagree on something, that's good. That's how you know you're learning, right? So you want a CFA that can criticize your thinking and help you understand things. You could pick up these little things along the way. I have a CFA and he doesn't agree with half the stuff I do. He actually told me to sell at 65 and I told him no. I said we haven't hit the all-time high on AMC yet. That's what I told him. He's like, "Yep, you're an ape." And he ended up being right, but I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all because I truly believe, like I said, that 77 wasn't the all-time high. And he said, "You know what, Steven? That's okay. I respect your conviction." And I said, "Do you really, or do you think I'm an idiot?" And he said, "Steven, I don't think you would have got this far if you weren't right and you didn't stick to your guns, you know?" So you want that relationship is my point. You want someone who's going to criticize you, someone who can give you real good advice, but also is okay with your decisions at the end of the day. He maybe didn't agree with me, but we still have a relationship. You want someone you can trust. That's critical.
Great, great, great. I was reading the comment, that's why I was laughing super. And MJ Toe said, I plan to get a beer when the first halt comes. So super calm, Mr. MJ Toe. I like the idea. Uh,
I gotta walk my dog real quick, so I'm just gonna go on. I'm just gonna listen for a sec, and I'll be back. Okay?
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it, brother.
Hey,
Okay.
so on that, you just commented about uh somebody saying they want to get a beard. Um, I mean, for me personally, I want to be as level-headed as coherent as I possibly can during this because, like Steven said, it's going to be a roller coaster, and your emotions are going to be up here and down here and all over. And like they always say, um, you always make your worst decisions when you're drunk. So, I mean, personally, I want to be as level-headed and as coherent as I possibly can instead of and who knows, you may have been joking when you said that, but yeah, I mean, I would just not financial advice, but I would try to help people by saying you want to be coherent during this process because you don't want to make a bad decision and regret it later.
Don't worry, Jeff. That's not financial advice. That's life advice, right?
Right?
No, and I think he
You
is
don't want to.
also. Yeah, I think MJ, and you know this. You said this. I think he's also joking. And I love the charisma that MJ Toe has in this. But yeah, I can see it. Um, oh, Stacia is in the house. The coiler dropping by. I don't know when you dropped by.
Oh
Unfortunately, we're just
boy,
getting to it. But hopefully, you're having a
he,
great weekend, my friend.
he was about to get coiled.
So, Mr. Nickel, this is fantastic, and AB always keeps my emotions in check. Well, it's very I'm very honored to hear all that stuff. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. These studs that I have with me here tonight that are co-hosting this show are guys that also leave you and everyone else and me also level-headed. So I love the love that you guys are showing to them. Um, no one knows. Cole Trickle says no one knows how many halts or for how long. Uh, let's now let's know what we hold and settle for nothing less. Okay, okay, now I got it. Sorry, I had to read it twice before I got it through. We agree with you, Cole. Uh, Robinhood needs to shut down. Bonnie, welcome to our world of also saying the same thing. I'm with you on that statement. The incubator, all the people in the incubator are also joining you on that statement. That's a fact. Gary Trevino, after MOAS, is the housing market gonna drop to a point where buying a house is a great idea? I know I'll be excited, but I'm always curious because my location, compared to others, the cost of living. Okay, so Gary, I like the question because it's a question that needs to be had. I know I've also seen some of those questions around the community floating, and this is good. So where it's gonna get, I agree. I think personally, here's actually, I'm not agreeing. I personally think that we are gonna have that, not necessarily just when the MOAS comes, because for the housing market, I'm looking for something different. I'm looking for one, the jobs report, which has been happening, to get worse and worse and worse because jobs can be linked. That's what comes after. When people can no longer make their payments, defaults happen. And when defaults happen, banks take over the properties. Banks just want to get their, obviously, initial investment from that property back, and they benefit from all this. So at the end of the day, will we see that? I'm tracking the employment system and what they are also dishing out. The worse that gets, the closer we are to a housing market crash. And when it does, you'll see it. For example, if you've seen a house in these times or in the selling market time, like last year also, and you've seen a house that was selling for 1 million, 2 million, and suddenly, let's say that housing market crashes and that very same house, you see it at 300 grand or 200 grand. Like at that point, you'll ask yourself, is this a great buy? Well, for me personally, for AB, since you're asking all of us, and I'm one of them here, heck yeah, because I know for a fact that things like that, like homes, land, things like that, are always going to go up in value. There's never a moment where when everything falls, like the housing crash happens, it never stays there. It's always going to rebound. Now you have to temper your expectations, of course, as in the time space and time span that it goes in. You can't logically think that that same house, you bought it, okay, in the middle of the market crash, and then the housing market crash, and the next thing you know, you expect a month, 2 months later, or even a year later for it to be the case. No, this is a long hold, like just like the stocks. It's a long hold, and at that point, it's good for you in so many different things, like when you have these hard assets and you go and you try to get loans or credit or stuff like that, they always look at not most of what liquid cash do you have. That having hard assets like that would qualify you simply and easily for many things that many people can't get their hands on or get approved for, especially in the times of a drop or a housing market crash, because at that point the whole market is basically effed. Or I don't want to, cuss on the channel, so therefore I would say it will be like effed. So you'd have to make that investment if that's what you want to do. Wait for it to ride back out. In the same time, we all know people always need a place to live. If you're renting out your properties, again, there's so many ways you can skin this out or cut this pie out and divide it. But by the time it gets 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, that house that you bought for 200 or 300,000, that house is easily probably back into the million, maybe, the upper hundreds of thousands to a million. And if the housing market rebounds, which is naturally what happens in a cycle, in any financial cycle, you're now back at the tops. And the idea now here becomes, with the balance of real estate agents know what I'm talking about here, is if you were doing that for business, you have to know when, okay, this is a buying market, I buy right now. Selling market, this is where you sell the property, because you're using it as a business. Now, if you're looking at it just to buy your dream home, well, if a housing crash, market crash happens, you just got your wish. You buy whatever home for the price that you see, and you go on with that. So hopefully I could, from my end, I feel like I answered that question. Jeffrey, do you want to add anything, brother, or anybody in the incubator?
Yeah, like it's gonna vary. I mean, again, we don't know when this is gonna happen. As you stated, the housing market has been dropping. Um, but the jobs market is gonna play a role in it, because if there's nobody that can buy at the prices that they're selling, they're gonna obviously have to drop the prices, and so it'll have each one of these that we just mentioned will have its own part to play in whether or not it's going to be a good time to buy after the MOS. Like I said, it'll depend on when it actually squeezes. You know what I mean, and how the health of the market is at that time. So we're gonna have to just I guess not really play it by ear, but in a sense, you know, look at the whole picture once it does actually squeeze.
Yes, well said. I agree with that. Um, and okay, hold on. After MOAS, is the housing market going to drop to a point where buying a house is a great idea? I know I'll be excited, but I'm always curious because my location compared to others, the cost of living. Oh, okay. So I guess I didn't read that last part. Um, and here is good. Some 300,000, 300K houses cost 1 million plus, because it's a selling market, of course, because all those prices got inflated. Uh, and in other states, just curious on your input. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully that everything that I've said and what Jeffrey said also answers that, Gary. Uh, if there's anything else you want to us to clarify, if I misunderstood your question, please write or recorrect me in the comment section so I can see exactly what I need to answer. Cold Trickle. They have played the halt game when it went to 30, when it dropped. Then it's dropped since. It was a mind game, is all that run was. Know what you hold for them numbers. And here's the thing, Cold Trickle, I got to tell you this. From a technical standpoint, when we ran to that 30, that wasn't a level that was just like a drill or something to play with us. No, it wasn't. Actually, in fact, that run up was gonna probably obliterate them and perhaps get the squeeze, the MOAS started much earlier than they anticipated or perhaps planned for, if that's the case. But what do I mean by it on a technical standpoint? From a technical standpoint, when it ran up to that level, and I will let's see if I can show you guys a 1 second. This is important, so I gotta show you this. Let me open up my account charts here real quick, because I gotta show you this. One moment. I'm almost there. Let me just set this up. All right. So when we ran up, I want you guys, especially cold trickle. You see, this is the March run up right here. That's where we got halted. And let me change the percentage because you guys are looking at it like, oh, what is that saying? 545%? It's back on. Look at this. You can see, right there. So as you can see, this is where it went, and this is where we are now. Look at this. This was back in June of 2021. This happened again in September right here. This over here happened in November of 2021. Dipping back down. You guys know all what a bearish pennant is. That's what we basically had a catastrophic drop, obviously, from those levels that we were in. But then March comes around, and look at this. That wasn't a drill trickle. Literally, this was brought down specifically then so that it does not obliterate the technical analysis on all of this thing. Because if this was allowed to go here in this area, and let me draw this real quick. If this was brought up above this, if it was brought up to here, then that means the bearish trend is over. And we technically are seeing a lot of volume of buying in and buying pressure, which means that will take us high above the, we're changing the trend of a sell-off. Because ever since the run up in June of 2021, we've experienced nothing but downward selling pressure. I'm not obviously creating this. This is what we're seeing on a technical standpoint in the chart. So if this back in March was to break up to here, that would have said or meant that we were going to go much, 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 much higher than, even the all-time high that we had here, because it's going to be after a bull flag. A bull flag is known that when it breaks out of a bull flag trend, any stock, historically speaking, does crazy stuff like this and go like, can you draw for me? Now it doesn't want to work. When I don't want it to work, it works. Look at this. You see this black line right here? Like this. It will do something like this. I had all these drawings on this chart and all that. So without taking you down, March was a possibility this past March right here. If we kept going, that's why it was strategically brought back down by them to keep us in the selling trend, to respect that level, those levels right here. Tried to see, it peaked its head above it, and that selling pressure came on. They had their obviously the infamous illegal halt that was on the way back down instead of on the way up, like Jeffrey also said a little bit ago. and brought us back down in the respected level of a trend of the sell-off, right? That's what basically you see right here. 1, 2, 3, basically lower lows and lower highs, and that's how you see it. Once we change that that momentum from lower lows to lower highs, we're beginning to see that a little bit here. Look here, this is where we at in these areas. See this level of consolidation, guys? Look at this. We're having higher lows, not so much necessarily of a higher highs, but at least we're getting higher lows here. This is much higher, at least this is higher right here than this. Now it's choppy back here, which is in the consolidating zone. Anytime we break, and this is why in my last live, guys, I mentioned that if on the next run up, whenever that next run up comes, I feel like we're very near to it. Again, not financial advice, guys, but if we go above this channel, which is in the 30s, at that point for me, oh, I like that rooster. There was a rooster I heard in the background.
It's a beagle.
Is that
I'm
eagle?
sorry.
Oh, wow.
Beagle. Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's cool.
It sounds
So if
like a rooster.
yeah. So if we go here in this area, guys, you see, which is above this level, that officially, from a technical standpoint, to me, proves to me that we are in the process of a reversal, which is obviously changing the trend from lower highs and lower lows to higher highs, higher lows. Pennant will be a bullish instead of a bearish pennant, which is obviously the opposite of the bearish pennant. And then you're going to see almost 9 times out of 10, whenever there is a bull flag formation, the reversal, if it ever happens, now, if it doesn't happen, those stocks normally end up going down to the drain. Now, that's not the case here with AMC because we know the amount of manipulation and how much stock they have to buy back. So when we break out of this bull flag formation, 9 times out of 10 bull flag formations end in a reversal that goes above the previous all-time high. I know a lot of people also know this, and I know Super Steven, you're also very high on this note, which is this part right here, guys. I need you also to pay attention to is ever since June, we've always had struggled to break that previous all-time high, which is something that is most all stocks actually have always a problem doing so, which is the way that it is. And Super Steven, this is why I said, you're really high on that, and you mentioned that before. I've actually heard you saying this before. But every time you break out of a reversal, or you have a reversal from a bull flag formation, from a technical perspective, I've seen it 9 times out of 10 always break at least what was its previous all-time high, which is in this case was the 74, the $77 that it went to last time. Mr. Where was it? I missed it right here. Mr. Cold Trickle. Don't let that run up in March make you think that it was just a drill. It was not a drill. This was right here. You see it respecting all these channels. If this went up here, then that means the whole trend that we've been going for over a year is officially reversing and changing, which means now we get to expect this. But that's where we at that point. So I'm glad I was able to show you guys that.
If you want, I sent you 2 things in the Discord. One, it shows on Webull if a stock is hard to borrow, so they can see what that looks like. There's a special symbol that Webull puts. And then the second thing, I sent you my short-term technical analysis on AMC if you're interested.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'm always interested in looking at charts. Good thing that you see here.
AB.
And by the way, sorry, Jeffrey, just 1 second. So I don't know if everybody can see it on my screen because whatever I see, you guys should be able to see. I see the HTB right here. You guys see this? It'll be in the top right. Here, I'll make it wider. That's what it looks like in your portfolio when you open up on a stock. You'll see it right there. If that stock is hard to borrow list on Webull's, you'll see it there. And as far as this, Steven, do you want me to look at this or do you want to break it down to everyone?
Oh, no, you go ahead. It's the same thing you're saying about the bearish wedges, but that's the one that's currently in, and we just broke out to a new uptrend right here. So it's happening right now. And that's why I was saying I think 17, 18 is in our near
Yes.
future. I'm not just guessing. I mean, technicals showing that we're establishing a bullish trend here.
Yes. Yes. You see, guys, like literally right where we're talking about this right here, and when we break down to that up to that 18, uh, you're gonna see, and I've put it from 18 to about 24 right here, 24, 25. In those ranges, and I see that exactly as you saying it, Stephen, as well. The most important level for me is to see us break this last run up in March. I'm like, that's the most important thing. I want us to see break that $30 mark, because and hold in this area right here, 31, 32, 33, in this area. Anywhere, anything above is also even better and better. But if we don't peak like what happened here, look, now it wants to, like I told you, when I don't want it to draw, it starts drawing. But when I want it to draw, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, never mind. It just wants to draw now, so we'll go ahead
Hey,
and do this.
AB,
Sorry, Jeff.
AB,
Just
just to kind of add on um, to, I think there was Lola was talking about the halt. So yeah, it was something that they were doing to keep it in the trend, but I think the way that it happened, like, you know, not being halted on the way up and being halted on the way down, was, like I said, it was them getting data to see how retail was gonna react to that, is why they did it the way that they did it, even though it was gonna play out the way that it played out, but the actual halt that happened, instead of being halted going up, it was
what,
halted
gauging
going
the
down.
sentiment.
Yeah, they were gauging where retail's fear factors, if we will, are
Right,
at.
right. So yes, so like as I was saying, so like this area right here is the most important level to me, as far as where we at. Because if it lands in 18 or from 18 up to the 24.65 range and doesn't, like, which will make it go up to here somewhere. And if it goes from where we at to up here and then does another march and dumps back down, basically what that tells me, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're in for a longer period of consolidation, and basically another trend of continuing the overall trend of a down selling movement. So though if we make a down from that area to the 18 to the 24 range, and we make back a down like what happened in March, yes, this will go on for longer. That doesn't mean the play is over. I'm just gauging it that way. If it breaks this level, that $30 level right there, which is where it was last time in March, and holds above that level, even if it doesn't continue to keep rising, if it just consolidates even, of course, if it keeps rising, then you're seeing the full potential, obviously, of the full reversal from a technical standpoint, and you're going to see basically most likely whatever the squeeze is going to be like at that point. But if it holds at least in those areas, the lower 30s, mid 30s, and just hold there, consolidate and not dip right away like those did here in September, November, March, then that proves to me that now, yes, for sure, if you're not in, you better hurry up and get in. That's like the kind of way that I would translate it, because from here, it's not going to go back down again. From here, it will do this. It will go back up. That's if it doesn't do this. Okay, now again, like it doesn't want to draw. When I want it to draw, it doesn't. But you guys see these lines. I'm gonna take all these lines now out so I can do some other stuff later. But yes, it's extremely important to see, for me personally, those levels being broken so that I can gauge what I'm in. Because if I'm playing some options, for example, and this is again my personal thing, none of this has to be 100%. This is not financial advice. This is my take. I'm playing some options, of course, and I'm, for some odd reason, I want to hold past this. Obviously, this is the zone that I wanted to get in, because you don't want to get in up here when the premiums are going to be through the roof. And obviously, it's going to be very risky. You don't know if it's going to do another sharp takedown. If it gets to that 18 to 24 and you still haven't sold and it takes it down, like what we said here in this scenario, you're going to be an unfortunate person, at that point. If it continues to break through that, those are the levels that I'm looking at if I'm still continuing to hold any of these things. I'm not looking at these levels to sell my shares. Don't, by any chance, don't. I'm not even looking in this levels to look at my shares or any of that stuff. I have my plans ready. But for the short term, if I'm playing other strategies, these are the levels I will be looking at. Okay, I'm taking something over here on my options. Then it breaks that. Oh my God. Okay. And if it breaks this, for AB personally, I don't want anybody to obviously just take AB's word for it and do what they got to do. No, go ahead, ask about it, think about it, ask other people. I have the incubator in here. They can always, at any point, stop AB and say, AB, you are effing wrong, bro. I need to shut this thing down. And they have obviously all the authority to do certain things, right? But you ask us to say, and you ask me, you always expect from me to tell you as is and what I think exactly to the unfiltered. And this is what it is. I'm looking for this level. Importantly, first 18 to 24, we break that level. This is going to be our next big enemy, this level right here on a technical standpoint. Break the 30, hold it in between the low to mid 30s. After that, it's an inevitable thing that I think personally that we're going to move up to our squeeze and onward upwards and see what eventually it takes us to.
AB, can I send you my chart? And I'm just curious. I want to see how you interpret it.
Go for it.
We'll do like a little experiment.
Go
All right,
for
give me
it,
1 second.
I love
I'll show you my resistance. I only have 2, so not too bad.
it. That's good. That's
This
good.
is how I see it. And you practically have this chart ingrained in your head, so you'll know where the prices fall.
Right.
There you go.
Okay, let's see. Ah. Okay, I think, and the cool thing about this is that everybody can see this too. Super.
Nice.
Nice. I like it. I like it, Super Steven.
The white line is the 200. It's the 200 EMA.
Yes. And basically, breaking that will show that you break the 200 EMA average. Doesn't show on the number. Actually, yeah, I do. So far, right now. Well, so you're looking at about 18,
For me
right?
personally, yep.
Okay. I like it. And then the next one, you have it at 29.30.
Right. And for me, I think the 200 EMA is critical for us to hold. I know you were saying around that 30-ish area. I think even before that, it's critical because a lot of algorithms will automatically buy shares when a 200 EMA or MA is triggered, like for institutions. They'll either buy or sell depending on how their algorithm is set up. So that's why I have the white line so close to that level of resistance. Because if it can hold up there in that area, then you're peaking on that next resistance. And I think the launch pad is around that 25 to 30 bucks. And it makes sense because most of these short sellers that re-shorted, they did it in those ranges, 20 to $40. And it shouldn't be too hard to get back to 30 because there's so many new shorts that came in underneath even 15. Like these guys are wild. They started shorting under 15, which is too close to support. I mean, historically AMC has shown us that 12 is the launch pad.
Yep.
And I think it's a little higher now because I expect higher share prices. But in prior, it was around 12. It would retest 12 and then it would go. So now, I mean, we don't know where the new launch pad is, but what I'm seeing, I think it's slightly above the 200, what he's got right there.
I see. No, yeah,
So,
100%.
so, so that's 22 actually, from what I can see on my screen. It's about 22, 23 bucks. I think that's the launch pad.
Yes. And see, Steven, my thing was with as far as when I said the lower 30s to mid 30s, that for me just confirms that we broke the previous wave or the previous all-time peak, like not June, but which the wave that we had in March right here. And when you break that, at that
Right.
point, for me, it doesn't need any more, you know, like thinking at this point. Once we break this, guys, and hold above it, it's like you can at that point I don't even need to use nothing at that point. No more technicals or none of that stuff because I'm not going to be looking for, you know, another technical to get us over to 40 and move slowly and from that point on out. No, at that point, like Super Steven
Right.
just said, you got a launching pad and the least you can expect is breaking the all-time high that we had before.
And I like to see at least 3 bullish patterns in a row. You know, a lot of people they'll overreact, I say, on like 1 or 2 patterns. I like to see 3 or even 4. So right now you can see that AMC had a double bottom, that's 1, and then a bullish wedge or a bottom triangle, they call that, that's 2. So now we look like we're about to establish a third trend, but it's running out of time because we're about to hit that resistance. So I want to see a third trend at least before considering the upward next move. Like AB said, it's always possible to break down further, but I feel like we're so close to support right now, especially with the down market, that as long as we don't get a bearish catalyst macroeconomically, there you go, I think I said that right, then we should be fine. I think if we get a bad market catalyst, that we can't outrun the hurricane, you know? So I think as long as we don't get that, we're on our way to getting a third bearish, or sorry, a third bullish indicator, which is good. AMC typically likes that 3, 4, 5 in a row, and then it's ready to go. So I try not to get
Yes,
too excited on 1 or 2.
I love it.
So
I
Hey,
love it.
basically,
Steven.
guys, go ahead.
Hey, so I just noticed in the chat that typical J was saying that he directed it to you, but I don't know if he cared if anybody answered it. But he was asking if and when GME splits, do you think that it will help AMC run as well?
Ooh, is that for
Um,
me or everybody?
well, he directed it to
Huh.
you, but I don't know. He can probably
Sorry, typical
put in the
J. I didn't
chat if
see the
he's still in
question.
here. He can
Yeah,
probably
sorry,
put in
typical
there
J.
if
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm ready whenever.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so you want me to
Let's
take that
tackle it
one?
while it's hot. Yes, he asked specifically. The question goes
Okay,
as this.
so typical J. I'm gonna actually release a video on my channel, not directly answering that, but I'm going to give you the best answer I can give you. There's different types of catalysts, and you need to understand the difference between what I like to call hard catalyst or a soft catalyst. I don't know if you've ever heard those terms. You don't hear it often in the community. A hard catalyst is a direct one that affects the stock directly. And that's what we want, honestly, for AMC, because that's what we're big into this one, right? So company news, announcement of new management, product launch, acquisition, merger, that's your hard catalyst, right? So if GME gets the hard catalyst, that does not translate to a hard catalyst for AMC. It can often be an indirect catalyst, and that's what I refer to as the soft catalyst. So a soft catalyst is what indirectly impacts a company, such as like, say the SEC is passing a new rule. That's a soft catalyst. Government regulation, something that indirectly impacts the sector. So for me and my trading psychology, I don't like to mesh the two because when you say if GME does X, how will it affect AMC? It's kind of like mixing two languages together and hoping to understand what's going to happen. It's not a good way of understanding it, I think. So I like to separate them. Like I know we're all a community, right? We all like to think they all intermingle and all that, but when we break it down, they both have differing leadership. They both have differing fundamentals, and so I don't like to I guess, contaminate the catalysts. I want the hard catalyst, and I want it for AMC, and that could be me being biased. So I don't think a hard catalyst will cause, or sorry, I don't think a soft catalyst on AMC will cause us to break the all-time high. I'm of the belief that we need the hard catalyst. GME has its own stuff already lined up, but I think AMC already has its own stuff lined up too. It's just Adam Aaron hasn't dropped the bomb yet. I have a couple things coming that a couple predictions that I might let the community in on in a few weeks. But I think the hard catalyst is coming, and that's what you really want to see: a direct, unknown merger or some kind of news that these guys can't prepare for. Like with GME, there was so much that happened at once, you guys. Like it wasn't just guys on Reddit. It was Ryan Cohen killing it with the e-commerce. He pretty much revolutionized Chewy, bought out PetSmart, and then went to GameStop, which was unheard of. Like who would have expected him to go from pet supplies to games, right? So that's unknown catalyst. And then on top of it, he cleaned house on GME. He fired all of the executives. That's a hard catalyst. Like yeah, you can give the apes credit, but none of that would have happened if you didn't have that huge fundamental hard catalyst. And then on top of it, he took a position. If any time an activist, that's what you would call that, an activist investor takes a position in a company, that's a hard catalyst. So I would love to see AMC get an investor. We're long overdue for a celebrity to come out and say, I bought AMC. And I think things like that is what you're looking for. You're looking for stuff that directly impacts us and not we don't want a sympathy squeeze here. We don't want an $80, $90 and then it's over, right? Like we want the banger. You guys want $1,000 share price? You're going to need a Ryan Cohen like catalyst to get this going. I call it how it is. You need a hard catalyst. You need something that the shorts cannot see coming. If they can see it coming, like take a down market, right? Everyone knows the market's going down. They can adjust their portfolio. They can't adjust Adam Aaron firing somebody or revamping the entire company's fundamentals, you know? So I know I went on a rant there, but I know a lot of people they mesh the two. I think as an investor, because that's what we're developing into investors. We started as apes, but we're turning into investors, right? So you got to think like an investor. And I don't believe that they are commingled. I think they're separated.
Yeah. So my thoughts on it is it's similar. I think that whichever one gets the hard catalyst that Stephen is saying will run. The other will get the kind of, I guess I don't want to say the leftovers or but they'll get the spillover. So there'll be some just due to the fact that a lot of people that are invested in AMC are also invested in GME and vice versa. So if one of them runs, it's automatically going to make them think that the other one's going to run as well. And then as far as when it's going to happen, my thoughts in this is if I'm the CEO of a company or in Ryan's case, a big shareholder and member of the board, I'm not gonna do something, or if I have some evidence or whatever, I'm not gonna do it into a failing market, because what's gonna end up happening is it's gonna thwart any type of momentum that's gonna be brought from the catalyst, if you will, or the good news. So you know how everybody's like, well, Adam Aaron said that he's gonna pounce and blah blah this and that, and I believe that he will pounce, or he does have something up his sleeve. But like I said, if I were him, I wouldn't do it into a market that's dropping, 1 to 2% a week, or even more. I think it dropped this week. So that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Go ahead, Super Steven.
I mean, um, we won't know when he's going to pounce, okay? We won't know when that's going to happen, but I'll say this, it is uncharacteristic of a CEO in general to act that arrogant, right? So I do feel like he has something up his sleeve. And like I said, that's something is my prediction on what will cause the short squeeze. But like I said, you always want to be the recipient of the hard catalyst. So, and I'm not saying that to slight any GME people. They could get a hard catalyst. However, as AMC shareholders, I'm not looking for that. I want Adam Aaron to drop the bomb. I want him to, on the earnings call of Q3, to say, we're profitable, and guess what? Boom, something else. So it's a double whammy, and then smart money's like, oh, wait, maybe these apes were right. And they flood the stock with their money because of what Adam's saying. That's what you need to push that price up quickly. Like retail, this is my opinion, does not have enough money right now. This isn't the same as 2021. A lot of us have been holding for a long time. Gas is expensive, food's expensive. We have real life consequences. I'm middle class. I mean, I don't know, I can't speak for anyone else, but most people aren't blindly YOLOing anymore. I'd say that's safe to say. So I think with the proper catalyst, you'll have institutional money pour into the stock, and they already have to a certain degree, so they'll just be increasing their position, and with that coupled with profitability, coupled with the fear of like something like an Avatar being a multi-billion-dollar movie, the fear, I think we have a very exciting August coming our way, especially because August earnings happens, and then we have a couple really big movies that are dropping also. I think we have a lot
Okay,
to look forward to.
we do. So as you guys heard, those are two great intakes. Now you're gonna hear mine, guys. And again, I'm not starting a debate here. Obviously, it's good to be different in some ways, and I'm similar to my fellow friends in here to a certain extent, and I differentiate in a bit. So the question itself was if GMEs does the split, the stock split, would that also be a catalyst for AMC, or will that be something that will squeeze AMC? My point on that is the people who are the shorts, and now we're thinking just about the short squeeze. We're not thinking about the company. Just for one second, I would like to dissect the companies both away and look at just the shorts themselves. And my point, when I look at that way, most of the shorts that are short in GameStop are also short in AMC. More so, if they're not doing that, almost obviously all shorts are also within the market in general. So as we're seeing the market drops because their portfolio is filled with stocks like Amazon, Tesla, Microsoft, whatever, Costco. I know that's one of your favorites, Super Steven. I just wanted to use it in
I
this
love it.
example. So yes, so like they are loaded up on these, and as these drop in value, guess what? The short, they're getting more and more over leveraged on. Margin is getting scarier and scarier and closer to them. Now, when GME do their dividend, will it right away do that? No, I personally think that at that point we are squeezing, and they are obviously squeezing as well. Now we have never squeezed the way that even GME did back in January of 2021. We were never even allowed to breathe, or as what's his name, Lou once referred to it as like they picked up the pot, like just moved the lid off the top. That never happened for AMC. As far as the catalysts themselves, I personally don't think that there is particularly, and I've echoed this a lot before, but again, this is good that we all bring in so many different thoughts because it's good for everybody's best interest at that point. Doesn't mean that anybody obviously is wrong in here, but I feel like one, we are the biggest catalysts because clearly we see the amounts of FTDs that are there. We get a major, like an Elon Musk, for example, drops in and says, okay, I'm buying 2 billion shares of EMC when there's supposed to be only 500 million shares. What is that going to raise the FTDs to from 68, 70 billion, whatever, to 72 billion? So I don't think it's like we necessarily need something. I personally think that one, the business, as one of my good friends, our friend Pantheon also always says in his channel, the fundamentals do matter. Yes, the fundamentals definitely matter. So the company has to have its own good standings in order for it to even think about the squeeze that we're waiting on later, right? I mean, if a company goes bankrupt, what's good a catalyst? I mean, what good is a catalyst at that point? Can't wait for it to go bankrupt, right? So therefore, with the fundamentals going great, we got Minions now smashing records, 129 million in the opening. That's and we're still collecting on Top Gun. I've seen in the chat here somewhere some comment earlier, someone that said tomorrow they're going to watch Top Gun. We got great movies that are out right now. We got even Elvis, and we had Jurassic World. We got some great movies coming, as Super Steven just said, soon. So our calendar is filled with so many great things. And by the end of this quarter, I wouldn't be surprised if we, by the end of this quarter, maximum probably Q4, if we stay on this trend, could go debt free. We could become definitely more than just a profitable entity. And as far as like the catalyst for it, we are overall the biggest catalyst for our stocks because we are all being routed to dark pools. No matter who comes in from outside to come in, they're also going to be routed through. The same thing is going to be done. We've seen what even happened with when Ray Dalio, apparently, when so many people were hyped, oh, he jumped in and all that stuff. I know he wasn't even a big position, but guess what? Did that do anything for the stock? It didn't. So look at all the big institutes that we have that are invested in the stock. We got so many institutes that are in it, but perhaps they're in it for other insidious reasons. Maybe lending out their shares, maybe waiting until this thing goes out. They're lending out their shares further, making it easier for these hedge funds to go ahead and the market makers to continue their bad practices, obviously, and they're making money and premium over that. However, we're in times now where they got to ask themselves these questions. Will I be able to get my shares back now if I lend them to you? Because that's going to be a very good question for them to ask. Uh, the returns are not going to be the same. So for me personally, I think that the catalyst has always been us. And if everybody wakes up tomorrow, and I say this, and it's a funny example, but if everybody wakes up tomorrow and says, today, we all just want to sell our AMC or GME, whichever one, that's the only time that you can write this whole squeeze thing off. Last time I checked, I haven't heard, or I don't think that everybody's going to wake up in the same day and say, we're all going to sell today, unless it was already a squeeze time and you're seeing ludicrous prices and you feel like this is your number and you sell for it. So the catalyst for me will be, has always been us. We're in, we're over muted. They haven't delivered on our stuff. And when they do, you're going to have the craziest kind of catalyst that you'll ever see on the market. So that's
Right.
AB's obviously take on it. So I like, I mean, would it hurt, of course, if Warren Buffett drops out a hint or stint and says, hey, I'm buying AMC or millions of shares of AMC. You're gonna be like, that's much better to have him on someone like that than not to have him
Right.
on our side. Because those people don't like to lose money.
And
So to your point,
you know,
Stephen,
that's what
you
makes
when the,
the thing so
sorry, go ahead,
intriguing.
go ahead.
You know,
Of course. Of
that's
course.
what
And
makes
that's
this whole
why,
thing so intriguing because, like, your way of a catalyst is 100% right. I think, but also my way could happen too. We don't. There's. I look at it like this: you're dealing with a house that's drenched in oil, but we just don't know what's going to start the fire. We know the
yep,
fire is going to get started at some
yep,
point, right?
yep.
So AB could be right, I could be right, Jeffrey could be right. Now, I think, speaking of Warren Buffett, he has a great quote that says, um, "In bear
Be greedy.
markets, you see who's swimming without clothes."
Yeah.
You guys ever heard that one? In bear markets, you see who's swimming without clothes. So referring to an AB saying, if you have a hedge fund or what Pantheon's saying, who's short GME and AMC and they're swimming without clothes, figuratively, that's a catalyst. Boom. You get it going and 30 bucks, 40 bucks a share and now you're off to the party. So there's so many ways that this thing can go. I just me as a fundamental investor, I prefer the announcements and or typical earnings call stuff, and the reason is because there's a lot of institutions that blindly buy stock when analysts go positive on
Yes.
shares. Or
Yes.
like for example, if they Adam Aaron says, "Hey, we got a credit card going, we're making money. Hey, we just released retail T-shirts, and now all the apes are buying them." And now we have popcorn in grocery stores, and now people are getting them DoorDash to their house. That's three forms of revenue, right? Out of nowhere. Analysts there might be one or two like B. Riley that pumped that up to a buy, and now all of a sudden JP Morgan saying, huh, maybe the apes are right. And you get enough of that, and institution pours in, and now the shorts are even worried. They're more worried now. So all of this translates to hard and soft catalysts. I prefer the situation that institutes the most fear in the shorts, and that's the stuff they don't see coming.
Yeah, those people like Warren Buffett, they got so much reach politically, far further than ours. These guys don't lose money, especially when they're right about their investment and they feel like somebody else is manipulating their investment. Those are different kind of guys. Like when they say, "Go ahead, mess with everybody, but you do not mess with this guy." These kind of guys, like the Buffett, the Musk, the Dalios, those guys, those are the kind of guys that don't get scratched, or X'd out, unless it's a collective agreement that they want to bring that person down. Almost similar to what's happening with Elon right now. He's under attack from so many different fronts and counts. But again, like when somebody like that, like a Buffett, comes into our play, it's so big because he brings in Warren Buffett. He's gonna be like, hey, he can actually probably put Griffin on the line and call him directly, King Griffin, and be like, hey, what's up? What's going on here? I
Warren
got money in
Buffett's really
here.
scary, man.
He is.
The reason he's scary, if you guys will go and look at actually Berkshire Hathaway's 13Fs, when they take positions, they don't just take little positions.
Oh
They'll
no.
automatically become the number one holder out of nowhere. So they're almost like their own catalyst. And I have a few long-term stocks that I hold where Berkshire is the number one holder, and I feel 100% confident in that long term.
Yep. Yep. You know who's trying to implement that same idea, but on a more insidious style? Citadel are taking a page off that book, of that Buffett book, and as you just mentioned, Stephen, but the only thing they're adding to it is short.
Right.
Because now at
Citadel's
that
kind of
point,
weird.
when they take a big
They do
position,
all kinds of weird
guys,
stuff.
of course, when they take a huge position in a stock, for one now, they control so much X percentage of the company, and more so at that point, they can choose when at any point they can obliterate that company at will. Like they could easily dump all their shares, forcing so many, like buying, like so much selling pressure to happen, and a cascading effect, like similar to what they were conspiring with BlackRock to do with, and they did with Luna Classic, so that they can take a position, or since they have a lot of shares, they can write a lot of contracts like calls and puts and make so much money off of it. I mean, they bled literally, like they milked Facebook so much because they were a high investor in Facebook. And if I was to put my house on the line, or to bet my house on the line, I could guarantee you that when Facebook began to drop, because you look at it now and look at their portfolio, they dropped over 66% of Facebook holdings, and they
They
held
have the record. I don't know
millions.
if you know that. They have the record for most loss in market cap of all time.
Yeah. And that's the funny thing. If you see, Steven, if you see the last live chat that I had in here, it was hilarious. I was going over their portfolio, Citadel and stuff, and the fact that they keep reporting that, oh, they make 15% return in Q1 and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, but this doesn't say that over here. Like other stuff, it's other data. And when you see like all these things that they do like this, to what extent, you'd be like, wow, man, it's so crazy. If you're just gonna take face value out of any report that you see out there, and this is to everyone, you better double check whatever you're gonna let into your mind. You better double check on it like a million times. Even with AQR, when they said they opened up a position, I even made a video on that, and that was hilarious. These guys don't, have what they say they have, or it's not. They're trying to echo out to everybody and to all the apes that we're not sweating, we're not hurting. In fact, we're profitable. But in reality, if everything is dropping in the market, what are you making money by? You must have only puts on everything. You don't have long-term positions because if you do, and I know that they obviously are holding a lot, but they're revealing different profit, whatever margins and all that stuff. That stuff is definitely very flawed in my opinion. Do you guys agree with that, or do you guys have a different take on that?
What was that you said was flawed?
The data that these guys report that they're 15% profitable for Q1 or 30% in the profit for you know what I'm saying? Like these companies are reporting, these hedge funds are reporting profit when you
You
look
better
through
be
their
telling the truth.
holdings. No, that I never, I passed that. I passed that page long time ago with these guys.
I mean,
Again, these guys would show you, Steven, and tell you that, this point of them saying that we're all profitable, like for example, AQR saying that CNBC saying that they have over 165 billion dollars in net management assets that they're working with. That was
yeah.
back in April of 2021. The audacity of them bringing that out. If you go look at their assets and see what they're holding under management right now, it's less than 112 million, a billion, sorry.
Right, and there will always be brokers or hedge funds or institutional whales that lie about their reportings, and we all know what happens to them over time. Eventually they get caught, eventually they
Mm-hmm.
get put on the stand and they get those federal penalties, you know? So
Mm-hmm.
we can never assume that everything's 100% accurate, but I mean, that's why you really got to have faith in your CEO's investments, you know? Like you can tell, when you're listening to an earnings call, does this CEO actually care? You listen to Adam
Yeah.
Aaron, and whether you like him or not, he's passionate about AMC. He cares about AMC. You
He
listen to
does.
some other CEOs on less popular stocks, let's just call it that, and their earnings call's 2 minutes long, and they barely give you any information, and you can tell they're already checked out, and then 3 months later they resign. So
Yes.
I'm a big intuition guy where I like to kind of judge their passion level, see how much they're out there. How much do they show up at the brick and mortar? How much are they with their shareholders? It's all that's very important, and that leads into my conviction with this stock. Like I honestly feel like if Adam Aaron didn't care, that would be a big problem for me. I need to feel
Yep.
like the stock, it's the underlying stock, like Pantheon always says, is moving in the right direction. But if it's not moving in the right direction, you're surfing against the wind. You might get there, but it just makes everything harder, and that's not a place you want to be as an investor.
Yep. Agreed. Clearly, you guys seen him in the opening of
Exactly.
Elvis Presley down in
You have
in
to.
in excuse me, sorry, Jeffrey. But yeah, as I was saying, you guys seen also the footage of Adam Aaron opening up Elvis Presley down in Texas. Where was it at? I don't know what city it was in Texas. And that's when we saw Casey Shaw and Tony De Niro, attend that same theater, and it was amazing. So I've seen that personally, and yes, I re-echo your sentiment, Super Steven, as far as the passion that our CEO has or holds. Sorry to break it up, Jeffrey. Go ahead, please.
Oh no, I was just gonna just agree with that as well. That that if Adam Aaron didn't have the the I guess the hold on, sorry, my alarm just went off because my wife is getting ready to go to work. Sorry about that. No, but if he didn't have the I guess I'm trying to think of a word to say, but basically if he didn't believe in the company, and you would feel it, you would see it, you would hear it, and all that I hear from Adam Aaron is the fact that you know what, he's confident that he can and will bring this company back to profitability, and sooner rather than later. And so that gives me hope that he's he's gonna do what he says he's gonna do.
Fully agreed.
Jeffrey, let me double down on that. You don't need to hope because he's already done it. He did it with Vail Resorts and he did it with Norwegian Cruise Line. Go look at their balance sheets when he entered that struggling
Right.
company pre 2000, and look at when he left, man. This guy has a and that's why I bought AMC in the first place. I bought in October of 2020, and I didn't know anything about the apes. They didn't come till later, and I bought on the hope that Adam Aaron would turn it around. So I think a
Right.
CEO it's like the captain of your ship. Do you want to be on that ship if you don't know where you're going? Do you want to get on a plane if you don't know if the captain doesn't even know where he's going? No.
Yeah,
um,
like you said, I bought it. I bought it before, like you said, before the apes, before all of that. But I bought it before that, and I bought it because of the fact that it was it was just what do you want to call it, a recovery play, and then I mean, I found out about the apes months later. I found out about the apes after the GME squeeze. So yeah,
and wasn't
you gotta have faith in your
investment.
go ahead.
You said you gotta have faith in, and you
What's
stopped right
that?
there. No, I'm listening to you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I said you gotta have faith. You gotta have faith in your CEO, because if you don't have faith in your CEO, then it's gonna make you it's gonna make you feel like a lot of these retail are feeling. Well, is she really doing the best for us? Is this happening because of this? And you're gonna question everything. If if you have faith in your leadership, then you won't have to. Like for me, honestly, I don't worry about anything because I have faith that Adam Aaron is going to do what he's going to do. He's done what he said he was going to do, and you know what I mean. So, like Steven said, he's got a track record of bringing companies back from devastating positions. So that's why I don't question really the where the company is headed.
Okay, sorry, I had to give a little bit just to make sure that I'm not jumping on when you're talking, Jeffrey, and breaking you apart.
Oh, okay.
uh,
Sorry.
no,
No,
you're good, brother. You're brother, bro. I'm kidding with you here. He also, I remember in his early career, he was in the, he was like a delegate for Clinton, wasn't he, and stuff like that in one place, and then he was doing something with like the forests and like California forests. He was like hired. I think it was like in the early 2000s. Um, and he's always had that great track record. It was like an agriculture and stuff in the, I forgot what it was exactly, but it was in the something with the agriculture in the forests and stuff like that. So he had his come up like in more than one industry, and he's proven himself to be a great businessman in general. Guys, and he even was in the basketball realm in the sports industry. Wasn't the greatest because
no.
of the Sixers were one of the worst teams around that time. But that's just not against him. You got to deal with the Kyries and the Durants of this era back then and those mindsets, and it was just that way. But he is a part owner, last time I checked. I don't know how big of a percentage in the Philadelphia 76ers still as well. So he puts his money where his mouth is as a guy. No doubt, obviously, what his ethics are. Now, I want to push through and see here. Um, oh, Pabloco, how are you, brother? Hopefully, you haven't been here waiting for a long time. I just now got to it. Sorry. Um, what else do we have? Oh, happy B Day, Jeffrey. Why? I'm seeing
Thank
all this
you.
stuff in here. Oh my God.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Happy B Day. Wow. So you got more than one thing to celebrate for this weekend, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yesterday was my anniversary. Today's my birthday and tomorrow's my wife's birthday.
Did you put all that in mind before you went about it in life, or You planned this or you didn't?
No, well, honestly, honestly, we were gonna get married on my birthday, but it was um, it was going to be on a Sunday, and the church wouldn't have been available and everything like that. So we got married on a Saturday before, which was the
Nice.
best.
Nice.
But
Well, hope.
honestly, yeah, I didn't search around and search around until I found a woman that had her birthday the day after mine. No.
I'm glad that's not how you went about it, brother. Well, congrats to you again, brother, and hopefully it'll be a much more fruitful marriage for years to come, obviously, and peace and serenity, to you and your family. Um, and I know by now we have, yeah. So Pantheon is in the house. Welcome in here, brother. How are you doing? Hopefully you're having a great time over the weekend. Uh, let's see. We had a question here. It was, and I want you guys to dabble with this question before me because I just gotta run somewhere real quick, and it's gonna be like for 5 seconds. I really gotta go to the restroom. Um, let's see. By the way, have you guys in the incubator? Have you guys heard the numbers that minions are doing? Right?
Oh, Minions is killing it, man. I saw 200 million worldwide estimation, and the movie was only supposed to do around 150 million. So it's far exceeding expectations. I mean, after Buzz Lightyear, we definitely need a nice animated film for kids, like something that's family friendly.
Yeah. No, I went to see Minion, and
How
it
was
was
it?
it was actually a matinee movie at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was packed. So I mean, but yeah, no, the movie was good. Like it had a lot of adult humor. Um, it was good. I mean, the kids got a crack out of seeing the Minion's butt like 50 times, but no, it was a good movie. I would recommend it.
We
I would
got,
recommend everybody go check it out.
yeah, hell yeah, definitely. I personally actually, I have not seen a Minions before, but I've always seen the commercials for it, and I thought that it was actually funny, just the commercials. So I'm actually gonna do it this time. Why not put the pedal to the metal, right?
Yeah, like Arthur said, you gotta invest in your investment.
Yes. We got Pabloco saying, Pabloco, how are you, brother? Wasn't the attempt with HYMC a hard catalyst? It just didn't appease the masses. Well, Pabloco, the thing is with the HYMC is that it's not necessarily just the hard catalyst at that moment. HYMC, we induced an investment with the help of what was that individual name, that billionaire. Does anybody in the incubator here knows right off the bat?
Eric Sprout.
Eric Sprout. Thank you, Super Steven.
Er-
Um, Go ahead. You wanted to say something?
Oh no,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Okay. So yes, so like we induced an investment on that Pablo, and just like anything, like when you start a business, you can't expect it to give you a return. It's instantly right there. They're getting better and better, and now they're finding, as I'm hearing, HYMC are finding better sites and more. What was it, like gold reserves and even silver reserves than they even anticipated from before. So eventually, with time, that is going to add over to our fundamentals and to our basically a better balance sheet because AMC will be most likely, obviously, you got the incoming sales of corn. We got so many things coming in. You can expect the CEO to also drop at any given moment any new news saying, hey, we're going in on this because they have a big amount of money, a good amount of money that they're sitting on the side that is ready to be invested when the time is right. I guess, in other words, when pounce, right? When they're ready to, when he's ready to pounce. So that's when that becomes more like that adds into the catalyst. I don't think it was a hard catalyst like Super Steven were saying about the idea of a hard catalyst that he sees,
Well,
but and that's the thing. So what do you think, Incubator, about the idea of, or this question of that Pabloco have raised? Wasn't the
so
attempt with HYMC a hard catalyst?
so I had kind of talked with Top Loco in the chat, but it was it was something that I think that Adam Aaron thought was going to be welcomed a little bit more than it actually was. But it was only because the only reason I feel like it wasn't welcomed as well as it was because retail didn't realize the ramifications of investing into a mineral mine like a gold mine or whatever, because they didn't see that, okay, well, even though they may have thought that recession was coming or whatever, but as recession hits, the the things that flourish are minerals, gold, silver, things like that. So they didn't put the two and two together. And like I've said from the beginning, I was invested in HYMC probably just right around 2 weeks prior to Adam Aaron even coming out and saying that he had bought into it. And it was due to that fact because I got an alert on one of my bots telling me that it was a good um uh
Why?
a good hedge against recession. So I think that's why it wasn't welcomed in in the way that maybe Adam Aaron had thought it would be, or you know what I mean. But it, like I said, it was probably one of his shining um what do you want to call it, like one of the things that probably has been one of the best things he's done since being CEO, because with us going into recession, it just hedges against it. And then, I mean, I don't know how much you guys buy into that whole. I don't know if anybody ever saw the Astro video that he was saying that it actually helps with algorithms as well. And I don't even know how true that is, but it made a whole lot of sense where the algorithms see that it has a value buy and a what do you call it, sorry, my alarm is snoozing again. But the algorithm see it as a value and as a can't even think of the word now, um whatever AMC is known as is like a help me out here, I'm drawing a blank. What kind of security is it right now? I'm drawing a blank. Um, a retail,
Uh,
like what kind of security is it
oh, you're
considered?
talking about like a
Like
meme stock?
what market is it in right now? So, so I don't know. I mean, it
So,
makes sense.
oh, go ahead. Are you done?
Yeah,
I don't know
no,
if you
go
were
ahead.
done.
No, go ahead.
Um, so the question was AMC, or sorry, HYMC a hard catalyst, a deal? And I'm gonna go with no. And it seems like at face value it would be, but to me, a catalyst is something that leads to a drastic change in the stock. in the fundamental, and that wasn't drastic enough. If you look at their war chest, how much money they have on hand versus how much they invested, it was a very small amount of money. And maybe Pantheon knows for sure. I think it was around $20 million, and they took a 22% ownership in HYMC. To me, that's not drastic, and like it doesn't fit my parameters of what a hard catalyst is. When I'm thinking of a hard catalyst, I'm talking about earnings reports, legislation, product announcements, spin-offs, a liquidation, or like a dividend, like AB was talking about. You need something that's going to impact more capital. So when I see a price tag of 200 million or 20 million, that doesn't even move the needle for me, man. It's excitement, but no, that's not a hard catalyst.
Right. And that's exactly like, and this also aligns a little with what I was saying earlier. It's the same thing as in like the investment. You'll see the like it helps the fundamentals of the company. If that investment is profitable and brings in money, it's not, yeah, like as Super Steven is saying, it won't be a hard catalyst, but overall it funnels in the same cup, right? And it's good to have that than not to have it. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what an investment is, so that you can have an external income, an extra stream of income coming in for AMC that they didn't have prior to that investment. So it's a very good thing if it becomes, but yes, for sure. It wasn't something where it's up on announcement we were to ever expect that, oh, that's it. We're going to cap off, we're going to fly to 4 digits or 5 digits because of it, or all shorts have to cover their shares because of that particular thing. Now, a hard one, like a hard thing, is when you see their announcement on their earnings report and they say, for example, something like AMC is price per share is this, it exceeds the expectations of all trading or all accreditations. It exceeds it by crazy expectations too, because of all the money that they have made. And you see stuff like that, everybody's going to want piece of that pie. Institutional, retail, fear of missing out is going to be on both sides. Everybody wants to jump in on something that clearly is as hot as lava, because it's very profitable from many different shapes. So yes, fundamentals ultimately play a big thing. And Pantheon in here also says that a whole lot. He stresses that very a lot because it's very important part of the whole trade.
You know what would have made that a hard catalyst, in my opinion. I don't know if everyone knows what a spin-off is, if they've been paying attention to bbig. A spin-off is
Yeah.
a hard catalyst. So like a spin-off is when a larger company spins off a division and splits the company up in two, and then shareholders would receive stocks from both companies. An independent company performs better as the management can focus more on the individual company, but after a spin-off, there's a better stock valuation for each company as opposed to one big entity. So imagine if like you didn't have to pay for those HYMC shares. All of a sudden, because you're an AMC holder, now you just were given those shares. That is an announcement, and that will easily move the share price of a company. And if you combine that with exceeded earnings, now you're talking moon. So we need multiple hard catalysts. We talk about these very high share prices. There isn't one that's going to send us there. We need them all, and anything can help. But I think, that's why the earnings calls are so important, because typically that's when you get the multiple catalysts at once.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I
I
think a
like a
little thing
spin-off
about,
idea. If
go for it, go for it. Finish your
Oh
thought.
no, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, the spin-off idea, we have to kind of watch out a little bit with, because that spin-off comes off from the value of AMC stock, because they're offering that as a form of dividend, which is kind of like profits to their investors, because somebody has to pay for those stocks of HYMC that will come out, and it comes out normally out of the company, the parent company, who will do that kind of spin-off to spin it off, similar to what happened with bbig. This is why, you know, a lot of people were so kind of confused, as in, why did BBIG go down on that spinoff? Everybody was hoping that obviously shorts would cover their positions and BBIG would squeeze. The thing is first. the spinoff, the way it operates, whichever entity that's making a spinoff or conducting a spinoff, it comes out as a dividend that comes out obviously from the parent company. In this case, it would be like an AMC. Uh, so that has to be factored in. I know you know this already, Super Steven, correctly? Super? Oh,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
and by no means am I saying, oh, I wish they did a spin-off with HYMC. Like, I'm just pushing back on what would have made that deal a hard catalyst, because the way it went down was not a hard catalyst. I'm saying if it were to evolve into a spin-off, that would have
Yes,
made
yes,
it a hard catalyst. I don't support the idea of that happening, though. I just want to make that clear. Um,
yes,
I think a dividend and becoming profitable for AMC, not. I don't want to rely on GME, you guys. That's not my thing. I'm not here because I'm relying on GME. I want AMC to do it all
yes,
themselves. I want
of
them to
course.
become profitable, get on that earnings call, and blow it all open. You know, I'm not here to get a pity squeeze. That's what I would call that. And
Yes,
the hard catalyst I'm referring to is, guys, when they reward us, you know, we're dumping money into this stock week after week, buying the dip, blah blah blah. We're rewarding AMC. Keep it real, right? But what we
yes.
want is them to reward us. So how do they reward us? Becoming profitable, issuing a dividend, and possibly even bonus shares. I don't know if you guys know a lot about bonus shares, but when a company becomes profitable, there are times where after a dividend's been released, that the company can reward its shareholders via bonus shares. So, and that in of itself can increase dividends, and that can further destroy a short seller. If you already have to pay, um, what's it called, a dividend. I don't know if you guys know, but short sellers pay dividends. They're the ones who are paying you, the people shorting it. So if they get news that they got to pay a dividend and they got to pay more money because bonus shares are being released to their long shareholders, I'm out. I'm gonna cover, right? Why would they
Yes,
stick around? So
exactly.
those are the kind of catalysts we're looking for. We're not looking for, oh, there was a new rule by the SEC. We already know how unreliable they are, or DTCC, or all this other soft catalyst. That's what I was telling you. Stuff, the soft catalyst, guys, it impacts the entire sector. So think of it like this: if we get a new rule in place, or we get a new economic indicator, that's going to impact consumer discretionary. Everything in our sector is going to be impacted. Those days you see AMC just following the SPY, that stuff is hurting the entire sector. That's not the stuff that's going to moon the stock. We need something direct. We need something like a torpedo that, and we're throwing it at the bullseye. So it only impacts AMC. And if GME is with us for the ride, cool for them. But I'm not here for GME. I'm here for AMC, and I'm supporting this movement. It's cool that they're still here, and it's cool that we can benefit mutually from each other, but we're coworkers. We're not best friends. That's the way I look at it.
Look at that. Super Steven is sounding more like Liam Neeson right now. I'm taken. He's telling the hedge
I
funds
had
like, hey, Ken
some
Griffin.
coffee earlier, so like I just call it for what it is, man. I'm waiting for Adam Aaron to pick up that phone and just unleash on the earnings call, man. You know, I mean, he's already got lined up a bunch of stuff. Like
I love it.
if you listen to Q1 earnings and Q2 earnings, or sorry, Q1, because we're not at 2 yet. In Q4 of last year, he kind of told us, like, he's like, hey, I want to have a credit card by the end of next year. I want to have popcorn in stores by the end of next year. I want to have a possible crypto coin by the end of next year. So I'm holding him to that. I want to see just as a simple investor, minus the apes, take the apes out. I'm here still investing in a company. I'm going to their theaters every week. I have the A list. I buy the popcorn at full price. I do my part as an investor, and I think that's critical, is to do your part, right? But they need to do their part too. And what I mean by that is I want to see fundamental catalysts that benefit the company when they can. Obviously, they can't do a dividend yet. They're not profitable.
Of
But
course.
those are the kind of things that they can do. They can reward their investors. A lot of people forget about that. AMC can reward us, and I believe they will. They know that we saved them. We don't got to shout it, They know the deal. Retail came in, and we brought them we brought them out of the dark, right? They were on the brink of bankruptcy, and we proved that people still want the movie theater experience. So I would love to hear a significant dividend announcement. I don't think we're there yet, but you guys got to understand a dividend is a huge catalyst because it leads to other things like buybacks, repurchase agreements. I mean, they just diluted not too long ago, so I don't anticipate a buyback anytime soon. But I like the idea of rewarding shareholders, and I think it's a long time coming. Most of us have held the stock, we've increased our positions, and they can see that. Regardless of synthetics and all the stuff we speculate on, they can see the limited things they can see, right? That retail has generated at minimum increased interest in the stock. I think we could all agree to that verbiage, right? So with that being said, apes haven't walked away, and neither have the long institutions. So I think we're on track to becoming rewarded for our patience. With or without a squeeze, I think we're still on the path to profitability and being rewarded.
Which is amazing because guys, we've showed you guys the case, you know, in the speech, and we're talking about the balances and all these amazing points that are coming up at your guys' disposal at everybody's fingertips. And more so on top of that, we've also showed you technicals on a technical base, what to look at and where we at currently right now standing. It's an amazing experience so far, especially for me. I feel like just being with all of you apes, obviously in here, amazing apes, and these two studded apes with me in here as well. It's an overwhelmingly amazing experience so far. How do you feel, Super Steven and Jeffrey? How do you guys feel about what's happening right now? What we're doing?
I see the chat. They love that hard catalyst. That's what I nickname it. Because every day you go on stock twits, you see all these soft catalysts. I'm like, guys, that's not a catalyst. Like, don't get me wrong, I want to squeeze yesterday, but you're not gonna do it with these. Oh, there's a new rule change, or a lot of these YouTubers, they're hitting what do they call that? Grasping straws. And I love
Yeah.
it. It keeps eyeballs on the stock. That's the good part. I am 100% okay with people still maintaining interest no matter what, no matter what, right? I want interest. But if we're being real and we're talking about how are we going to get past these levels that we're talking about, you need a bomb. Because
Yes.
these short sellers, they can prepare for the soft catalyst. They know it's coming from a mile away, and they know it way before you guys do. I mean, when I say you guys, I mean retail. They get information way faster than we do. It's not a fair playing field. Someone who's more experienced on the Bloomberg terminals, the people who are working on the floor at Wall Street, they know, guys. So I look at it like they can't prepare for the unknown. So I'm seeking the unknown. And the best way to do that is to reward your shareholders for multiple reasons.
Yes.
Part, guys, we bought when it was down, when every financial advisor in the world would tell you that it's a bad idea to buy. We bought on a blind faith that we would all hold. We did our part. So it's time that they do theirs when they become profitable. That's what this all hinges on. The short thesis is hinging on the idea that AMC will never be profitable. People don't care about movie theaters and they want to stay at home. We've proven that wrong, right? But we have to prove it on the balance sheet. Because, and like I said, when JP Morgan and all these other people see it on the balance sheet, they'll say, wow, they did it. And then they'll dump their money in there. And then you combine that with Adam Aaron, an announcement or product, and put whatever you think is going to be in there, whether it's AB solution or mine or both. It doesn't matter. I think either way, the bomb's going to blow up. Like,
Yes,
I
yes.
don't care who's right. I hope
I didn't
I
even
hope
get to that
everyone's
part. Is
right.
there is there a right and a wrong in the chat that I didn't even see yet?
Yeah, like Pantheon just said right here, nobody wants a limp catalyst. That's true. We need the bomb. We need the bonus shares. We need to be compensated. We need the dividend. We need it all. And I think we deserve it, to be honest. Like, I'm not just trying to sound entitled. I think some apes have put their life savings into it. I don't advocate for that. I think that's extremely risky and speculative in nature. However, we literally took a leap of faith to on a dying movie theater. I mean, think about what we've accomplished as a community in the last year and a half. Win, lose, or draw who you don't like in the community, it doesn't matter. We've done something special. We could all agree that we've done something special to be here, even trading at these levels of, what are we at, 13 or whatever. Dude, if they had their way, we'd be trading at 2. So
Right.
we're heading in the right direction, or trading at zero for how much they've shorted us, to be honest.
You're totally right, Stephen. At the end of the day, you're correct, bro. Uh, we've done our part, and I feel like the CEO is doing his part to this point because again, the thing about news, guys, is that we always react to obviously what is given to us. So we don't know what tomorrow holds, but we are ready. We have to be ready to react to it, whatever it brings, whatever the tomorrow brings. At any given point, at any given moment, Adam Aaron could come out and obviously, say that, hey, we're going to do X, Y, Z, whatever it is. And at that point, we all are going to come out and say, oh, so when pounds, not pounds is now, and it could be tomorrow, it could be next month, it could be in a couple of months. What we can control is from our end is to the battleground, is the buy and hold idea. That's what we can mostly control from now, obviously, as things are progressing. Now let the flow, the process work itself out. As long as you have your conviction, at the end of the day, that's all you need. And then you have your plan for MOAS to when MOAS comes into effect, if it comes to an effect, obviously. And then that after that, then you can obviously you're faced with a question yourself. Hey, do you want to reinvest back into the market? If you do, would AMC be one of those stocks you would invest back in? Would you invest into an AMC post MOAS? In fact, I would like to know the incubator. You guys, what do you think? Would you invest in AMC after the MOAS, especially if they become a profitable, not just a profitable company, but a debt-free company? Even if it goes through the times or the rough patches of the, the crash or the recession that we're getting ready to take the hard effects of it here soon. What do you guys think?
Um, if you want me to go first.
Um,
Uh,
Either way, I could go first. Yeah, I would definitely reinvest into AMC. Not only just on a sentiment factor that you know what, hey, it helped me change my life financially, but just because I mean, as Steven was saying, I'm part of the A list. Me and the kids go see movies all the time. Every Disney movie that comes out, I'm at the theater taking the kids, and it's just something that we've done. The funny thing, I was telling my wife that the only movie that my dad ever took me to was Top Gun, and so there was a lot of sentimental value to be able to take my son to see the second Top Gun. So I mean, movie theaters is a big part of my life. So I would definitely reinvest, whether it was profitable or not. It's just on a sentimental value.
love it. What about you, Stephen?
I've flown around the world about 10 times now on your stream. um, would I let me think.
You know where you want to be?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I already MOASed. I'm in the clouds. Would I invest post MOAS? That's a good question. Um, I by no means, want to make people feel like they need to do what they need to do. At the end of the day, it's, do you believe in the company long term? When it comes to this, there's two different mentalities. You got the short squeeze, and then you got the 5 to 10 year plan, right, of AMC. So when it comes to the short squeeze, obviously you want to take advantage of that volatility and not be on the back end of that thing because that's not a place you want to be. But now taking the short squeeze element out of it and just becoming an investor, now that's a whole different ballgame. That will be determined based on their leadership for me. So there are people, I'm not going to drop names, but there are leaders in AMC that I'm not favorable for. I didn't vote yes on every single annual, the questions that we all submitted. So I'm going to do due diligence on every single person underneath Adam Aaron, and that's how I decide those kind of questions. Who's really running the show, long term, because that is going to determine where the share price goes. Now, because AMC has advantages, I'm I'm biased to holding them long term. For example, like I said, largest market share in the world of movie theaters. You can't ignore that. No competition. So automatically they're on my list, right? Um, but leadership is critical because Adam Aaron, you guys can see it. He's trying to retire. Let's be real. The guy, he probably won't even be there in 5 years. So who knows? Will the next CEO be as enthusiastic? So it's too early to tell. Essentially, is where I'm getting at
Right.
with the holding afterward. I'm not going to hold blindly without doing due diligence on the direction of the company. Now, if they can prove through long-term plans, maybe contracts, partnerships, mergers, acquisitions, hard catalysts that they're here to stay and they're here to maintain their dominance over the movie theater industry, if I feel like that is what's happening, then I will invest long term. But that's a if, right? When it comes to investing, you have to be able to see through the stuff that matters and the stuff that doesn't matter.
I like it. And this is the beauty of this chat, guys, is for everybody in even in the viewer column and everybody to get a read on different thoughts, even if the ones that don't cross your mind. And this is important. You learn a lot. You see that, hey, okay, maybe this is we're in this and things are not as fundamental because of the short squeeze and all the manipulation that are happening. But when all that stuff are out of the way and the dust clears, you have to, it's very imperative to be in the stock market to think fundamentally like a trader does, because at the end of the day that's what the whole game is about, right? Like the idea of, for example, buying and holding in any other situation might have not worked the way that it's working for us here because we have a concentration of millions of people, and that we're all having one goal in common, and that one goal is to change our lives. And it happened to also be in a very good place because, as you can see, the business right now and the leadership that it's in, as Super Steven was alluding to right now, are all good checks. They're checks on our list. So it's we're moving in the right direction. But importantly, after MOAS happens, if there's a great depression that we're in and the whole stock market is down, you would have to be thinking completely different than just buying something and buy and hold, right? You have to go and dig on all those stocks that you're willing to invest your money in. See the company, look in the background, look at the people, like Super Steven said, vet them out, look at their sales. What are their objectives? What are they looking forward to do later? AMC clearly again is the apex in their whole ecosystem, and that's a very important thing as well. So all that stuff are important, and I'm glad that we can bring all these things, as one delivery, one message that could have different inputs, but an overall well delivered message. Um, oh, okay. So we have Pantheon said. Oh, sorry. Who was that? Somebody want
Oh
to say
yeah.
something? Go for it.
No, I was just gonna, I guess, kind of elaborate on my answer on that. Yeah, I'll be invested, but so whether I'll be invested heavily or just a little bit, like I said, I thought the question was, would we be invested at all? And yeah, I mean, I'll have at least, 5 or 10 shares or whatever, whether or not I'm going to use it as something that I'm going to try to make money off of, like Steven is alluding to, something that's going to be profitable as an investment. It will depend on those factors, but just a whole like 5 or 10 just for sentimental value, yeah, I will be.
Oh
There's
yeah.
But
there's
yeah,
two main philosophies for me. Like you need to have a value philosophy and a momentum philosophy. The momentum is different from the value. Momentum, we already know that. You guys have been trained for the last year learning about due diligence and being in good places like this stream right now. You know, you already know how to handle the squeeze. Like even if you're not confident, you'll figure it out, it's not rocket science. But the value part's more difficult. So for me, because based on all my due diligence, I feel like AMC is a $30 to $40 company. No ifs, ands, or buts. With everything I know about it, even if you took the apes out of it and the whole short squeeze out of it, it's still a $40 company for me because of the large market share, a bullish CEO, and all the things we already know. So, if say after the squeeze it goes to $5, why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I grab it if I think it'll go to 20 to 40 again, even without the apes as a long-term investment? So you don't take my word for it. You know, I said 20 to 40 bucks for fundamental value, but have your own numbers, have your own projections, understand the balance sheets and where they're going. Because I could be dead wrong. Because that's how I feel on July 2nd, 2022. That may not be how I feel the same time next year.
Yeah,
I
Dana
see.
Dana just put in the chat. She said she may just buy an AMC theater franchise. That would be pretty cool, you know, if they did open it up to be able to buy a theater, you know, like a franchise theater, kind of like how some of these other companies do, you know, where you can buy it, and like Dutch Brothers, I think, did that, where you can buy a store and franchise it out. That would be cool too.
Mhm. I look
You
at
know,
Pantheon.
what Pantheon's saying in the chat, um, you know, I really like what he's saying here with this idea of buying shares back just as sentimental value. I love sentimental value when it comes to any stock because that adds that extra layer. Remember, I said the apes are like the X factor, right? We're developing this sentiment where we love the company no matter what happens. It's kind of like Bitcoin. You know how like people buy Bitcoin because it's the first, like GME was the first or AMC was the first, whatever. Like we're developing this sentiment where people are going to restrict the shares no matter what. So I think that really helps us, you know.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's very
Uh,
important. You know, the
okay.
NFT might be worth something. If this thing actually squeezes and does what we think it will all do. I own AMC NFT in a bull market for crypto. Who knows how much that thing will sell for because of the sentiment. People will want it just like they want a piece of art, you know? So it can spiral out of control. And that's what's so intriguing about this. And all we have to do is just support the company. It's crazy.
Yes, right. That's the beautiful part about it. We have another question. I think let's see. I think Jeffrey brought in the Bonnie question. Another one was Corbin. AB, how much lower do you see Tesla going? Ooh, honestly, Corbin, there isn't obviously a particular figure, and I can't particularly give out a particular figure because I would be giving out financial advice that way. But I can clearly, like, at least tell you that when Judgment Day comes, expect a major drop from, obviously, from where we're at. This is not the it. When people start, when individuals or companies start liquidating some of their positions so they can answer or meet some of these margin calls, you're going to see a cascading effect. However, Tesla is also a shorted or heavily shorted stock as well. As far as at least as far as I know from the problem that is going between Musk and Gates, and apparently what Gates confirmed that he's holding. Now, could that be WWE style of fan? You know, like how they can gauge a story and get everybody riled up. They're doing a great job if that's the case. I haven't checked on that personally yet, but I just see it this way. If I seen the company where it is, one, it's also the apex. It's like AMC in the movie realm, you know? Tesla is that in the EV sector. No one is I mean, again, they freaking invigorated that realm. They brought the EV car that we see it today that all other companies are jumping on that board, whether Chinese based companies, Neo, Lee, XPev, or whatever you want. Or now you have a bunch of all of these companies here, like even the big time companies like Ford, Mercedes, BMW, all these companies are making their own version of or a line of electric companies. So you can't forget that. Plus, they got one of the most bullish CEOs, you know, and owners of all time, a genius in his own outright. Again, I might be a little uh, on his side on this, but again, this is just the way I see it. They also got in that company. They're heavy into Bitcoin. They're the second highest institution with Bitcoin reserves, perhaps adding more to it in this drop, perhaps. And third, you have SpaceX. To me, the way I look at Tesla, I don't look at it just as in like where will it drop or how far will it go. to me, the way I view Tesla is it's a stock that I could definitely get on, and I don't have to. It's kind of like I can hold it long, and I can be. It's more of a maintain my money or even grow it further, being in that realm, just because of the way I see the company itself, and what it means. So I can't give out a price that it could drop to, but the fact that the market didn't fully crash yet, I'm more inclined to tell you that it has a long way to go still as far as dropping. Anybody else in the incubator would like to put in their two thoughts, or as many thoughts they want to put on Tesla?
I feel kind of what you were saying at the end is with the fact that I feel like the total market has probably another, I mean, just from my perspective, another at least 15 points to drop before it hits the bottom. Um, I think that Tesla being one of the biggest companies in, the S&P, it'll go down just like how AMC, when the whole market is going down, like, I mean, really tanking, AMC is not gonna be, it's not gonna be flying high. It's gonna, kind of go with the market just because it's part of the market. You know, a lot of a lot of times this last couple weeks I've just been playing the spy because playing any other stock is you're just betting that that stock is gonna move more than the spy is gonna move, which is hard to do. So I mean, if you think that the market's going down or your stock is going down, you could play the spy. If it's going down, then that stock is gonna go down too. Just the way it is.
Steven, any Tesla love or
Tesla.
hate?
Oh man, I could talk for hours about Tesla, but I'm gonna keep this short and simple. In the
Yes.
short term, I'm very bearish on Tesla, and a lot of them are is not because of Tesla. It's macroeconomic stuff. I'll give you a quick fact on why I'm bearish on Tesla. We don't know what's going to happen in the political spectrum coming up in the midterms, nor do we know there's so much uncertainty just going into the next 3 years with, politically. The thing that concerns me most about electric vehicles in general is right now the head of the United States Senate Committee on Energy and Resources, that's the sector that directly impacts your coal production, distribution, energy regulation, all the stuff where Tesla is directly impacted by. The guy who's in charge of all of that is Joe Manchin, Senator Joe Manchin. He's the majority leader by West Virginia Republican. Okay, so I'm not trying to get political, but I will say this. If you just do any DD on Joe Manchin, he makes it very clear he doesn't give a blank about EV. He's not bullish on it at all, and he's made it a personal mission to shut down anything regarding Tesla, or he's pro oil. Okay, so and that guy is going to be in power for some time. So I'm looking at that kind of stuff, macroeconomic, in the short term. So in the short term, I'm bearish, and I think, you know, especially with a down market coming, those places money tends to leave. Now, long term, I do believe in electric vehicles, and I think eventually when they become affordable, they're currently not affordable. The cheapest Tesla is the Model 3, to my knowledge, is about 40 grand. And they're nice, man. I see them on the street sometimes. They're nice, but are they affordable? Is it a superior product than gas? You have to ask yourself these questions, and I just don't think they're there yet. I think we still have another 5, 10, 15 years before we get there. California is modeling, they're trying to be like the leading state in electric vehicles, the emissions and all that. And we'll see how that goes. But would I buy Tesla now? It's my opinion. No, I think we're too early. But I think long term, if you're ready to hold this thing for 5, 10 years or even longer, you're going to be just fine with Tesla. The last concern I have with Tesla specifically, I love Elon, but I am concerned that he has too many things going on. And this is just my personal preference as an investor. I like investing in people that have very minimal things. Because if they have too many things, they tend to get spread too thin. You know, he's doing a Twitter deal. He's got the Boring Company. He's got SpaceX. He's got Tesla, and he's got a lot of smaller companies that he's running in directly. It's just a lot, you know. And I'm not doubting the man. I love Elon, but you're I'm dealing with my capital, right? So I think if you have a 10-year outlook, you can Tesla is good, right? But I would not expect anything in the short term with Tesla.
Yes. Well said. Yes, indeed.
There's a
Indeed. I think we
lot that
all,
goes on with that one.
yeah, I think we all echo all that stuff. Do you just as a side question for maybe, do you guys see Musk ever doing a Bezos where he finally steps away from his CEO position and hires somebody else? Personally, because of how
That's
much
always a possibility.
it's always a possibility, but it's just me knowing Elon Musk's personality. It's so hard for him. The guy loves being an attention magnet, and let's just face it, it's just the truth of the matter. It's always in the scenes. That's why he was also doing so many different things. It's so hard for me to see him sit in the back and watch someone else do what he always said that he made. Because okay, he didn't start Tesla, but he technically made Tesla because Tesla was, you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys know all the story with what happened with Tesla, what was, Tesla before he stepped on and made it what it is today. Uh,
Yep.
and it's crazy, but do you guys ever see him? And this is just true, quick yes or no question, obviously. Do you ever see him doing a UE and saying, okay, I'm happy with all these billions. Let me go ahead and see what it's like to be on Mars and possibly go to Mars next? In a dildo like Bezos did.
Elon's goal is not to have a Tesla on every single corner. His goal is to take us to different planets. So I
Yes.
think who knows where he's gonna go, right? But let me give your people an insider tip because I actually have an insider at Tesla who's an executive. They told me they said if you got people in here that are super bullish on Tesla, I'll give you a hot tip. Work for them. Go work for them. Do whatever you got to do to get in as an engineer. Whatever you got to do. I don't care if it's the minimum wage job. And the reason is because they actually give their employees a 52-week low price on Tesla every single quarter or year. Sorry, every year they give you the 52-week low. So if you're super bullish on them long term, go work for them part time, get that price, and lock in your shares. Not financial advice.
No, that's a
So
job advice. It wasn't a financial
so
advice.
There you go.
just
Yeah.
just on that. Oh,
Go ahead, Jeffrey. We're listening.
hello.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
listening
okay.
to you.
No, just on that. So when I went to watch the Minions, I was talking to the manager, and I was asking him. I said, so are you invested in AMC, or do you have AMC shares? And he told me yes. He said he's been there for about 20 some years or whatever. And they used to give their employees, um, like on a Christmas bonus, like 50 shares or 100 shares. He said he couldn't remember. So he's got 500 shares that he's never touched. And he's like telling me, he's like, it's kind of doing bad right now, but it'll go up. Like he has no clue. He works at the company, but he has no clue about the apes. He has no clue about the movement, nothing, which I thought was just mind blowing. That an AMC employee, I don't know, I guess just for me being in the movement, it's hard to sit back and be like, wow, there really are people that don't know about this because they're not broadcasting it, on mainstream media. They're not,
Yeah.
putting it in articles in the whatever, paper or anything like that. Basically, if you're not in the financial sector or have something to do with the finance, then you probably don't know anything about AMC, GME, things like that. And so it gave me a chance to share with him a little bit, and he was dumbfounded. He was like, "Really? Wow, that's cool." And I told him that I owned 5,200 shares. He's like, wow. He goes, that's crazy. And you bought all of them. I'm like, yeah. So yeah, just I thought that was, it made me think about that when you were talking about Tesla.
Now I know I'm definitely going to get a job application at AMC next door to me or close to me, not next door.
Right.
And then I'm gonna probably quit after the new year. No, I'm just kidding, guys. You know I'm not gonna go do douchey stuff. But if I do get a job at AMC, I will definitely tell them like, can you pay me in stock and not pay me in cash or in a check?
Hey,
Pay me in stock. I would definitely be doing
when they
something like
become
that.
profitable, you might get paid in stock. That's the beauty of the
Hey,
dividend. You get
yes.
so much, dude. It's huge. Like, dude, the short seller is looking down the barrel of Avatar 2, 3, and 4 and 5. Like, dude,
Oh
if
my
you guys
god.
are willing to hold the next couple years, you're almost guaranteed billion-dollar movies. Like, these movies are almost already made, and they're gonna hit AMC first.
Okay,
So,
Yeah.
makes sense. Um, oh, okay. Pantheon said Adam Aaron does not have a minority ownership stake in the Philly 76ers. I thought he did. I mean, he at some point he did, didn't he? Unless he sold that stake. Josh Harris is still, yes, the majority owner. That is true. Will Smith and Jada Pickett, yep, are among the 13 minority owners. Wow. So I know, I almost can bet that that he did have at least a certain amount, or I don't know if he still. But clearly, Pantheon did knows his research, so he probably sold that amount or something. What? Do you guys know anything about this? It's not a no major question, guys. We're just seeing. Does Adam Aaron have any stock in the 76ers or
No,
used to?
um, no, he doesn't because I remember a clip it from the famous Liz Clayman and Asperino when he was, or no, I think it was actually, was it, you know, I think it was actually Liz Clayman, Asperino, and Jim Cramer all on the same talk show. And Liz Clayman said, like you, AB, well, isn't he a minority owner? And then Asperino just kind of agreed because he doesn't know anything. And Jim Cramer said he used, and then he said
Ah,
something like, do your research or something. I remember a clip of seeing that. So yeah, no, he doesn't own any.
okay,
I
he's
mean,
the
okay.
unless you
former
Oh,
think he,
CEO.
unless
yes,
you
I know
think
he
he
was.
adverse of Kramer.
Right, right. No, no. Well, one, not double guessing. Obviously, our friend Pantheon. I just wanted to hear your guys' thoughts too, because obviously, we're all here in the show, and everybody had already seen that probably comment by the time I got to it. It probably got old also, but it's important to for me and see where you guys are all at, and pay kind of attention to it also. But yeah, so he must basically most likely must have sold. Uh, Good stuff. Um, let's see. Um, Adam Aaron likes
Wow.
happy endings. Did you guys see that comment? I know it's making me laugh.
Oh,
uh,
geez.
so Patty has said AMC paid 27.9 million for the initial announced shares in HYMC. Yes, they did, which was accounting for 22% of AMC, not AMC, HYMC. And Eric Sprout, his was also 22%, wasn't it? And then he further added another something like 8 or 9%. Uh, do any of you guys in here can
They
verify you
they
Pantheon?
exercised their warrant is how they got more.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Well, what do they stand at right now?
I'm not positive on that. I haven't even been keeping up on it.
Dude, that's impressive. Like, if anything close to even 30% of something that, like, even Pantheon here said, because he spoke, uh, I remember up here, I think we overskipped it in the questions somehow, but Pantheon mentioned that he spoke. I remember when I talked with him, he spoke directly with Diane Garrett, back when the investment in it was done. Their reserves are impressive, and her history is in finding reserves that others have not in the past yet. So yes, if we have anything close to 30% or even higher of this thing at those two, I mean, we got it for a very low price. Let's agree, or perhaps even disagree. I don't know. We got a very good value on that site and our ownership stake. And now, in the future, obviously, if we find more reserves and more things, as the price of this even climb, and we have that much percentage in it, that's amazing for our fundamentals to come. Thank you for all these stats, Pantheon. You're always Johnny on the freaking spot. Let's
Yeah, I
see.
mean, when it comes to HYMC, you have to just support your CEO and what he's doing, right? Because I mean, for me, it's a low amount of money compared to how much we actually have. It's almost like a low risk swing trade. That's the way I think Adam Aaron is looking at it. Like he feels like, hey, 22% is a good amount for how much I'm paying. What was their entry? Like $1.20 or something per share? So
I think it was $1.17.
yeah, that's cheap. So if I was a shareholder in an HYMC, which I'm not, I would try to get close to that number. I'd want to pay what Adam Aaron paid, you know? So, um, who I think it's
I
just
bought in at 72 cents.
oh nice. I think it's a low risk, high reward stock, and I wouldn't be surprised if they moved on once it made some money. I think Adam Aaron's just getting aggressive, and this is what I want to see from him. I want him to put that war chest to work. I'm not here to watch him just
Right.
sit on that cash. They need this game. You need to be aggressive to get profitable. You can't sit on your thumbs for too long. So I want to see him put that money to work, and I want to see more deals like HYMC.
All right.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it looked like
Exactly.
it looked like our chat, including Pantheon, there everybody was having fun with the hard and soft catalysts topic. I'm just now getting to
Watch it.
it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Pantheon called it like a
Pantheon.
I coined that phrase.
Viagra, a
Pantheon. If you
Viagra
don't think
squeeze.
so,
You seen it,
Before it
Jeff?
gets out of hand, I coined that phrase.
A Viagra catalyst. Oh my god. Oh man, I love you guys. Oh, oh my god. So everybody
Pantheon,
definitely wants
is
to
it
buy
your
back.
birthday too?
Is it?
I don't know. He's asking. I don't know. Sanjay. Hey, Sanjay. Nice to see
Oh,
you.
hold on. Sorry, I didn't want to skip as far as with the questions, but yeah, if it's a birthday, then we definitely want to wish good birthdays now because it's your birthday
I didn't
boy
even know
today.
that it was.
Yeah, happy birthday to everyone. Looks like we got multiple birthdays here.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go,
Yeah, I
Pantheon.
know.
I like that. Yeah, I'm the original author to the hard catalyst because I'm tired of these limp catalysts that everyone keeps talking about, man. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the moonshot. You're not gonna get a moonshot from some of this, like if you go to some of these YouTubers, like Costa Barrow explodes every day. Like, no, they don't. And how many times has Ken Griffin been arrested? If someone in the chat tell me how many times has he been arrested?
Oh my god. Look, Batman added to it like AB is like The Rock, Jeffrey is like Stone Cold, Steve Austin, and Steven is like John Cena. Do you like John Cena, Steven?
I mean, the guy is ripped, man, so I'll take it.
Jeffrey, Stone Cold, I feel like it fits you very well. Nobody dares to mess with the stunner.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not into wrestling, so I
Wrestling.
don't really even know. I mean, I know of these people, but I don't really know them.
All right. Are you into UFC? Or are you into any of these
Oh,
contact sports?
UFC. Israel Adesanya.
Not really. I
Ah,
tell my wife I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Who's
okay,
watching the
okay.
fights tonight in the chat? Is anyone watching the Israel Adesanya fight? I know Pantheon
Oh,
is. He's a UFC guy.
well, from my time, you mean
Oh,
watched ED?
Oh, it's happened already. It's
Yes,
all over. My bad.
it's all good. Uh, but so in UFC, you're Israel Adesanya, Steven, correctly? If I'm hearing you correctly, the Airbender,
Yeah,
huh?
it looks like the fight card's over already. It's over.
Yeah. Don't share. No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers.
Yes. What about you? Well, no, actually, he's a lover, not a fighter, so we can't give him one. So yes, I can see that. I can see that. I would like to be Francis Ngannou.
why do you think I got 16?
Oh man.
Just be the apex. Dude, that guy's scary. Like, if
Yeah,
could
he
you
is.
imagine having to be in a ring try to fight this guy who just worked in mines and like he's just built like a freaking stacked house and hits
Yeah.
like five bricks, not one, if not more. Um, yeah, like every time I've seen him in the ring, it just like looking at it is very intimidating. Imagine being in front of him and trying to dodge one of these swings that he got, you know? God
Yeah,
forbid that this guy becomes like a jiu-jitsu master or becomes like a Habib Nurmagomedov, like a wrestling expert. This guy would be untouchable completely at that point. I'm glad that it's just stand-up game that this guy is very fluid in.
how do you say his last name, maybe? Habib what?
Nurmagomedov.
Pantheon, is that how you say his name? Margomedov. Oh
The
man.
Pantheon is our Conor McGregor. So when he walks in, you
Oh
can see
man.
it. Him like, who the fuck is this guy? It's that
Oh dude.
guy.
That, oh, that's so funny.
I remember when he once, Pantheon said it in one of his chats, and he was like, "Who was he talking to in that scene?" And I put it in the comments. It was hilarious because I remember. Do you remember that, Super Steven, that moment when that happened? When it was what's his name? Freaking now I'm forgetting his name. Deja vu, Pantheon. It was he was the previous lightweight champion at, before McGregor, or actually no, around that time he
Uh
was eight. Wasn't it Fernandez
Jose
or
Aldo?
Hernandez? No, Hernandez. Yeah. Uh, shoot,
There
it
was no
was
Hernandez lightweight champ.
Hernandez. Or,
Are you sure you're in the right division?
yeah. Um, let's see. I think if I'm not mistaken, what was his name? Shit. It was a while ago too. Dude, I remember that whole thing because he was like McGregor was sitting down and like the guy was in the back and he wanted to get some attention because he was just jealous of how McGregor is stealing the scene and and all that stuff. And then he starts trying to blab from the back and talk shit from the back and Conor McGregor just had the ultimate best response. He's like, "Who the fuck is that guy?"
Oh yeah, that's
He
one of
made
the
him look
best.
like stupid. You remember that part? Shit. What did he say?
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching UFC for a really long time.
Yes.
I love UFC. I could talk about that all night.
Same here, and I'm trying to avoid this. But I've like been watching UFC since, and the way that I fell in love with UFC, like, or what took me away from wrestling, watching wrestling, over to the UFC range or realm, was one of my best friends at the time, father. This guy used to always sit down, and he would be like, he's like a Zen master. This is a true story. This guy would always be smoking, right? And when I say smoking, he's smoking Mary Jane. And all he would do is have hella CDs and tapes. As you guys know, I'm old. I'm 33 years old. So I've seen all these things, and all he would do whenever I go to my friend's house, his father is down in the living room downstairs, TV on. Some UFC match is going on. So I've always I would ask him, and he started telling me about this martial arts and everything. Obviously, he never passed the joint over to me, which is God bless his heart at the time. And and he would tell me all that stuff, and ever since then, I just flew away with it. Uh, Ultimately, I think my top three, without extending this conversation longer, more and more, we could do this more. The UFC version of this topic one day, but I would say I have top three, and you could tell me yours too. And you guys in the chat, if any of you are in UFC, put your top three. For me, it would always be GSP, um, Anderson Silva, and I'm having a very, very, very hard time, which is to put either Habib or John Jones. And the problem is John Jones is way
Oh,
more
are we
accomplished.
going PEDs or non-PEDs?
That's why
I mean,
you would
because
have
that
to
changes
ask.
the whole conversation.
You have to ask Cormier on that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my top three. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
you
with
guys are speaking
GSP.
Chinese to me right
I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm sorry,
now.
Jeff.
No, it's all good.
GSP.
I like listening. I learn
Sil-
things by listening.
yeah. So GSP, Silva, Norman Magedov, Habib. Let's just make it simpler. What about you, Steven? I want to hear this.
Nurmagomedov. Yeah. Um, I mean, yeah, it really comes down to if you want to take steroids or not into consideration, because that changes the whole dynamic if it had been popped before, I think. I mean,
Yes.
if you don't count steroids, I mean, John Jones is clearly up there, you know? I mean, Anderson popped for steroids too, so it's tough. I mean, George never popped. He seemed like he was clean throughout his career and he had a good reputation. He left on top, so I mean, GSP definitely belongs in the top three all time.
All right. So who you got? John Jones and who else? GSP.
Oh, let me think of the third. Um, Brock Lesnar? No, I'm just kidding. Oh man, it's tough. I mean, there's so many great fighters. It depends on the era. You know, I grew up in the era of like UFC 80 through
Man,
2016 mainly. The
yes,
golden years, you know.
yes,
The sport has evolved so much, you know, since
it did.
in the last 10, 15 years.
It did.
Um, some of my favorite fighters aren't the ones that win a lot of their fights. So, I think the guys that fight up a division, like they fight bigger men, those are the ones that I think are truly the greats because they don't fight smaller people, and I think that makes a big difference.
Yep, it does for sure. And I'm gonna continue with this so that I don't drag it on for more people who don't really watch UFC out there. But I'm
CM
gonna
Punk.
see the top three. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
You remember BJ Penn?
Oh yeah, definitely.
BJ Penn was a psycho. Okay, so we
Yeah,
have. Go for it. Talk. I'm just looking. I'm looking for questions,
Tesla.
brother.
I'm just kidding.
We
Back to Tesla now, before we lose anybody.
probably lost everybody already.
What I will say, going back to EV just for a second, I am when it comes to EV companies, it's so hard to predict, which ones will be the ones. Because if you're correct, whether it's Rivian or what's the other one, Lucid or Polestar, any of these lower tier EV companies, if they do well, you're gonna do really well. But the chances of them doing well are slim. Like there's going to be a lot of people I think that lose money. I think you made a statement earlier about crypto where only some are going to survive. I see that the same thing with EV companies. You're going to have a few that come out of the gate like, when Amazon and Microsoft first came out in the 90s. I mean, they had competition, but they're the only ones left standing, and Apple. So, um, I'm not like out here throwing my money blindly at EV stuff. So what I do like is the charging stations. I like ChargePoint. I like how ChargePoint can go on a Tesla car. It can also go on a Lucid car. You know, it's got a lot of universal application to it. It's kind of, I equate it to like the gold rush. I don't know if you guys ever heard the quote like, "Don't sell gold in a gold rush, sell the shovel." I look at the
Yes,
charger like a shovel. Like everyone's gonna need it, and but we don't know who's gonna be successful. So I'm taking the conservative route with EV.
that's for sure, bro. You know, that's who made more
Yeah.
money throughout the gold rush was those people, the companies that sold these shovels and the equipment for people to go and dig up for gold. You're absolutely correct, Stephen. Jeffrey, you were saying something, brother?
Oh no, I was saying yeah, the charging station. Come on, Steven, gotta admit, when it coming, that was a joke.
Sorry,
Your
Jeffrey.
mic went out a little bit. I
No,
missed what you were saying.
Yes.
videos actually come up on my feed for YouTube to say Mullen is gonna moon in 2 weeks. Catalyst for Mullen, and it's, are you serious? They haven't even made a vehicle, and they're stealing vans from China to make their what do you call it, their screen or their photo shoot. It's like, and they don't even have engines in them. It's like, what the heck?
That was Nicola was very infamous for that. Back in
Yeah.
2020, they were rolling a semi truck down a hill, making it seem like it's running, but it didn't even have an engine in it.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
I will
fun
say,
fact right here. Oh, fun fact that shot where Tom Cruise is cruising down, like chasing the jet on the bike. He
Yeah.
wasn't actually riding the bike. It was being pulled by a truck. I saw that on like a Top Gun, whatever, know the facts or something.
I will say one thing on EV. For all the people that are like, you know, looking at your Mullins, your Polestar, your lower end EV plays, there's one critical piece of knowledge you need to know, and that's, are they actually producing cars? If they're not
I think
pushing these
Neo is
cars,
really underrated.
if they're not pushing the cars and they're not actually selling them, then they're not worth your time. You need them to be actually making money. I see a lot of, on stock twits and other places, there are people pushing companies that don't make any money. You know, you pull up the balance sheet and there's zero for
Exactly.
revenue, literally zero. Like you don't want to put your
Yes.
money in that, you know, in the short term. Like I said, if you want to take a 10-year outlook and you want to gamble a little bit, just be honest with yourself that it's going to take a long time. And if you're right, you can make a fortune. I mean, if you gambled on Apple, you would have been right, you know? So it's not impossible, but it comes down to your risk tolerance and how much you value your capital.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, for sure.
I do think Neo is undervalued though. I
It
think
is
they're gonna
very
be.
undervalued. I do think, yes, you're right, Jeffrey. I do think it's very undervalued. The thing is, you got to watch out with that stock because I've always, like, I've always wanted to make a stock position into that company, man. And it has a lot of great
The only
sales too.
problem,
Which
Is
company?
politically Neo,
Neo.
Nio,
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, Neo.
that's what I was saying. That's their only downfall is the fact that they're a
politically.
Chinese company.
Yep, yep. And that's the thing, and that sucks for politics for what it's like. Uh, but that's what it is. I mean, again, same thing for
Yep.
TikTok. Why BBIG? Look at it. BBI TikTok now they're talking about, I don't forgot which individual issued out a statement telling all the marketplaces like Apple and Google Play to take off TikTok from their services and whatever. I forgot which individual it was, but if that obviously becomes, if there is sanctions and all that stuff, that will be huge. And in fact, that'll be huge also because somebody's got to fill that vacuum, effect that happens by that being suspended. Who do you think is second in line at that point? Yes, there's a lot of competition, but in that zone, you got Lamatov, and I bring to people's attention. Look into Lamatov. Look at it from your Play Store. Download it. Look at it. See what it's like. They're bringing high-profile, not only investors. As far as investors, they got the richest guy in India on their board. Last time I checked. On top of that, or not on their board, sorry, but more like he's the one who's fully invested into the company. You also got celebrities doing shows and awareness shows and parties and all that stuff in the name of Lamatov. Um, you know, if China or TikTok was to go away, that would be a very, very, very huge catalyst for bbig. However, I know that we're jumping off. Like I kind of just jumped off to completely something different. Initially, my initial point I wanted to make was to Super Steven. I totally agree with ChargePoint. It's in fact the apex in that ecosystem too, in the charging ecosystem. I think followed by EVgo after that.
EVgo is not even close to their market share. If you pull up
Exactly,
ChargePoint, they own 70% of the market share. And if there's anything you guys take from me on this
and
on
it's
this call,
global too.
is understand competition. You want stocks that don't have that competition. ChargePoint clearly outpaces the competition.
So it is the
So,
apex.
Mhm.
I mean, you got to know if like just go on Google Map in your city and type in ChargePoint and see how many there are, and then type in EVgo and see what happens.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, ChargePoint is also
Yeah,
global. It's not just
they're
in
everywhere.
the States. Yes, exactly. No, yeah, I was actually adding that as into your point, adding over to your point about the whole ChargePoint situation.
I
So,
have a video on ChargePoint if you guys are interested. It's a very deep stock, and they make their money a lot of different ways, which is why I'm very bullish on them. It's not like you just pull up to the charging station and that's the only way they make money. They're doing some crazy stuff where, like, say you live in a multifamily home, right? They'll hook up a charging station to a townhome so you can charge it at home, and then they'll charge the tenants to use it. So, and they'll charge subscriptions, and they have a lot of different ways to make money. So, and I like that their models more than the smaller companies. So they're very ahead of the game. And like I said, you want to sell the shovel, not the gold.
I love it. I love it. That is amazing. In fact, I'm actually interested in that video. Super Steven. And in fact, you should actually make it as a video on the channel, on your channel, possibly like put it up. I know that you're talking more about AMC, but you always say that you're a very fundamental investor, correctly? So make that
Yeah.
video, man, and let people see it because of course that's gonna go into if you see something into it, why not put it all out there for people that don't know much about it?
Oh, my charge
Uh,
points video's done. It's I did it about a month ago or something.
it's
If
on the
anyone's
channel.
interested in seeing it. Yeah, it's I released it a while ago. I can drop it in the comment if anyone actually cares enough about charge point.
Go for it, brother. I implore you. You never know who likes to obviously look into this.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm always on the lookout for good companies, like obviously we got our baby with AMC, we know the deal with this stock, but in a down market, especially when you can get things cheaper, you should be on the lookout. Don't just sit there and look at your AMC ticker all day. Like, expand your portfolio, educate yourself on fundamentals and sharpen your tools, your trading tools. This is the time to do it in a bear market. So then when the bull market comes around, you'll be laughing. Like for example, I'm looking at Apple at around $100 a share. I think that's a great place for Apple. And I think if the market comes down, like AB is saying, another 20-25%, you could very well see Apple or Nvidia or any of these stronger companies come down to affordable levels. So keep that in mind and build your portfolio.
Yes. And also, guys, remember that everybody that's viewing that the obviously the incubator and the AV Investments channel never provide any financial advice. All this stuff are all obviously our opinions and our views on things. So please, we are obviously adding more awareness to certain things or topics or even questions that we've been asked. But we're never re-answering, or our answer will never be, hey, this is what it's going to go to, or this is, you should buy this, or you should sell that, or anything. All financial decisions should all be at your own discretion, at your own thing, never influenced by us. So keep that in mind, guys, right? Thank you, Pantheon, also for dropping that into the comments section,
Oh yeah.
because yes, that's an amazing thing. Goonie is saying, I will tell you this, AB, Elon will never reach Mars. Man, Goonie, why you being a Goonie, man? You never bring a man down. If that's what he's dreaming for, never try to crush his dreams. Now, for me,
Yeah.
if he goes to Mars or not, I could care less. Honestly, my life is not going to change if we go to Mars or not. I would love to go if that becomes a chance, and if it's affordable, obviously. But I'm not going to pay $1 million or $8 million just to fly straight like what Bezos did, right through the cusp of the stratosphere, and they come right back down. And it's like, hey, you owe us $2 million or $4 million. And it's like, yeah, sure. No, I'm okay over here. I don't need to see what it's like up there. I'll just watch the video for now. My life won't change.
Yeah, no, just adding to Stephen, it's not financial advice, but financially, I think you would be pretty, um, not retarded, but just you would you wouldn't be making a good decision if you didn't at least look into charge point, because I've been bullish on charge point as well for a while, and like Steven said, they are the headwind in that whole market.
Number one Apex. All right, so let's see in here. Pantheon is telling me, get the job at AMC. Tell them you need training at head office. Then photocopy the smoking gun. You can be the next Aaron Brockovich. Go ahead. Oh my God. Adrian is in the house. How are you, Adrian? What's up, brother? Damn, man, notification sucks. It's fine, man. You're here, brother. That's all that matters. Let's see in here. What else do we have as far as any questions in the order? Okay, okay. Sanjay in here. How are you, brother?
Pantheon.
Uh, yes, I could live there too, Adrian. HYMC was $1.19 per share. Warrants at 107 per share. Okay, perfect. Let
Pantheon,
me
I don't
see.
even know what OnlyFans is.
You're a good, gracious, and religious man, Jeffrey.
No, I've never even heard of it. I mean, I've heard of it, but I haven't like ever looked at it, or I don't know what it is. I thought it was actually just a joke.
Yeah, in down markets, you want to look for long-term opportunities. And like I said, we can all agree or disagree what those opportunities may be, but this is your chance, because in bull markets, you're going to be, I mean, it's self-explanatory. You're going to be at the whims of high pricing, so you want to position yourself to where when the bull market comes around, you're kind of just laughing, you're up 70% while everyone else is up at 10%.
Yes.
Pantheon, you're a clown.
Oh, Mr. Warren McCown. Nice to see you in here, brother. I see that you're a fan of the cowboy, Donald Cerrone. He's a class act for sure. I mean, the guy has what the most amount of fights ever in a division, and obviously that's a very good record. But yeah, it's amazing that he made it thus far, and he's still rocking that cowboy outfit, and obviously in one piece. GSP is the GOAT. I can echo that. I respect that for sure, brother. Nice to see you in here for sure. And yes, Pantheon it found. Okay, now I'm just not getting to it. It was Eddie Alvarez, Steven. So yeah, I was like Fernandez. There is a easy in it, but it was Eddie Alvarez, and
I mean,
he was at Aldo's belt conference. Yeah, I mean, sorry, he already had the belt. It was at the Eddie Alvarez fight press conference. That's what where he was at that point.
AB, I think Connor sparked him so bad, I don't think anyone remembers him.
Yeah, dude, yeah, he. Oh my God, that was just shame of how he handled
That's one of the
it.
nastiest four-punch combinations I've ever seen in my life.
Big time, big time. It is a classic, that's for sure. But the problem for him is that his name got forgotten.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
All right, so let me just scroll through real quick. Let's see. And by the way, Super Steven, you can put a link to your channel, brother, in the chat box.
Oh,
In
thanks.
fact,
Pantheon did it
I'm
for me.
asking you, did he put your channel or did he put just that video? Oh well, it's the same thing. If you go
He
to the
did
video,
he did both. He's a good guy, that guy.
well, that guy, man. Only
Yeah.
if you know.
Yeah.
Much love to the guy. Watch, he's gonna hop on the incubator now and like, what he said? Oh my god.
Definitely. Maybe get Pantheon in
When
the incubator if he's not busy.
he has been in here, and obviously Pantheon doesn't need an open invite. He actually helped me and actually made the name of incubator, influenced it, and influenced the design as
Nice.
well for it. So nothing less than what obviously the man measures up to. And obviously he never needs an invite. He knows what's up. I mean, in fact, anyways, between us, he knows when he can pop on at any given time. Um, but I'm looking at the post from where I'm account. He met Eddie Guerrero. I'm assuming here a few times in El Paso. Man, the dude was freaking huge. Cool as hell too. Uh, man, may his soul rest in peace. Right.
Right. Yep.
All right, gentlemen. I feel like we have come to this point, which we should probably have come to a long time ago. I mean, the time have passed so
Right.
fast. I couldn't even believe how long we have been on.
It's been a while.
We've been
Hours.
on 5 hours.
That's what it says. We
Wow.
started 5 hours ago.
Wow. Wow.
It's a good
Well,
amount of time. I hope you guys learned something. For sticking around. Because if you didn't learn anything, that's a waste of time, So we gotta make sure you leave with some value.
I
I guess
hope
fire away
everyone
some
did.
last questions before we all go to bed.
Yes. If anybody, please, in here, if you have any questions, please just put them in the chat real quick. We're more than happy to answer. I definitely feel so bad about. Look, even Pantheon's telling you 5.5 hours. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those up. Yeah, Pantheon used to do
Oh
these like
man.
7, 8 hour streams, radio
Really that
shows, and
long?
dude,
Dang.
I go to
every
sleep and
worth
wake
every
back
bit
up
of
and
it.
Champions still talking.
It was worth every second of it too. Amazing
Yeah.
content because obviously when you tune it in, you're going to see the topics and he just takes you on, and obviously at the time frame that he does it in, it is perfect radio at that time, and you tune in and you could be doing literally anything, whether you're sitting and listening or whether you're working and listening or driving and listening. I mean, it's great. I used to love those. One time I was listening to it and I was driving from uh where I was driving from Cincinnati here, and where was I going to? I think I was going to Cleveland, and it's a good 4.5 hours away. And literally, I spent, yeah, I by the time I was back, oh no, I was like by the time I was like in Columbus, which is an hour and a half away from Cincinnati, back from Cleveland, Pantheon was just getting off. So, Pantheon, you helped keep me awake that night. But I was on.
Pantheon stays up all night long, man. That guy's an animal.
He helps keep you awake, AB, and he helps put me to sleep.
Yeah, I mean,
He got that kind of power, huh? I got the power. We're messing with him.
That's funny.
And when you
So
say he normally puts people to
normally I put
sleep,
people to sleep.
he normally puts people to sleep. And when he says that, trust me, I know what he's thinking. And he's talking about a 1-2 piece combo punch, or a 2 piece or a 3 piece combo punch. You know, he'd give you a 2 piece or a 3 piece, and next thing you know, you're asleep. You know, one to the head, and you know he's dead. um, You three were entertaining, educating, and fun tonight. Good job, fellas. Appreciate you, Pantheon. You guys can obviously see this in the incubator. You guys can see this, and obviously Pantheon is giving you guys all these
The only way to
props.
be, Pantheon.
Yeah, is he trying to be nice just because he's on a live chat?
I think so.
No, don't get it twisted, people. We're all friends. We love. I love Pantheon. Love Pantheon loves us. I'm just messing with the guy, you know, because he's typing now.
yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm actually shocked with how much, people actually like this, where people are willing to listen, and they like passing the time this way. I kind of thought about that before my channel. I was like, does anyone actually want to listen? But I'm seeing in the community, people do want to listen, even if we're just having fun or we're having more due diligence, serious talks, So I think it's refreshing, I guess, to help people in that way.
It's like Pantheon. He put it. It's he realized that a lot of times when he would be looking through his his live stream chat, he would be seeing people just having their own conversations, which he kind of snipped it the other day. But people come for more than just information. They come because it's a community. You know what I'm saying? And so people come to hang out. It's like going to Cheers.
Yes, yes. No, you know what's funny too is I'm looking at his comment right here. I was just laughing. He was like, "The word is out. Pantheon is an a-hole." And this is a long running joke between us guys. As far as like between friends, we're always saying stuff like this. Pantheon is the furthest thing away from an a-hole. That man is actually a very amazing individual. You don't need my word for it. You know it already. He always puts out enough exposure to many other creators, including myself. And Super Steven in here as well can vouch for that as well. And he never even was asked for any of this. The man loves to give more than he takes. What more do you need to know about the man? So he's the furthest thing away from an asshole. Very fortunate to have him as a friend, obviously, and be one of my friends with this. And I was looking at Adrian calling us all a-holes, and yes, that's the way I see it. Man, but yeah, Steven, people
Yep.
actually really do like to hear this. And here's the cool thing about this.
Yeah, I'm
Every
shocked, to be honest. I
every
really
every
thought that people didn't want to hear me.
no. It's all about okay. So here's that. There's no particular way of to deliver it. I feel like I mean, look at Lou, look at Bigums. They're completely different individuals, correctly. But this guy still gets his crowd, and this guy gets his crowd. My point is, there is a crowd for each niche. Just like you and I think, and we like to think, there are others out there that obviously we don't know of that also have the same thing alike. And I think the way that I wanted to do this tonight, the way that I did it, I wanted to get it to as close as possible to kind of a podcast that, talks things out amongst themselves and take on questions as well and debate them, and see how it comes. And overall, the most important thing, one, obviously, the delivery, the message, and the source of why are we coming out this way? Like, what is the intention? That's the overall most important thing. Our intention it's not hard to decipher here. I could feel that Super Steven, I could feel that Jeffrey in here are not trying to push a certain agenda where, like, for example, I've seen some other places where you can go on a space call on Twitter, right? It's so crazy how they pre-plan all that kind of stuff because you could feel it in their tone. When
Mm.
when they're all on that same page, and let's say the agenda is sell AMC at a low price, whatever that price is, let's say at 70, they will somehow, all of them, have the same exact answer and the same sentiment, and they will tag on the same thing, nothing different. Nobody's talking about something different. It's like they rehearsed what they were going to come out on that space call to talk about. And in this, I wanted everybody to see, and I feel
Wow.
like everybody could feel that we are not having any biased opinion to anything. Clearly, we saw it tonight, and that's why I didn't even. By the way, Super Steven, have I pre-invited you to this show before? Did I tell you, like, let's say
No.
a day ago, did I tell you, hey, tomorrow we're gonna do this? Same thing with Jeffrey.
No.
Exactly. Same thing with Jeffrey. I didn't want anybody to come in here thinking that we're gonna have to talk about a certain topic or whatnot. I want everything to be unfreaking filtered. And that's the best form of delivery in my opinion. So if you ever watch or listen to any AB investments or any of these individuals and beautiful studied individuals in here, anything that I have anything to do with, you just gotta always remember my brand is always unfiltered. And I can't speak for the other gentlemen in here. Obviously, they're loud and clear and they can speak for themselves. But I made sure I chose the right individuals to come on tonight's show and obviously share their opinions on and knowledge. Very vast knowledge. It's just like this flowing knowledge, like this river in the screen right now. I almost want to take, like, look at this stone bridge that is made from that river. It's amazing. The scenery is crazy. But yeah, I definitely want to thank you guys, and I want you guys to speak and say what you would like to say, because I don't want to steal any more of your time, and obviously any of the beautiful people who liked it. If you love this, people, please write that in the comment. If you liked who you were listening to, please write that in the comments, and I will turn it over to you, gentlemen. Please wrap things up.
I guess I'll
Jeff.
go. No, I just wanna thank everybody for coming out. Obviously, we're just trying to educate as best as we can. Obviously, none of us are experts at this, but we have our own opinions, and like AB said, we're not trying to say, hey, no, 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 you can't say that. We hear each one of our arguments, or if it's not an argument, a statement, and just hope that at some point you guys take something from it, and you know we keep it, like you said, unfiltered. So there's going to be laughs in the middle of the due diligence. So I appreciate it, Amy, for you allowing me to come on with you. And Super Steven always is a good time. We debate things and we agree on things, so it's always fun to get your side of the ball. So, anyways, thank you guys all. Pantheon, thank you. Sanjay, Warren, good to see you. I don't know, CS Trades is still on here. Good to see you, Adrian. What you been, Adrian? You've been gone. Anyways,
Much love. Much love,
thank you
gentlemen.
guys.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for coming on, brother.
Yep. Appreciate it. Um,
Go for it, Mr.
yeah,
Mr.
I
Man
want to
of the
thank
Hour.
everybody too. Yeah, I want to thank everybody, all the people that support this channel the most, and to AB who put me on here. You know, I think trading, investment, all this stuff we're talking about, it's a journey. AMC is a piece of your journey. It's not the end. It's not the beginning. It's a significant part of our lives and what we've gotten involved in. So just keep that positive mindset. And support the people that give you good information. These guys put in work. I asked Pantheon how long it takes him to do due diligence, and he told me 6 hours, 5 hours. I mean, even for AB and me, it takes a long time. And to give you guys quality, if you want quality, you got to come here. Come to the channels that give you quality, you know, and it's going to advance your trading knowledge and going to give you a lot more value. And the more value you have, the better off you're going to be. So keep up the good habits and come back to this channel. That's all I want to say. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Super Steven. You're always obviously a class act, and I personally can't again stress enough even more how thankful and how amazing it has been tonight. In fact, I had some expectations, but to be totally honest, my earnings report for those expectations have been far exceeded completely. And now I'm buying into the FOMO of this stock and to all these gentlemen. People, I want to all let you know, please, 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 you've heard all these wise gentlemen speak. Uh, Please go ahead and give a follow to Super Steven on his channel. You've seen the link in there. If you need it again, I could always drop it for you again. Get used to hearing things like this and seeing things like this. It's important. Get your questions ready. If you didn't get a chance to ask them in tonight's show, please get them ready for next time because we're not going nowhere. I'll be tuned out. Steven, did you have a video out yesterday or today?
My last one was one on Bed Bath and Beyond because I've noticed some hype on some areas of the internet. So I wanted to get
Perfect.
ahead on Bed Bath because they're going through a lot of drama. That was my latest one, but I got a few coming.
All right. Well, I've definitely been tuned. And guys, we all want to thank you so much for giving us your very valuable and precious time. Thank you so much. We all have been doing a crazy thing. I can't believe it's 3 o'clock, but we here now. And see you on the next episode. Much love, AV Investments.